Okay, we are live. How's it going, everybody?
Hello, hello.
Here
Hello.
with Cool Man and Angel Rin. What's up? What's up? I said, what's up?
Howdy,
Uh,
howdy.
oh, not much. I thought you were talking to the chat.
I was talking to you. Okay. Well, okay. So, how's chat
This is
going?
a great start.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Sorry we're late. We're just having a little chat about the stream before we got started, and we just wanted to sort of go over what we're gonna do for the stream. We got quite the lineup for you. So we're gonna be talking about the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer. We're gonna go through it. As you probably could have guessed, I did a video on it. You guys can check that out at your leisure. I've linked Cool Man's channel in the description, so you can find him there afterwards. I probably should link the archive channel. I should pin a comment, but I don't know. I'll do that in a bit. But I understand you Yanks had Thanksgiving, so
Yeah.
happy Thanksgiving to all
It was-
of you.
Delicious. I pigged out.
I can imagine. I wish I got to pick it. I would like to experience an American Thanksgiving one day.
Well, just come here in November and just stay here, and then we'll feed you.
Find a grandmother and you will be fed.
That is true.
Any grandmother.
That is accurate. Just find any grandmother and any grandmother in any part of the world, and they will feed you.
And she should be like, you look a little too skinny. You need to eat something.
She looks at me. That's not what she's gonna say.
Oh no! Any grandmother will say that you will be obese, and the grandmother's just like, "Have you lost weight, dear?" And you've already had your second helping. She's like, "You need more," and then she'll pile on more.
Anyway, we got Phrase. What's up, buddy? He's up early for a change. We got Danger Squads on the AI core if NOMZ isn't late. Hey, we weren't too late this time. I was actually on time. We all were on time. Again, we just kind of let time get away from us when we were prepping for the stream. But
no, you got reminded that it was time to start, and you were like,
I reminded you twice.
Yeah, and you were like, we can wait. We can make him sweat a little.
I was like, I'm finally on time. Come on.
Yeah, but what I was trying to say is like before I used to be rushing to boot up the computer and get on the stream and I was always half asleep. Now it's I'm already awake for an hour and a half before the podcast because I always have to wake up so early. I woke up at 7 a.m. today, and that's a massive sleep in for me now. As opposed to I used to wake up at 10. Anyway.
And we got first super chat of the day, Charlie.
Of course.
Yeah, I'll get to it. The Knights of Awesomeness. Oh, I love that profile pic you got there, buddy. It's good shit. Sup with you. Hermos, how's it going? It's good to hear from you again, Angel. Yeah.
Hello.
Good to have Angel back. Wow, what are we, NOMZ? Chopped liver. Wise Wolf. How you doing, buddy? Million G. Million. How are you? Joey's here. We got what is it? I don't know how to feel about this movie anymore. Yeah, we're all kind of confused. It's
I'm not
with our emotions. Well,
Oh no, I've long have accepted it's not going to be good, but it's okay because I'm like, you know what? It's like the 5 stages of grief. I'm in the acceptance stage.
Yeah, I just accept that they're ruining everything that I love.
Yeah. NOMZ comment. Angel, what's up? Well, I can't tell you what I do anymore, guys. It's classified. Oh.
Aren't you a meteorologist, Charlie?
He's
He's
protecting
a top secret meteorologist.
He's protecting us from
Charlie. I'm kidding. I swear.
He's keeping a watchful eye on the skies.
It's a joke, Charlie. It's a joke.
Yeah, we're just messing. Yeah. So what was it? Joe Peeper. It's nostalgia, but nothing but nostalgia. Yep, that sounds about right, Declan.
Oh, this is a perfect segue, actually. So I saw Ghostbusters Afterlife, guys, and it was nostalgia bait. Not nostalgia bait. It was definitely filled with a lot of nostalgia. It definitely hit a lot of the beats, but the best way to describe it is if The Force Awakens was actually a good movie. Mm-hmm. I thought I was gonna like it. I didn't think I was gonna come out loving it. Like I'm definitely gonna go and see it again tomorrow or Sunday. I don't know. Like I want to see it again in theaters.
I was actually worried you were going to say like because you started to say it was nostalgia bait, and I was like, oh, she's going to say it was disappointing.
No, I mixed up my words. It's the opposite of nostalgia bait. It's you could tell it was done with love. Like it's the son of the original director. He grew up while his father was making those movies, so he was on set. There's even pictures of him like as a kid interacting with like the original actors. So like this is a kid. My older brother actually had the best description for Ghostbusters Afterlife. He said the first movie is like that story told from the perspective of an adult. He's like, this story is basically some of those same story beats, but told from the perspective of a child because the central characters are children. And it is very much like a child's love letter, like a child who grew up loving Ghostbusters, like all the things, like you could tell this is a child's love for Ghostbusters, not an adult's love, but a child's love. It's very... It feels like an 80s kids movie at times too, so definitely it's got some Goonies vibes to it, but it's not a bad thing. It still has some of the same dry wit of the original Ghostbusters. I don't want to give too much away, but I unironically teared up, and even when I was telling Cool Man about this scene, I started getting misty-eyed because there's a tribute done to the late actor of Harold Ramis, and it could have been so tasteless, like kind of like with Carrie Fisher and Rise of Skywalker. It could have been that, but they didn't do that.
Okay.
And it was very respectful, and it just tugged at my heartstrings because of the main characters. Now, this isn't a spoiler because it's been in all the trailers. The main characters, they are the grandchildren of Egon Spengler, who's Harold Ramis's character who passed away. So he's long gone, and the story it treats like that, like he's long gone, like he died, like in universe. And so it's kind of these kids reconnecting with their grandfather's legacy, and the mother reconnecting with her father because they were estranged. And it kind of really tugged at me and my mom because of not too long ago, my grandfather, her father, he passed away. So I didn't expect it to hit me as hard, but it did. And it was like, oh, and it was like, not only was it a chance to give closure to say goodbye to Harold Ramis, it was kind of, for me, it was like in a way just reminded me of how much I miss my grandfather and how much I love him.
Okay.
So I just like, I'd say like if you're a hardcore fan of Ghostbusters, you'll like it, I think. If you you don't even have to be a Ghostbusters, I think, to enjoy it. It's not amazing, but this movie had so much working against it. The fact that it even pulled any of this stuff off is what is honestly really impressive.
Okay.
Oh, and the special effects too was incredible. The CGI, they did this really unique thing that I haven't seen done with CGI often because they actually use a lot of animatronics and practical effects, but they blend in the CGI and they slow down the CGI so that way the CGI moves like a practical effect would. So that way when the CG transitions into practical and the practical transitions into CG, it's seamless. And this movie was made on a very cheap budget, only $75 million.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I was like, dang, Sony, you actually have one good movie this year.
Well, it was Sony, wasn't it? Because they did 2016 as well. Fucking. I have told you guys about how many times I was forced to watch the 2016 trailer, didn't I? Because where I used to work, it was hell.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, because we had to advertise Sony televisions, and Sony would only, of course. Sony would only let their products be displayed on their televisions. So their movies, and they have a lot of bad movies.
Now, there is one thing, and every fan has kind of made a joke about this, and that was like the one moment where it kind of did take me out the movie was not any of the supernatural stuff. There's a scene where they're in a Walmart, and it is an insanely clean Walmart, and I'm like, dude, this is like in a Podunk, Oklahoma, like middle of nowhere. Like, even in a nice, clean, nice area, would never have a clean Walmart. Why is this Walmart so squeaky clean? That's not real.
Yeah, that in a movie full of ghosts, that's the most unrealistic thing.
It's so. I've been in so many Walmarts. That is so unrealistic.
Hang on, before we continue, I just want to address this, guys, because he has been waiting for a while, and he has been asking. Regarding, where's he gone?
You mean David?
Yeah, David. So regarding the the old AI cores, like I said, I've rebooted the podcast because the backlog was simply too big. There was no way I was going to catch up on it, and I figured this would just be a simpler way to get on with it and stay on top of things. Like, I still haven't re-uploaded the third AI core that we did, but I'm going to. I'll probably do it just after this stream is done, and then I'll probably re-upload this one to the AI core channel later in the week. So it was really just to kind of make the job easier, to sort of like, you know, keep the podcast going and just sort of keep the episodes available to watch. And again, like, the backlog was massive, you understand, because when we started it, I didn't actually have a channel for the podcast, so they just kind of built up. And put it this way, you'll notice that just about every single YouTube creator that has a podcast has a channel for their podcast, or for their live streams rather, because it's detrimental to the channel algorithm to do streams. Like, I shouldn't even be streaming this here. I should be streaming this on the archive channel. The reason I don't is because of the channel members that we have here. I feel it would be like kind of disrespectful to them to sort of not do the podcast here. So I've stuck doing it here, and I'll just re-upload them. But like, eventually I'd like to move just everything podcast over to that channel. But anyway, as for the Clone Wars podcast we did on Shifrilia's Productions, am I saying it right? Shifrilia's?
Shifralis Productions.
That's a fucking weird name. Anyway.
Shifril, Bifril, blah, blah, blah.
Dumb cunt Clone Wars video. Yeah, I'll stick to calling him dumb cunt. Yeah, look, maybe I'll re-upload that. I don't know, but yeah, it's nothing. I didn't mean to upset anybody. It's just kind of cleaner for me this way, just to do a reboot as opposed to catch up to the back. Because you understand, doing some of those podcasts, particularly the Game of Thrones ones, they were copyrighted by HBO. Now, they were released by HBO because they were very cooperative, but like, when we were going through the Game of Thrones episodes and doing the commentaries and looking and listening to the audio commentaries and whatever, those all got claimed. So, and they weren't the only ones. So, and I had to fix them and I had to inquire, and it's just a gigantic hassle. So you throw that on top of the 70 episodes I still had to re-upload. It was never going to get done. So I just did. This is the course I've chosen, and it's what I'm going to stick to. And again, apologies if it's upset anybody, but it's just the way it is, unfortunately. But I might, because I did really enjoy that episode. Maybe I'll make an exception and re-upload it. We'll see. So anyway, hopefully that answers that question. I interviewed for a position at the THAAD program requiring secret clearance. THAAD program.
It's something
I have no
government.
idea what that is.
Yeah, I was talking to him. It's something like government related.
Okay. Well,
He's going to be a top secret weatherman.
Oh Lord. Yeah, I think he might be. I mean, he is a meteorologist, and now he's working for the government. I figured he'd be like that guy from maybe. I figured he'd maybe be like that guy from, was it Deep Impact or Armageddon, where he's like he names the meteor after his wife because she's a vicious,
that was Armageddon.
blood-sucking bitch.
Yeah, that was Armageddon.
Yeah. Charlie's gonna save the world one day. He's gonna, if there's an apocalyptic meteor coming, he'll point it out.
Yep, that sure is coming.
I mean,
now where's my 50K a year?
I always knew that Charlie was secretly Bruce Willis.
I do love that movie, Armageddon. It's fun. It's a fun movie. I got the super chat. Ghostbusters 2016 is non-canon. Absolutely.
Correct.
Charlie Geddon. Ski 93 PM. Okay.
Oh,
Ooh,
yeah,
Noble
there's
6.
there
Noble
was
6.
also a membership. That
Oh,
you
yeah,
missed.
the member chat.
It was right above Charlie's super chat.
Oh, I gotta go take a look at that. But we'll just answer this question. What's your favorite Spider-Man movie? Okay, we'll go in order. My favorite is Sam Raimi's
Spider-Man 2.
1. Spider-Man. Well, wait. We'll do it in turns. Anyway, yeah.
I'm saying you're wrong. It should be Spider-Man 2.
To each their own. I mean, I still love Spider-Man 2.
No, Spider-Man 1 is really good. It's a really good superhero origin,
Honestly,
and villain origin. Like the way they pace it out. Like it's
Mm.
Peter's story, Norman's story, Peter's story, Norman's story. And it just goes back and forth, and then they
Uncle Ben.
merge the scenes together really well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like here's the thing: like when I rewatched the Raimi trilogy, and I still adore it. As much as as good as I think Spider-Man 2 is, I just it didn't age as well for me personally as Spider-Man 1 did. That's yeah. So because Spider-Man 2 used to be my favorite, and then it just kind of narrowly switched places with Spider-Man 1 when I rewatched him as an adult.
It's fair. You're entitled to your wrong opinion, but I still love you.
That's fine. Cool man, what's your favorite?
You see, I can't even specifically say which one is my favorite because, like, I like Spider-Man 1, I like Spider-Man 2, and I like The Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sorry, I'll let you finish, but like, yeah, I actually really liked the first Andrew Garfield movie. Now, I used to hate it because I thought it was a soulless reboot of the Raimi movies, and they basically took all the fun out of it. But when I rewatched it as an adult, I kind of just I got it. My bitterness had kind of gone away by that point, and I watched it neutrally.
Some issues with it, but it's
definitely.
still
Yeah. I'm not saying it's perfect, but like I enjoyed the movie, and the hate it got was really overblown.
But I think like if like maybe a different sequel happened instead of Amazing Spider-Man 2, like I feel like I might have loved Amazing Spider-Man 1 a lot more. Like I feel like Andrew Garfield deserved like a better second movie, then that would propel him to a better third movie, but he didn't even get that shot because the second movie absolutely just made the franchise fall on its face.
Yeah. And
I watched that movie in so long. I gotta check out Amazing Spider-Man 2. Yeah. Keep going, cool man. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I mean, I did, but I just cut that out. Go.
But yeah, like I can't even say specifically which one is my favorite. I mean, if I had to pick one that I thought I would enjoy watching more than the others consistently would probably be Spider-Man 2.
Yay!
Yeah, I think that's a fair take. Yeah. But yeah, like I honestly would love. I think the only real big issue I have with Amazing Spider-Man 1 is, well, I mean, if I really thought about it, I imagine there'd be a couple more issues, but off the top of my head is just, and I think this is largely because Sony chopped the fuck out of some parts of the movie. Like Dr. Connors completely losing his mind that quickly is probably my biggest issue, and basically the fact that his plan is kind of nonsensical at the end with what he wants to do. But then again, he is insane. But like, it just goes too far too quick. That would be my biggest.
It does have some pace. Yeah, the pacing.
Like they cut out a whole part.
Off.
They cut out a whole part of Amazing Spider-Man where Dr. Connors like had a son and stuff. Like that was meant to be in the movie, but they cut it out. And I'm like, oh, that would have been good for his fucking development instead of him just going full blown Looney Tunes.
Well,
thanks, Sony.
My biggest criticism would probably be the lackluster way that Uncle Ben dies. It's like when you have such a flawless execution of Uncle Ben's death in Spider-Man 1, it's like I just thought it was so underwhelming.
And I get it. They knew they couldn't top it, but it's like you probably shouldn't have floundered it though.
Yeah.
My biggest issue is actually two things with it. It was one of them is it's just as like as much as I love Spider-Man 2, it's my favorite. Is my biggest issue is the ending. Like I felt like you could have tweaked the ending and you really would have had a perfect ending. It's the same with Amazing Spider-Man 1. You had Peter make that promise to Gwen Stacy's father, and then he immediately
completely reneges.
Yeah, I was
that pissed me off too. I was like, come on, man.
I was like, you
how it should have ended did an amazing job addressing that, because like they basically show the same scene, but instead like he was like, you shouldn't make promises you can't keep, and he's like, but those are the best kind. And then in the movie, Gwen's like, "Aw, he still loves me." But in the how it should have ended version, because her father died. It's true.
Yeah,
her father died, and he promised to him, and then he makes her sit through the funeral by herself and everything, and he did all that just to renege on it. In the how it should have ended thing, he's like, yeah, but those are the best kind. And then Gwen Stacy's like, what the fuck? Like she's so angry, and then. In the superhero cafe, Batman and Superman is like, dude, you did not just say that. Come on.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That was really good.
I think the problem is people just remember that ending, and that kind of ruined Andrew for them. Like there's all this build up, and then that's what they're going to remember is the ending, because the ending is what sticks in your mind a lot of times in movies.
Agreed. Yep.
And it's just, and I think it kind of soured people. So going into Spider-Man 2 already, well, Amazing Spider-Man 2, they were just already kind of soured to him. And it's like, all you need to do is tweak that ending just a little bit, and I think it would have been fine. And my other big issue is Gwen Stacy is not Gwen Stacy.
Yeah, she's not really Gwen Stacy.
Okay.
She acts exactly like the comics of Mary Jane Watson. And that bothers me because that's not Gwen Stacy. I get it. Everybody loves Mary Jane, and Mary Jane has amazing chemistry with Peter. But they already had the perfect template, because in the original comics, Gwen Stacy was a nothing character. She was bland. She was boring. She was shallow, a very shallow love interest. They already had the perfect template for Gwen in Spectacular Spider-Man. And the weird thing is they took the scientist aspect of her from Spectacular Spider-Man, but not her personality. They put in Mary Jane's personality. It's like, wait a minute. You took something already from the perfect version of Gwen Stacy. Why did you take her personality with it? Like,
because
the problem is with Gwen is they've rewritten Gwen's character like I don't know how many times. They can never seem to pick a definitive Gwen Stacy, and I'm just like, just do Spectacular Spider-Man. Everyone liked her. Just do that one. Everyone liked that one.
Gwen Stacy in Spectacular Spider-Man was really good. Like, that's the best version of Gwen Stacy. Who's echoing?
Yeah, this is happening before. Is what I tried to figure out. I don't know.
Is it me?
Maybe. There's also someone like fiddling, and it's making a bit of static. Not constantly, just here and there.
I'm not fiddling with anything.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll just keep an eye on it. Anyway, I wanted to address Hermos's. Yeah, so hopefully that's enough Spider-Man chatter for you guys about our takes on the movies. Also,
I love a lot of Spider-Man.
One thing I actually do criticize about what was it? Amazing Spider-Man 1 was Andrew Garfield's Peter was he was
too cool.
He was too much of a punk as opposed to a nerdy outcast.
Well, the problem is that Andrew Garfield is too handsome and charismatic. Like it's not even something that he can help. They tried to make him like a dork, but it's just like he's just too cool. It's just like, I think that's the weakness of it. But his Spider-Man is amazing.
Well, because Spider-Man is supposed to be like Peter kind of doing a wish fulfillment of being a cooler guy, like a kind of guy he wants to be, whereas Peter's an absolute dweeb. Tobey nails the dweeb part. Like nobody does dweeb like Tobey Maguire. Sometimes the dweebiness kind of bled into his Spider-Man. Whereas Andrew got the cool part. He's the charismatic part. He's got that as Spider-Man. But as Peter Parker, he's too cool. He's not a dweeb. He's not a loser.
People say Garfield's best Spider-Man. I disagree with that substantially, actually, because people say we're echoing heaps now. What gives?
I don't hear any echo.
I heard it.
There's an echo on my. I don't know what to do. Hang on 1 second.
Hello, chat.
Hello.
Okay. Chat, you tell me if it's echoing. Hold on, I gotta skip to the.
Oh, it's even worse now.
Oh, maybe I should just read for Mystic Space's membership thing before.
Mystic Space? I thought you wanted me to read Hermos. I was going to read that, but...
No, Mystic Space sent a membership thing right before Charlie's super chat, and we've kind of ignored it.
Which? Okay, let me get to it in a second. But basically, I'll end this little segment on this. I think Tobey Maguire's because you know how Spider-Man's meant to be quippy and shit and cool. I actually think he is great as Spider-Man in that he quips a moderate amount to be
He is, but sometimes Tobey's gets a little bit too cheesy at times, even for Spider-Man. And the other problem is with Andrew Garfield, what do we have to stack this up? Tobey's got 3 movies, Andrew's got 2, but only one of them were good. At least Tobey's got good 2 movies. Tobey's got more material that you can compare it with. So if I were to say a better comparison is take Tobey's first movie and Andrew's first movie. Andrew kind of really got into the charismaticness that Spider-Man can have, while the quips and all that other stuff, he kind of embraced it a lot quicker. Now, that's just Andrew being Andrew, but Tobey just really nails Peter being Peter. Toby did grow into it though. It's not like Toby was always awkward. Like Spider-Man 2 is like really good. And I'll even say there's some scenes in Spider-Man 3 when he's not being cringy, he was actually being really good.
That's what I mean. Like in Spider-Man 3, he was like, remember when he's talking to Sam, he's like, "Jigs up, pal." And he's like, "I don't want to hurt you. Leave now." He's like, "I guess you haven't heard. I'm the sheriff around these parts." And Sam is like, he's like shrugs and punches.
But again, that's Toby in his third movie versus Andrew, who only has one good movie.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can make the argument that Andrew went too cool too fast, whereas Toby actually grew into it more naturally.
Well,
because he was just starting out as Spider-Man.
Well, again, but as Coolman said, that's Andrew can't help it. He's just too cool and charismatic himself. He can't turn it off. That's just who he is.
He's like, I'm sorry, I'm just too sexy.
You know what recently happened? Mystic Space. I'll get to Mystic Space in a second, I promise. But Christ, we really went off on a tangent with this. But what recently happened was Andrew Garfield recently did one of those like answer the internet
Yes, he said Toby was his favorite
fucking videos. Yeah. He said Toby was his favorite thing. Like grew up on those movies, and which is cool. But I'm just like, why are you doing this now? Like, usually celebrities do this when they're about to promote a movie or star.
Well, yeah, because he did this in an interview to deny that he was in. I told Coolman about this. There's a scale. There's a scale of a sliding scale of am I in this movie or am I not in this movie? And on the far end of the scale, like on one end, you got Alfred Molina, and on the completely opposite end, you have Andrew Garfield, and right in the middle is Tobey Maguire. Yeah. Alfred Molina is straight up just like, yeah, this is the worst kept secret. I'm in this movie. Like even before the trailers came out, he's just like, screw it. Yeah, I'm in this movie. Andrew Garfield, on the flip side, has been bending himself backwards and making up the most ludicrous like stories I've ever heard to deny why nope, that this leak is false. This leak is false. I'm not in this. Whereas when Toby's asked, he's just like, no, of course not. Wink.
Yeah. Toby knows how to play the game. Anyway, here's the money to bring back the Chevrolet stream. Maybe you can do it for older, most asked for streams. Could be labeled AI Core Classics. Maybe. I'll think about it. Thanks, Mystic Space. I appreciate it.
There was also a membership.
Awesome.
It was right.
It?
Okay, well, no,
it was right.
Oh, maybe it's because I'm on Stream. That's because I'm on Streamlabs.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah. That's okay. I'll read it.
One second. I did want to address was better or worse than Ghostbusters thing? I mean, Hermos. I'm pretty sure you could figure it out for yourself.
Yeah, Afterlife is definitely better than 2016.
A million times better. I'd even say I enjoy it more than Ghostbusters 2.
Okay. Wow. All right. Okay then. All right, I'm gonna stream to the bottom.
And I know Ghostbusters 2 gets hate, but I actually think Ghostbusters 2 is kind of underrated. There's aspects of it I didn't like, but I still think it's still a good movie. It's not as good as the first. And that's the lightning in the bottle. You're never going to be as good as the first. But Afterlife, I think, was really good. Like, I enjoyed it. I want to see it again. And I think they can... I hope they don't try to milk the crap out of it. Like, please don't ruin this. This is a good thing. Hollywood, chill out. Like, you have a good thing. Leave it be. If you are going to milk it, I would say do what they did in the 80s. Like, make a Ghostbusters cartoon. Like, something for the kids. You could have these same kid characters, do a cartoon about those kid characters, and you could have...
the misadventures that they go on. Yeah.
And Winston could be like their mission control mentor, like that. You could do that. He's funding it, and the kids are just going out on adventures. It'll do a little cartoon, something that you could put on Nickelodeon or something. It'll probably do well. And just something like, like extreme Ghostbusters or real Ghostbusters. I think that would be fine. It doesn't have to be for me, something for the kids, like the new audiences. I think that would be okay, but don't pump out sequels or TV series. Like don't. Okay. I will don't.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually something I wanted to bring up, and I actually am going to make a small video about this, but Mystic Space. I found your chat. I can't highlight it. I'm sorry, it didn't announce it for me the same way it does on the YouTube stream because I was watching it through StreamYards. But it says you've been a member for 3 months. I think the new perks that YouTube grants now is that members get a free kind of super chat or highlighted chat or something. Yeah,
something like that.
He's like, hey guys, sorry I'm late. How are you? 3, and what did I miss? Okay, thank you.
We're good.
Well, I
thanks,
can
guys.
tell you what NOMZ missed. He missed that chat for this
Yeah, I
entire
did miss
stream.
it.
Oh,
Fucking
Got him.
Fucking StreamYard's being a cunt. Yeah. Anyway, thanks, Mystic Space. I appreciate it. Let's catch up with some more.
Mystic Space has the most recent comment. About time, mate.
Mad lad. Alrighty. Burn. Alrighty. There was a RoboCop cartoon based on the Unrated classic. Alright. Sorry, I just want to catch up with some of these.
There was a Mortal Kombat cartoon for kids.
Men in Black had a cartoon for kids.
And that cartoon was rad. I watched that.
Oh, that was so good because it was so faithful to the Men in Black comics. That was really good.
We got Tom Norton. NOMZ, where's the next Revenge of the prequels? It's been nearly a year since the last one, and we haven't had the pleasure of listening to you rip Stuckmann and you asshole. Still a while away. You gotta understand, I just didn't want the channel to turn into a Star Wars only or prequel channel. It's certainly a part of the channel, but I just want to sort of focus on some other stuff. Like, I was talking to Coolman off stream, and I might be making a Matrix sequels video very soon.
Ooh, that'll be interesting.
I mean, yeah, and it's one because Resurrections is coming out, but two, like I've seen, there's been a recent video that caught my attention about the action scenes apparently being boring, and that it's not the first one I've seen. It's not the first one in the Matrix sequels. So,
okay. I was gonna say the first movie, like everybody copies like all those action scenes.
Yeah. But even still, I still think the that criticism levied toward the Matrix sequels is completely unfounded. Like, I think it's completely wrong. And I kind of want to address that because it's not the first video I've seen on the action sequences when I'm just like, these are just like, what movie did you watch, buddy? Anyway, like, I love those action scenes. Me and my brother like just talked about them all the time, reenacted them. Bloody, we enjoy them as kids, and I enjoy the shit out of them as an adult. So I might be addressing that. It won't be like a big rebuttal video against like, saying why this movie's good. It'll be talking about specific aspects of those movies that I think are completely misjudged. That's, and again, like I said, there's that one. There was another one done by this, I don't know, this woman she's a content creator. I'm not familiar with her channel. I just saw the video and I was just like, yeah, this is completely wrong. Then of course you got Chris Stuckmann's Matrix Reloaded video where he kind of talks about the action scenes being kind of similar criticism, like the boring action scenes. And I'm like, no, it's
Chris Stuckmann is the last person to ever criticize something being boring.
Yeah, that's his whole YouTube career.
Look. But,
NOMZ, I know you have a soft spot in your heart for old Chris Stuckmann. You're wrong.
No, but like for real though, like I just want to like say this, like Chris Stuckmann recently came out and said, revealed that he's had kids. He's had a set of twins. So good for him. I was really happy to see that because this is the same year, like he's had quite the year. He like renounced being a Jehovah's Witness, which is a big step. He announced he's directing a movie, and now he's dad. Like, that guy's had a banger of a year.
I like how the first big step for you, it was that he's like no longer going to be a Jehovah's Witness.
Well, I mean, no, but like, no, I just
the
mean,
first
like,
step. The first.
Well, I mean,
to a brand new world.
Well, I mean, no, but it's true. Like,
It's just the setup. It's like it's the first step of being a better channel. Well, renounce being a Jehovah's Witness.
Well, it's not really about
all
being
right, all right, everyone. If you want to know NOMZ's #1 tip on how to be a successful YouTuber, renounce being a Jehovah's Witness.
I didn't say that. No, I was just look. I get what you guys are saying.
It was just funny how you phrased it. Like, it was really funny.
Okay, well, fair enough. Yeah, no, I just, because I followed the guy for like, 6 years now, a long time. So it was just kind of cool to see him taking these steps, and yeah, it was just, you like to see that stuff, it's good positive stuff, and like, I mean, like the way he talked about leaving Jehovah's Witnesses, like that was some serious life-changing shit. The way he described it, like that. Couldn't, like, he reckons he won't ever speak to his dad again, for instance, because of how the faith is, if you can call it a faith, like what it's like,
that's actually depressing.
Yeah, but he said he had to make that decision because it was right for him. So I got, I guarantee you, if you watch his why he left the Jehovah's Witnesses video of Chris Stuckmann, you'll leave that video having newfound respect for the guy. Even if you don't like him as a creator, you'll have new respect for him as a person. That much I can guarantee. Anyway, there's a couple others I wanted to address here. A girl tried to... sorry, before I do. But long story short, next Revenge of the Prequels is going to take some more time. It's probably not until next year, at least. Another reason why I'm taking my time with it is because I feel like we've kind of got to the point where it's kind of like, the argument's over, kind of. Like, the prequels are fantastic. The mainstream internet either don't want to admit it, or the mainstream internet know it, and they're starting to backtrack. I mean, Jeremy Johns certainly did. You got creators like Rick Worley showing why the prequel backlash was unfounded. You got channels like, So Uncivilized, and the guy who made the politics on Star Wars video, like How Liberty Dies, that long... I've had that recommended to me a few times. I tried to watch it. It was really good, what I did see. But you got, these other creators coming out now and basically lambasting the prequel criticism, and I feel like we've gotten to that point where the internet is really starting to turn on, like, do a backflip on those movies, essentially. Because, and of course you got Razor Fist, who's been ahead of the curve since day one. So, yeah.
I was right. F you, I was right. F you, I was right.
So, yeah, look, I'm pretty sure the internet knows that at least a good portion of the internet knows that the prequel criticism initially was fucking stupid. Especially when you look back on it in retrospect, and you just kind of, for example, best example I can point to is Mr. Plinkett's, like, why are the midichlorians in this movie? I don't understand this. Why? I can't even wrap my mind around this. It's like, they're microscopic organisms that have a host, and hosts, like, I understood this when I was a kid. Like, whoever has a high amount of midichlorians has a greater affinity to connect to the Force. He's like, the Force is microscopic organisms. Like, no, it's not. Yeah, and pay attention.
Yeah, Plinkett is basically the ground zero of a lot of the biggest misconceptions about the prequels.
Yeah. And people parroted the guy, so he got it wrong, and then people got it more wrong, and
it's like a game of telephone.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like, how many times have you heard someone say that? Oh, George Lucas was just surrounded by a bunch of yes men. That's why the movies were bad. And then when you look at the behind the scenes stuff, it's like, that's not the case. Where did it come from? It literally came from Plinkett, with him directly accusing everyone of just being yes men, and then he goes, "Well, I wasn't there. Maybe I'm wrong." Like, very quietly after the fact.
Yeah.
So it's just like, because he knows it's not true. But he doesn't want to. He wants the thought of it to stick in your mind.
Yeah, and the people, and it really shows, like, they don't know what they're talking about, because if anyone does their research or even watch the movies, can counter those videos quite easily. That's kind of why, like, I think when I made my Watch Mojo one, I was like, I'd like to see other people start to criticize this, because I don't want to be the only person who does. It's quite easy to rebut a lot of these arguments, and I mean, like, What should have been the biggest eye-opener for people was when Cosmonaut is like, I'm going to take these movies back down a peg. It's like, oh, so these movies have to be bad. Wow, great. It's nice to know what your bias is. And then he begins, and let me finish, and then he begins, and he's like, again, I respect Cosmonaut for having a fan base, but, I mean, you look at this video, and you just
anybody can have a fan base. Twilight has a fan base. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Exactly, but, like, you look at this, his prequel video, and you just ask yourself why, because again, he's a 20-something dude, and he's like, these movies suck, and they've always sucked, and I'm gonna take them back down a peg and tell you guys why they suck. And then he's like, by the way, I just finally figured out what the plot of the Phantom Menace is, and I've watched it for 20 years, and I was like,
that's not
massive face palm. I was like, okay. It's like, did anyone watch this video? That's not exactly, I mean, you shouldn't be proud of that.
Normally, I don't brag when I don't understand something, and I finally got it years later. That's not something you add to a bragging montage.
Well, and it's funny just how delusional he is in that, because in his mind, I guarantee you, his thought process was, this movie is so badly written that no one has understood it, and I'm smart for finally figuring it out.
What's worse is that Sorry, go on, finish. Sorry.
Oh yeah, and then despite the fact that even children figured this out when they first watched the movies in theaters, I was 8 years old when that movie came out, and I'm like, I understood it just fine. Sure,
I
not
didn't
all
have
of them
any
did.
problem. I was 10. I didn't have a problem.
Yeah. And another thing is, like, in that video, he's like, I put out a poll asking, did you guys understand the Phantom Menace? And then he's like, most of you said you didn't understand it. And I was like, okay, well, that's
That's
first off,
that's only your audience on Twitter, so that's a really narrow poll.
No, but I was just like, wow. I was just like, okay, that first off, that's their problem if they couldn't understand it. And secondly, he was like, I wanted to know if you guys, could understand it or not. He's like, Cosmonaut says this verbatim, I promise you. He's like, I expected you guys to lie and say that you did understand it, but he's like, nah, you guys were actually pretty honest for once. And I was like, wow. Wow. So he thinks the honest perspective would be if people are as dumb as him and didn't understand the Phantom Menace.
That also means it's to push away the comments who did say they understood it, because like, oh, they're just lying.
Oh God.
Well, yeah, and it's funny because it's funny seeing some people who hate the prequels, or at the very least are heavily critical of them. Like even they were reacting to him negatively. Like it's funny seeing even people who admittedly hate the prequels were like, Cosmonaut, you're an effing moron. It was like, like, his criticisms were so bad. Even the people who technically agree with him hate him. Technically, it's like, because even they were like, you know what, you're still wrong about criticizing it, because there are good things. Even the biggest haters will agree that there's things that you can like about it. But and it's funny that Cosmonaut, it's like, and while the prequels are being more loved now, it's still an unfortunately widely held belief that they are bad by a lot of these same people. But the fact that
publicly, anyway.
Well, yeah. But the fact that Cosmonaut's reaction was some people coming to appreciate them was no. I have to take it down a peg. It's like
yeah. It was like he was bitter that they are actually being looked back on fondly.
Well, and one of the lines he says in that video was he said it as a joke, but it's actually really true. The fact that he was like, well, because I'm uncomfortable when people disagree with me. And I'm like, you say that as a joke, but there's more truth to that than he might even realize.
Yeah. Anyway,
you got quite a few super chats.
I know. I'm gonna get to them. It's just, I just wanted to sort of talk about Revenge of the Prequels real quick. So yeah, hopefully that explains where my mind is when it comes to Revenge of the Prequels. It's not that I don't want to do them. I actually do. It's just two things. Like, one, I want to do other shit on this channel, and two, I just feel kind of comfortable where we are now with the prequels in terms of like internet culture and shit. So yeah, I don't feel as hasty to get my thoughts out there about the prequels anymore, because like I and now so many other creators are doing that, and that's good. That's what I want to see. And so I'm kind of just like, I'll make it, but it can wait. That's my attitude towards it. Anyway, hopefully that explains it. Hashtag OG Toby. Hell yeah.
The first super chat should be Charlie's. It should be with Alfred Molina.
I will. I've got it. I just want to get through something because I was going to go through these first. A girl tries to use him to take pictures of her boyfriend's car. He got bullied. He got beat up by Flash. He's socially awkward. Am I missing something here? He was a lunar nerd, socially awkward.
He's talking about Andrew.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but like it doesn't last very long. I
think you're also missing the point.
Yes, Andrew Peter was too cool. That shit.
He was too cool. That's not us dissing Andrew, because in fact we all like Andrew. Andrew is charismatic. He is a good actor. I want Andrew to have more movies. I think Andrew was done dirty. I think he should have had a good Amazing Spider-Man 2, and that he deserved a Amazing Spider-Man 3. I appreciate Andrew, and I think he got a really unfair shake. I think he's a very talented actor, and I wish he was in more productions. And I kind of think, like, why isn't Andrew in more movies? He's a really good actor.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I think he gets enough movies, and I think he chooses a lot of good projects. Like, he was in Silence by Martin Scorsese. He was in Hacksaw Ridge by Mel Gibson. Which is a fucking awesome
I think
movie.
he should be in so much stuff though. Like he's like. I'm surprised, like when Amazing Spider-Man came out, like I was surprised. I thought, okay, he's gonna be in like everything now. Like you're gonna see him everywhere, and then he wasn't. And I was like, this kid's like really talented. Why are people like grabbing him like up?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
And also Andrew, Andrew, talking about Andrew. Yeah, like, you understand, like, I used to hate I used to hate Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man for the longest time. And I've only very recently come around to him because I went back and I watched, I watched his first movie and I really liked, like, I remember, cool, man, I was texting you, I was like, I'm going to watch, and I was still bitter because I remember hating Amazing Spider-Man 1 because it essentially reboot the story, and we didn't get a Spider-Man 4 because of it, and yeah, nice avatar. That's cool. Anyway, but I was like, yeah, it just, I'm watching the shitty Andrew Garfield movie, it's, discount Raimi Spider-Man, blah, blah, blah. And I texted you that, and then I was like, wait, dude, hold on, I'm actually really enjoying this. Like,
yeah.
And then like,
that's what I was saying.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I was texting Cool Man as I was watching. I was like, dude, I had this movie wrong for a long time. Like, I just,
And the best Stanley cameo is an Amazing Spider-Man 1. Like, that is funniest
What was it
one.
again? What was it again?
Remember whenever he's fighting Lizard in the library and
that's right. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant.
That is the funniest, like still to this day, no Stanley cameo has ever been funnier than that one. That was the funniest one.
Yeah, that was really good. Okay. Now I'll get back to super chats. I'm sorry. And then we'll go straight into the trailer. Okay. Holy shit! It's Alfred Molina, Doctor Octagonopus. Blah.
No. You gotta say it right. It's Doctor Octagonopus.
Oh, those memes! I remember those. Whenever the first teaser trailer for No Way Home came out, suddenly I was seeing nothing but shoop de whoop, like Alfred Molina. Like those memes like were brought back everywhere, and I'm just like, oh, thank goodness I'm not like an ancient person and everybody else remembers these memes too because they were funny.
I want cartoons to be made like around the 90s where yes, kids can enjoy it, but adults can watch it without feeling like a man baby, kind of like the Clone Wars. Yeah, like, I mean,
there's a couple now. I think most of them have ended.
I mean, X-Men's coming back, quote unquote.
No, that's gonna suck.
It's gonna suck. Oh, of course, it's gonna suck. I'm just saying it ended, but
if you guys want to watch a good cartoon and it didn't overstay its welcome, go watch Gravity Falls. It was really good. It was actually really good. Only 2 seasons. It was really fun. It had a lot of mystery. It's basically like if a Goonies met the X-Files.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a simple solution by that. You want cartoons to be made like around the 90s where yes, kids can enjoy it, but adults can feel it, can watch it without feeling like a man baby. Anime, my dude. A little bit of Dragon Ball, a little bit of Zoids.
Yeah, but
I think he means currently, like he wishes stuff was being made right now.
Watch
here in
the
America.
90s Spider-Man animated series. Great. I fucking enjoy the shit out of it. And you get like cameos from like the Avengers and shit in it, and you get Daredevil. It's cool. It's really good. And a lot of the Raimi movie inspirations came from that animated series, which was obviously based on the comics. So, it's good shit. You guys should check it out. I think there are. I mean, but it's also like back then people could get away with more. So like, what's considered mature back then is has been like heavily, you know what I mean? Like for example, you could get away with saying a couple of F-bombs in a PG-13 movie because you got your middle rating is PG-13. I'm guessing, right? You can get away with a couple of F-bombs back then in a PG-13 movie.
No. The rule has always been you only get one.
Oh really?
Yeah, in a PG-13 movie, you only get one.
Which is where the funny inevitable meme comes in. Since you can only get one, where would you put it in each Lord of the Rings movie?
Okay. Then what was it? I still think you could get away with more because, for example, and this is only because George Lucas had control. Revenge of the Sith was PG-13, and you get to see Anakin burning. Like that would not fly today.
I mean, like that's like you only get one. Like one F-bomb. That's all
I
you
know,
get.
but we're talking about like maturity in like
Well,
kids entertainment.
welcome to
Well,
American
actually,
rating systems. They can show you killing like so many people, but you only get one F-bomb in a PG-13.
Yeah, no, it's weird, but I'm trying to say that like everything across the board used to get away with
Oh
more
yeah,
back then.
the original Jaws was PG. You see like bloody severed limbs falling to the bottom of the ocean floor.
PG used to actually mean parental guidance because it wasn't just a slightly edgier G movie. It was like, no, there's like, you can watch a lot of like PG movies from the 80s, and it's like there's some hardcore stuff in a lot of those that would be in today PG-13.
Yeah. Well, anyway, but yeah, Clone Wars, good shit. And can everyone hear that echoing? Because it's driving me crazy. I hope it's only me. Okay, I hope it's only us two that can hear it. Because as long as chat can't hear it, that's good. That's good. Okay. Chat, let me know if that's the case. And thanks, Mystic Space, for super chat. Skids. I'm glad Stan Lee got to be in the OG Spider-Verse. You mean like so?
The animated Spider-Verse.
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse 2018.
Well, what I think was really cute also in that one is at the very end credit where they did the whole pointing Spider-Man meme is they have J. Jonah Jameson being voiced by Stan Lee. Originally in the Raimi movie, Stan Lee wanted to be J. Jonah Jameson. But when J.K. Simmons came in and auditioned for it, Stan Lee just sided defeat. And he's like, "There's no way I can top that."
Yeah. And wait, just to be clear, this is 2018 Spider-Verse, right?
Yes, that's what he means. OG, because that's the Spider-Verse, the first Spider-Verse movie.
Yeah. My problems with that movie aside, it has a lot of heart. It's a very enjoyable movie.
I loved watching that with my nephews. My nephews adore that movie. Like, it's really cute to see them like fall in love with Spider-Man. Like when I first watched the original 90s Spider-Man cartoon, like to see them fall in love with like the same characters, like just the way I did. I'm just like, I like that every generation kind of has their own Spider-Man, like that is their jumping point. And I love the movie for that. It's like, so I have a very soft spot for that movie just because I always did watch it with my nephews.
Hellblaze. I think he's talking about like how everything. This is back a while. Like we're talking about like how things copied the Matrix in terms of its action. And he says I actually feel the same way about Man of Steel. Like how superhero movies have tried to copy Man of Steel in terms of. But Man of Steel was trying to copy like the Nolan Batman films as well.
Yeah, they tried to Batmanify
Superman.
Yeah, it was not good.
Yeah. Rookie 64. Hey NOMZ, you interested in making a Spider-Man 2 video, like covering what makes it good along with the issues you might have? One day, it's certainly on a long list. I would love to talk about the Raimi movies. I would love to even talk about again the first Andrew Garfield movie. I don't really have an interest in like, people would say, why don't you do all the Spider-Man movies? Talk about Spider-Verse, talk about the Amazing Spider-Man 2. It's like I don't really have because while admittedly I do have to watch the Amazing Spider-Man 2 again.
That movie's a miserable thing to sit through. I would watch Spider-Man 3 a million times over that one.
Yeah,
I
watch Spider-Man 3 anyway.
Well, no, I mean, like you guys know that I don't like Spider-Man 3, but I mean, like at least with Spider-Man 3, I can at least have fun with it sometimes. You cannot have fun with Amazing Spider-Man 2. It's just bad. It's miserable. It's not even fun bad. It is bad.
Well, yeah, but see, that's the thing, like, knowing how bad it is, assuming if I watch it again I feel the same way, which I'm pretty sure I would, like, I'm not the kind of guy, unless I have a big investment in it, I don't really take much joy in, like, just making a video to shit on a product. Like, I like to talk about what makes it good and why I enjoy it and what people can take from it and things like that. So, regarding doing videos on Spider-Man movies, like, I'm passionate about the Raimi trilogy. I'm passionate about one of the Mark Webb films. I actually spoke to Cool Man about maybe making a Far From Home and Homecoming. I actually did have a Far From Home video, but I wasn't too happy about it. Maybe I'll redo it. But like, Homecoming's on the list, and I reckon I'll still cover No Way Home when it comes out, especially if based on what I've heard from the leaks, which we will go through. We're going to go through the leaks, and I'll let you guys know when we are, so you guys can click away, so you don't get spoiled, if you don't want to be spoiled. Yeah, based on the leaks, I reckon I'll definitely have a lot to say about No Way Home when it comes out. Chris Stuckmann will be the title of those episodes. I think he's talking about Revenge of the Prequels. Not really. I don't really. One thing I can tell you guys to expect from the Chris Stuckmann Revenge of the Prequels when they're made is that they will be far more civil than the other prequel videos.
Chat, there's something you have to understand. The people who are mean to Chris Stuckmann will always be being cool, man. It'll never be Anomaly.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I will be... But, give me a break.
No.
Connor, how you doing, buddy? I stopped listening to Stuckmann when he gave the
Beauty and the Beast.
Beauty and the Beast 2017 and A.
The live-action remakes. It was the live-action one. And that movie is terrible. Like, it is atrocious.
I actually almost watched it because of that review, actually, if I remember correctly. Because that was back when I was... one, that was back before I had a channel, and two, was back when I was really hanging off Stuckmann's every word. It was in late 2017 when he gave his Last Jedi review that I kind of woke up a bit. Oh, TLJ. The amount of people you red-pilled. Which is probably the one good thing about that movie, is how many
It's a monkey's paw.
It's a monkey's paw, yes. You can still cover the prequel video games. I haven't really played them. I apologize. Revenge of the Sith is definitely on my list. Let's keep going.
There's another super chat from Connor.
Yeah, that's it. FRLM. Here's the reason George retired. I think. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to lump all that on Red Letter Media.
It's a part of it.
It's certainly a part of it.
It's not.
But you don't want to give it too much credit.
There's another super chat later on. I'll cover more of it once we get to that super chat. That also talks about. No,
this one?
not that one.
Oh.
Not
Okay.
that one. It's a later one. I'll talk about why it's not. But once we get to that super chat, it'll be more applicable there rather than just repeat myself.
Okay. But anyway, yeah. Thanks for the super chat, Connor. Yeah. Don't give them too much credit. Plinkett is just an angry Trekkie that was jealous Star Wars was doing better than Star Trek, so he out on a campaign against. So he meant against Star Wars. I think is what he meant, or against George. I don't really know how much truth there is.
I know he's a huge Star Trek fan. I know he is.
I know that
because of he's been like eviscerating a lot of the new ones, which a lot of people are happy about.
Yeah,
because they hate them a lot.
I don't think we can really say that his specific motivation was to tear down Star Wars.
I don't want to assign a motivation to him because I'm not him and I'm not inside his head.
I think the explanation is a lot simpler than that. It's just attention.
He didn't.
And money.
He didn't like he was one of the people who didn't like the prequels, and was basically he had
a microphone. He had a YouTube channel.
Yeah, he was one of the first people who got attention complaining about the prequels, and it snowballed from there.
Shtick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for super chat, Mystic. There's a couple of chats I want to answer. It's just we got to get to. We really got to start up the trailer. Has anyone heard of Die Another Day? Yes, I've heard of it. It's a James Bond movie featuring over-the-top anime technology that's to watch. It's cheesy and silly. I think
Cool Man's a better person.
I am a James Bond fan, and that movie can burn in hell. I hate
Cool
that
Man's
movie.
The one you can talk to. He knows James Bond.
Speaking of which, I'm actually going to see. What is it? I'm actually going to see.
Oh no!
Let me finish. First time I'm going to the cinema at least unless maybe we'll cancel it, but I haven't been to the cinema in so long, and my brother wants to see.
No, not that one.
Don't say it.
No Time to Die. Yeah.
No.
And I was
no, don't. It's
like, do you want to go see?
It's actually like The Last Jedi of.
Really, it's that bad.
Yeah, it's that bad.
Wow. I knew it was gonna be bad.
I'm not even a hardcore James Bond fan, and it offends me.
Well, I'd like to say I'm a moderate fan of James Bond. I haven't watched all of them. I'm a huge fan of Brosnan. I like Daniel Craig. I think I've seen one or two, maybe three of the older films. or at least parts of them. But I really like Casino Royale and Skyfall. And I actually thought Spectre was okay. Not great, just okay. I said it was okay. Like, I didn't think it was. I found it interesting.
One of Cool Man's earliest videos, was it ripping into Spectre or was it Skyfall?
It was Skyfall. It was back in 2012.
It was Skyfall. That's right. You and that friend of yours, you guys were like ripping into it.
It was a 3-hour video of us literally just off the cuff ranting about how bad Skyfall was. It is absolute garbage.
I mean, Skyfall's got its problems. Skyfall's got its problems.
No, Skyfall is a problem. The whole movie is bad.
I enjoyed the Home Alone ripoff at the end.
Oh no, I hate that. So I completely hate.
Hey, they went to Scotland. I love Scotland.
No, you're not supposed to give James Bond a coherent backstory. That's the whole point. He never has a 100% coherent backstory. But then they're like, so
he's like the Joker in that regard.
Yeah, kind of like that. It's in all of the movies, they never focus on specifically what his backstory is. There are only the occasional hints of something, but they never delve into it. Then Skyfall's like, no, we're just going to firmly establish a backstory. Also, the ambiguity of whether his name was James Bond or whether James Bond was like a title. Yeah, no, screw any ambiguity about that. We're just saying his real name is James Bond. I hate it. And I hate that they named the movie after that stupid estate. I hate it. I hate Skyfall. Everything after Quantum of Solace is bad. The Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace are the only two good Daniel Craig Bonds. Everything after that is complete garbage.
This Spiderman podcast is brought to you by James Bond.
Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
But anyway, I don't like Die Another Day. So by the way, I don't like Die Another Day. There's a reason why that they rebooted it with Daniel Craig after that movie. It was that bad.
This was the super chat that I wanted to address.
Let me just say thanks to Vids for the super chat. I appreciate it, man. I'll read this and then Angel, you expand. Do you guys actually think maybe George would have sold Star Wars regardless if the Plinkett reviews didn't exist?
Yes, he would have. Anna did a whole breakdown on this on one of her podcasts months ago where she was addressing Bob Iger's book. There was a lot of circumstances that pushed into George selling Star Wars. Yes, he was disenfranchised because of the fan base, but the major reason is also because of parts of Lucasfilm's subsidiaries that they bought out have been failing. They were going bankrupt. So to save them, rather than fire a whole bunch of people to save money, Lucas decided he wanted to save Star Wars, but he wanted the Pixar deal. Because when Pixar basically let Disney buy them out, though, they still said, hey, I can't remember whoever's in charge of Pixar, but basically you're still in charge. Like, even though Disney owns you, you're still in charge. Lucas was basically sold by Bob Iger that was going to be the same thing. Even though if Disney buys him out, he was going to get the Pixar deal. And by the time that they were so far in the negotiations and Lucas couldn't back down unless he was going to lose out millions and millions and millions and millions. So basically sign the deal or you're going to lose a whole lot of money. And he wasn't going to be in charge. And they were basically kicking him to the curb. And Iger brags about this in his autobiography. This is in Bob Iger's, this is who my source is. It's Bob Iger himself.
Right.
He sold George the sword of the stick. He manipulated him, and he was surprised that Lucas was so bitter. Dude.
Yeah.
That's how much of a heartless sociopath he is. That he couldn't comprehend that his good friend of decades was bitter that he screwed him out of a deal because he was just like, but I made a good business deal. Why aren't you happy?
Yeah.
So I think
but George himself though.
Yeah, but I think regardless of the prequels, like with the Plinkett reviews, George was going to be heading down that path anyway.
Well, look, let's talk about it in more broader terms. Let's not say the Plinkett reviews, but the prequel, the what do we call it? The
bandwagon?
The post-mortem Star Wars hate he received after the prequels certainly had an impact on his decision. And George Lucas himself has even said that.
Yes.
Was it the most deciding factor? Probably not.
No, but my point
I
is
think
it contributed to it, but it was not the sole reason. Like there were many other factors that went into it. So even if Plinkett never existed, I honestly 100% think George still would have gone down that path. Maybe not back in 2012. Maybe it would have been even further down the line where it would have happened. But because of the fact that there were businesses that Lucas's like company owned were losing money, and Lucas sold this deal to save all those people their jobs.
Yeah, and Disney fired them anyway, I'll bet. Well, I mean, didn't they like completely? I mean, they
a lot of
Clone Wars.
Well, no, because a lot of them still have jobs, but a lot of them are probably just like toe the line and do what we say, or else you're out of a job because it's Hollywood, and that's how Hollywood is. They hold you hostage.
Yeah, but also I think I think the hate he got from the prequel backlash or whatever, I think that was the deciding factor in him relinquishing control. You know what I mean? Like maybe he would have been far more. I'm trying to find the right words.
He would have fought harder for
control. Yeah, yes. I think, but I think he was really beaten down from the backlash, and he was kind of like, just as long as it's well taken care of. You guys can do what you want with it. I'm relinquishing control, but and then there's all the other business stuff too. Anyway,
but like the whole situation was a lot more complicated than just people hated the prequels, so he sold. Because there was like over a decade of between the point where people started hating the prequels and then him selling it.
Yeah. Spur. Remember when Shia LaBeouf was in everything? Pepperidge Farm.
Yeah, and then he kind of lost. Then he lost his mind in real life, and that's why you don't see him in anything anymore.
Yeah. And you got Bolt. How you doing? Not super big fan of the prequels, but I am happy that you guys are happy. It reminds me a lot of what happened with Skyward Sword back in the day, because Skyward Sword is a prequel, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a prequel to pretty much everything in Zelda. It did get flack, but like all Zelda games did. Wind Waker got a lot of flack when it first came out, and then time was kind of Wind Waker. Twilight Princess got flack, and then time was kind of Twilight Princess. So Zelda fans always do this. They'll be like, this isn't what we wanted. We liked it better when it was XYZ. And then they do XYZ. They're like, no, this sucked. We liked it better when you did the other thing. And so Nintendo's just like, I don't even want. So it's just Nintendo just does their own thing. But like, I do have some issues with Skyward Sword, but overall, it's still a great game, amazing story. If you haven't, I do recommend playing the HD version. I think it's the best version of Skyward Sword that you could get on the Switch. It's a good game.
Yeah. Sorry, I still got to play Skyward Sword. It's that, and I got to play Metroid Dread as well. But I haven't played the other Metroid games.
Oh yes, play.
Do I have to play the older Metroid games, like Metroid Prime and Metroid?
I would say you don't have to play them, but definitely look up some like lore, like maybe just like quickly recap some stuff on a Wikipedia, just so that way you can understand, because there is definitely like Metroid Easter eggs and stuff like that to things that happened beforehand.
Yeah. If you understand the lore, then there's a lot of stuff that happens in it that'll make a lot of I was very happy with a lot of stuff that happened, because they didn't go too deep into it, but like stuff that happened in it is like referencing a lot of elements of Samus's backstory that aren't really touched on in the games. It's mostly stuff relegated to like a manga from like 2002, but all of the important stuff like is said in the game, and when you first start up Dread, it'll give you a brief sort of run through of all of the main games of this is the main thing that happened. This is what happened in Metroid 1, then Metroid 2, then Super Metroid, and then Metroid Fusion, and then that's where Dread comes in.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I'll check it out eventually. I think Skyward Sword is higher on my list. So I really want to check that out. Because I never got to play it on the Wii. I played Twilight Princess on the Wii. That was really good. Anyway, and I just got to
my favorite.
I just got to the part of the chat where
you've never fulfilled that promise, by the way, with me. You said back in E3 when we did the E3 stream, you said, "Don't worry, Angel, I'll get you on subtitle. We'll talk about Twilight Princess." We never have.
Well, maybe when we talk about Breath of the Wild 2 when it comes out, we can do something like that.
Yes, because Twilight Princess is my favorite game. I love it so much.
It's either number 1 or number 2 for me as well. It's a really
Number
good
one,
fucking
like
game.
my number
It's got one of
one
the best
game.
endings I've ever seen. If
I
you want
love-
to talk about bittersweet endings, like that's Twilight Princess in a nutshell.
I love it so much.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And I just got to the part of the chat where I told everyone I was going to see No Time to Die.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's
And
like, no,
why is-
don't do it.
Wise Wolf. Well, Noms, now it's your time to die. That's great.
Yeah. No Time to Die. More like yes.
It's like
time
as soon
to
as
die.
as soon as I mentioned it, it's like everyone's like, "No, Noms, don't do it." I was like, "What?" I was like, "I heard it was bad. Is it that bad?"
Everyone is just like, stop! You're going down a path I can't follow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll read Connor's super chat and then we'll get straight into it. Okay? Because I apologize. We have been going.
There have been
over
so
and
many
Charlie-
super chats.
You know what? No, actually, no. I got to put my foot down. Let's just start this right now.
It's okay. We love you, chat. We just love talking to you.
Okay, so Cool
Yep.
Man is going to take the.
I have a funny story, by the way, about this trailer.
What?
Whenever I was seeing Ghostbusters Afterlife, they were showing a lot of trailers for a lot of Sony stuff. So first they showed Uncharted, and which Tom Holland's starring in that. He's like a
Oh
young.
my god.
So
That's-
they showed that, and then immediately it segued into this trailer. So there was a couple of kids sitting next to me, like with their family, and the little kids were like really confused. They were like, "Huh?" They're like, "Wait a second, this isn't Uncharted." Then they're like, "Oh wait, it's Spiderman." Like they thought like it was still like the Uncharted trailer, and then suddenly they were like, "Oh wait a minute, oh right, he's Spiderman, duh."
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Sony love to. What's the word I'm looking for? Like,
Look at our products. Look at our products. Look at our products.
Well,
Bye, bye, bye,
they have products shielded inside their products.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, let's get started.
All right.
I want to turn up the volume a little bit, just a tad. And I see pause here.
I got a bit by that.
I'm really worried that this sequence is from a certain someone, like, dying in the final battle.
I hope so. I hope so. Oh my
What?
gosh.
Why?
I hope.
I'm dreading that. I don't want to see that.
Oh,
But
I
I
want
want
to
to.
see that.
But I mean, the shitstorm that's going to come from it, though, is going to be
No,
Oh,
cool
no.
man, don't, no, cool man, shh. We just, please, I
Oh,
want it.
I want.
I'll buy. I told Cool Man that instead I was gonna I'll buy a ticket for another movie and then I'll go sit in Spider-Man. But if this character, like if a character I hate actually dies, then I'm buying the ticket for No Way Home.
No. Oh yeah, no. I saw that. No. I'm not talking about Michelle. I'm talking about Toby. I'm worried that this is going to be.
Oh
Toby's
no,
death.
I don't. No, I don't think they are. Because of why would Tom Holland have this reaction? Because he doesn't have much of a deep connection.
Because
he
he
would have
can't
this
save everyone, Angel.
No,
can't
I
save
don't.
everyone.
No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I'm pretty sure that because especially a lot of leaks because I've been following every leak because I'm very have bile fascination for this movie, and the leaks that said that Toby was going to die, most of them don't confirm that. Only 2 leaks say that, and I don't think it's a legit leak.
Okay.
Well, yeah, those are also way old. Like that was one of the original leaks.
Yeah,
that
at the
came out.
beginning of the year, and a lot of the
Right.
other leaks that I've been reading have not confirmed that was a case. So I don't
Okay.
think that Toby's going to die.
I mean, the only bright spot I could see from that happening is just the massive internet shitstorm that would hit. I reckon that would be the death of the
I
internet.
don't think even Sony is
That'll be
stupid
it.
enough for that. But then again, they did kill off Joel in The Last of Us too. So
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, their film division and their game divisions are two completely different things.
And they're both equally garbage.
No, because here's the thing: when I was at my old job, and I was getting sick of the fucking Ghostbusters 2016 fucking trailer. I had to watch every single fucking day for 1,000 times every goddamn day.
you have my condolences.
Yeah, well, thankfully I'm years removed from that now. But I was asking, why don't we put on some Ratchet and Clank or like Spider-Man PS4 or something. You know what I mean? Like, why don't we advertise some of their video games on the televisions? And then my boss is like, because they don't want that. Their film is like, you have to understand, their film division and their game division, they do not get along. They're two completely different sides of the coin.
Which is really weird considering they're trying to adapt some of their games. Like they're doing Uncharted. They're in talks of doing a Ghost of Tsushima game, and like the fact that they're also like they changed their Spider-Man for the new Spider-Man. Like whenever it came to PS5, they changed the model for him to look more like Tom Holland.
Yeah.
When everybody hated that, they were like, no. You're like, we liked the old model.
I will be playing, in my own time, I will be playing the PS4 version of Marvel Spider-Man.
It's all right. I
can't wait to play it on my QLED television too. QLED makes games look so good with the color.
I have issues with it, but it's not bad. It's just, I think it's just okay.
What, the game? Or
the game. I think the game is just okay. I will say that great. I think the gameplay is fantastic, but the story I think is just okay. It feels like just another episode of a Spider-Man cartoon.
Well, isn't that what you want from a Spider-Man game? Like to feel like
you're
in
No. I don't want it to feel like just an okay like episode of a TV show. Like I want it to be like, I have higher standards for games than I do than that. Like especially when you can get more done in a video game than in a TV show.
That's true. Story-wise,
I don't think the story's that amazing. It's the gameplay is what what's amazing.
No, but I mean, like, for a video game, like the gameplay, I think should be top priority. But like, story-wise, I'm pretty sure TV series can get more done than a video game. I mean, it depends on the length of the video game, obviously. But anyway, right. Well,
and I don't like the Spider-Man suit. I really hate that one. I would always switch it out.
I love that you can swap them. It's done by Insomniac, and they really they take themselves seriously in that they want to.
I always put on the Raimi one.
Oh, that's what I can't wait to do. I'm gonna put the Raimi one on. Oh, and I think there's a couple of other cool ones I saw. It was always the white spider on the chest that I found weird.
Yeah, I hate that. But phone call. Hang on, I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah, the design of the suit in PS4 Spider-Man looked so awful. It's I'd put it on tier with like the MCU, like the Homecoming and like Civil War suit.
I've always. Yes, go on.
As like, I just think they're so ugly.
I don't think the Homecoming suit is ugly. I just think it's lacking. When I first saw it, I was like, this suit looks like a baby version of Spider-Man. It looks like there's barely any detail in. Like the Raimi suit had like the web linings running throughout the entire suit. Had an excellent blend of colors. The Garfield, the first suit, looks kind of weird. The second suit looks great. I think that's what everyone unanimously agrees upon is like the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, the suit looks
one
good.
Of the best suits. Yeah. And it, honestly, because I watched a couple of clips of it a few months ago. Granted, it was out of context, but it had some of the best like swinging scenes that I've ever seen in a Spider-Man movie. So I think it has that going for it. But obviously, it's got nothing to do with the story. So yeah. But yeah, the Disney Spider-Man suit just looks like
it's too clean.
It's clean. Yeah, thank you. Clean is what I'm looking for. That's the word. It looks, and not to mention, it's too robotic in some ways too. I didn't really mind Iron Boy Jr. You know what I mean? Like people call him because he is. Let's face it. But I didn't mind that about it because I always kind of felt it fit with the MCU, given like his backstory, his relationship with Tony Stark, etc. But the suit always bugged me though, and that again, it was very clean. Like it was didn't have the detail of the other suits, which looked like they had more care put into them. In some ways, the suit was as soulless as Disney.
Oh.
Anyway, let me just answer these super chats real quick. Given that you think George would have sold eventually, do you think there would have been a chance that George could have made the sequels before selling? I'll leave that for Angel.
I don't know. That's really hard to tell. He's had a couple of script ideas. It's possible, or maybe it's not. We don't know. And we don't live in that timeline.
Well, that's the thing where, like, that's why I say the prequel hate really made him relinquish control, because he was in the middle of kind of setting up production for the sequels when he changed his mind. He even contracted Mark Hamill and the rest of them before he sold to Disney.
No. My point wasn't that the sequels probably wouldn't have been made by him. My point was that he was going to eventually sell anyway because of he was doing that to save jobs.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like I said, regarding the whole prequel hate and backlash he received,
and
like,
he always
made him.
He always actually had a good relationship with Disney. Like they've actually had a really good, long-standing relationship for a while. So to see them kind of knife him in the back is what's really, really gutless.
Yeah.
I can't stand Disney. Cool, man. I love that you had Dr. Octanopus PFP.
Octagonopus.
Dr. Octagonopus.
Yeah. I was like, where did you get that from? It's like, you had that on standby.
The second I saw the super chat, I was just like, I immediately got this ready.
Cool man's really quick with the Google search.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'll answer this one really quickly. What's my problem with Into the Spider-Verse? How would you rate it out of 10? It's one of my favorite movies. Christ, I'd have to really think about this because I put it. It's gonna take too long for me to answer this, but I'll tell you what I hate the most. I actually hated Uncle Aaron's death the most. First time I saw it, I thought it was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life.
I liked it, but that's just because of in the comics, it's way worse.
Oh no! He's not talking about the character. He's talking about the specific way that he dies.
No, I mean both the character and the way he dies is way worse.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's good in Spider-Verse. It's really dumb.
I'm just saying that it's leagues and bounds better. It's like,
fair enough, but
it's a slightly less turd.
I don't really want to get on this tangent. Basically, or to say like there's a
there's
whole
a
bunch
bigger
of stuff
discussion.
like that, the way he, because like they show him to be like a caring uncle and one of the only people that Miles can talk to, and then when he's revealed to be when he's revealed to be the Prowler, and obviously Miles knows he's the Prowler, and when he's about to kill Miles, and Miles takes off his mask, and then Uncle Aaron comes to that revelation, he does nothing, and then he gets shot by Kingpin, who could have just shot Miles. And like, I think you and me joked about this, cool man. It's like, what would an uncle do in this scenario when he finds out his nephew is Spider-Man and is in danger? And then you're like, he would do what Milan would do: get off the roof, get off the roof. Yeah. So, and I understand that he's in shock, but like people say, well, he was in shock, and I was like, okay, cool, he was in shock. That doesn't mean he should do nothing.
And why would Kingpin immediately shoot him instead of trying to shoot Miles? Like that's just like this guy. Like even if you think that you're questioning his allegiance, it's like, okay, you're gonna try to kill your guy instead of the Spider-Man. It's dumb.
Yeah, it's just, I know. I always meme the way he dies. Like when I do, don't get me wrong, I do think it's very well voice acted and animated. Like when he actually dies in Miles' arms, like, but for some reason when he says, I always get a chuckle out of it. It's like, "You're the best of all of us, Miles. You're on your way. Keep going." I don't know why. It's not a bad line, but it's a line that always makes me crack up. I don't know what it is, but okay. But that aside, again, it's just how he gets shot that really pisses me off. And Spider-Verse has a whole bunch of that other stuff in there, and like, there's nothing like how Gwen Stacy like time travels when that really wasn't a part of the whole. Oh my gosh! Look, you have to suspend your disbelief enough just to buy the multiverse stuff, like how only Spider-Man get pulled into the multiverse because one Spider-Man got pushed into the collider, and somehow that just whatever. You have to suspend and I can suspend my disbelief for that, but then the whole Gwen Stacy time travel, like that caused, and the fact that God, one of the things I really hate about that movie is Spider Sense. Fucking hate it the way it's used.
It's literally just a plot device.
The biggest plot convenience ever, and like it doesn't even work. It doesn't obey its own rules because Gwen's spider sense doesn't go off when she's around Miles, and neither does Miles when he, it's until later because they have to have that whole little thing
revelation.
Anyway,
yeah. But yeah, like this is a far bigger topic to talk about than.
Yeah, look. But I should probably say, like, I don't hate Spider-Verse. I actually really like it, and I really enjoy watching it. I just have to. It's a film that has a lot of heart to it. It's heart's in the right place.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I was like, I have a lot of problems, and I don't think it's a good movie. but like it's got its heart in the right place. They
Well,
were
and
trying.
You can tell the people who made it loved the Spider-Man comics. They loved the
Yes.
Raimi movies. They were
Yes.
big fans of like these are people who obviously grew up loving Spider-Man, and they really wanted to make a Spider-Man basically for their kids.
Yeah, one thing. Let me say two things I love about that movie that I think are just fantastic. Is Peter B. Parker is one of them. I think he's everyone's favorite character, and Miles, even though he's like the only cop in New York City for some reason, Miles' dad is fantastic as well.
Oh, I love Miles' dad. Miles' dad is great.
Yeah. But it's like, where are the other cops? He's popping up everywhere. Anyway, but yeah.
That doesn't bother me though, because one, it's a cartoon, and two, it's a comic book. So a lot of its pacing feels very like a comic book.
Yeah, look, I can get past it. I just like it's just kind of like an eyebrow raiser for me. Look, anyway. Hopefully that mostly answers that question, but like, yeah, there's a lot to talk about with that. Bottom line, I don't hate Spider-Verse. I just think it's heavily overrated and has a lot of problems, but is a lovable movie and has its heart in the right place. Anyway.
Yeah, if it was on, movie, I wouldn't turn it off, yeah.
Yeah. This movie, on the other hand, and its art style and soundtrack are amazing. They're fantastic. Anyway, this movie, on the other hand, does not look like it has its heart in the right place at all.
Yeah.
Since I got bit by that spider, I've only had 1 week.
Cool, man. You're gonna have to keep pausing it because it's Sony.
Oh yeah.
And he says the only week I had that was normal was the week I told you I was Spider-Man.
Which was wow. F you to biggest F you to Ned, by the way.
Yeah, and but also so it must have been a week before they found out he was Spider-Man, and this all happened, I'd imagine.
And big F you to to Tony. Who's always been part of his life, and F you to Aunt May, so this is the only time you've ever felt normal, really?
Yeah, it's well, it's all about Michelle. Michelle's like super ultra important to him now. I mean, I don't like how they rushed. I mean, there are some parts of Far From Home that I like with Peter and Michelle's, kind of growing chemistry, but it does feel kind of.
It bothers me because of how much they built up Liz Allen, and then nobody cares about her anymore.
Is Liz a character from the comics? Yeah, cool, man. That's the problem.
Yes, she is. She's one of his original. She didn't last long, but she was one of Peter's first love interests.
Okay, all right.
Well, and
Liz, who's Liz? I was like, I guess I haven't.
Well, and freaking hell, and
she's in Homecoming.
Yeah, I know she's in Homecoming. I just didn't know where I thought she was kind of just completely manufactured. I didn't realize she was actually based off a character.
Yeah, that's what bothers me about the whole Michelle with the MJ thing. I'm like, you used Liz. Why couldn't you bring other characters? And then you could have put your own unique spin on them. You could have done Betty Brant. You could have heck, they could have even fixed Carly Cooper. Wouldn't have that been interesting, cool man?
Yeah, that would have been hilarious if this was Carly Cooper.
Well, they sure treat her like Carly Cooper. My gosh,
really, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing,
she's the greatest thing ever, or something.
Well, I mean, it doesn't kind of feel like with Far From Home, they went from Peter and MJ went from being kind of estranged or just kind of acquaintances to she's super into him now because she's MJ. Because Mystic Spaces, they really want to push MJ. It seems
but she's not. She's anti Mary Jane. Everything about her is the antithesis of who Mary Jane Watson is, and it bothers me.
I know that. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying they call her MJ.
Well, yeah. Do you remember right after Homecoming happened and she was like, call me MJ, and then everyone got pissed off about that because they're like, oh, so you're replacing Mary Jane with her? And then Marvel was like, no, she's just a unique character. That was a coincidence. We just called her MJ,
Yeah, it was just a homage. They were just saying, they were like, it's just a homage. We're not trying to replace Mary Jane, as if we didn't know you've always been constantly for for decades in the comic books. They hated Mary Jane. They always hated Mary Jane, and they always hated that fans loved Mary Jane. They were always resentful because they always had their favorite love interest. Like whatever writer's favorite love interest, and they were bitter. They were bitter that fans always loved Mary Jane more. And they've always been trying to like get rid of it, and fans don't like it. So they've always felt like they've had to be forced to keep Mary Jane and Peter together because that's what fans like. Well, yeah, we like them. We like them. Leave them alone. Who cares? Get over yourself. Make a comic about some other new character falling in love with your favorite Spider-Man waifu.
I'll say this much: like, I didn't mind the twist at the time. I thought it was like, oh, that's a unique twist. It's like, oh, she was MJ the whole time. Yeah, but like, I was speaking from a position that carried a lot of ignorance with it. So like, I know now from you, Angel. A lot of it came from you, actually. Just how much they've wanted to kind of sweep Mary Jane under the rug. And not to mention how woke,
hated her.
Not to mention how I watched this movie before I caught on to like woke culture in Hollywood. This is back in 2017. Remember, this is pre-TLJ NOMZ. All right, pre-TLJ NOMZ was kind of an idiot, so I didn't really mind as much back then. And now I do, but I still maintain that Michelle's an okay character. Like, she doesn't make you hate her guts.
I hate her guts.
Well, that's you.
Oh, I hate her
I'm
guts.
different.
I really hate her guts.
She's like.
Chat, let me know if there's an echo. Sorry, come in, continue.
Oh, I like this one comment from Darth Prime. Jefferson Davis and Captain George Stacy would make a great team.
Yeah.
The Specs went to better job with Liz Allen than Homecoming. Okay.
Yeah, they did. And they also did race bend her in that.
Yeah, Liz was originally a white girl.
Yeah. Wasn't she Hispanic in Spectacular Spider-Man?
Yes, they made her Hispanic in Spectacular Spider-Man.
Yeah, and she was still a great character in that.
All right. I feel they need to push MJ, and I think I already answered this one. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, like Miles's dad met up with Gwen Stacy's dad. They would be like the most like the best cop team.
Yeah. They would be the Arnold Schwarzenegger. The arm grabbing.
That's who Jefferson Davis is. That's Miles' dad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't get it because it was. Sorry, Morales must be his mother's name because she's Portuguese.
Yeah.
Am I got that right? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I think isn't she Hispanic?
Yeah, she's Hispanic. Her last name is Morales. Like, that's why he's Miles Morales. But the reason why that Miles goes by his mother's last name, this is backstory that they never talk about in the movie. But like because Jefferson and Aaron had such a really bad past. Like real shady stuff, doing a lot of crime before he turned himself around. He didn't want Miles to be associated with that name. So they thought it would be better. Yeah, they thought it would be better if he went by his mother's name, so that if anyone was like, "Oh, the Davis boys, those were a bunch of thugs back in the day."
That's it.
Oh, Puerto
I thought it was
Rican,
Portuguese.
That's okay.
Puerto Rican.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, Puerto Rican.
My bad.
So she is Hispanic because she's Puerto Rican.
Yeah. Peter had so many love interests, but Mary Jane was the best one. I agree. And Peter was a player. For being such a nerdy outcast, he was a player.
Well, and the reason is because if he was kind of a self-insert for a lot of these writers. He's this dweeby guy who loves comic books. He's a nerd. He loves all these things. So they were kind of like, every one of them had their ideal girl. So they kind of would self-insert themselves into Peter. And they wanted like that girl, like my dream girl. Peter would get with my dream girl. The other writer's like, no, Peter should get with my dream girl. It's like, no, Peter should get with my dream girl. And for whatever reason, they all hated Mary Jane, even though all the Spider-Man fans loved Mary Jane. Like we're like, no, we like her. Just go with her.
Yeah. Pre-TLJ NOMZ wasn't an idiot. I love this comment from Shiny. Pre-TLJ NOMZ wasn't an idiot. He was just sheltered until Disney came in with the Wrecking Ball.
No, he was a sheltered idiot.
That's one way to put it. Anyway, cool, man. Let's get on with the trailer.
All right.
You have the helm.
That was when you found out.
Screw you.
And he's like, what, dodge? Like, this guy didn't get paused. He's like swinging around to try and dodge the cops. So can't he just ditch her somewhere and just fly off himself?
Now, granted, we don't know the context of that scene, so maybe there's a reason for it.
Well, I imagine this is just after Mysterio's blown his cover, and everyone's like, "What?"
Well, again,
hunt down Spider-Man.
Again, we don't know though until we've seen the movie.
Yeah, like they are like I guarantee you, like every single shot here is being edited in a malicious way to make you not know what's going on. It's it's like
Noms is still an idiot. That hasn't changed. Well, you're the one listening to me, Danger. You're
so
the
who's
one.
the bigger idiot?
Well, I mean, I didn't say that.
What was the Gandalf inspired Merlin?
Hmm?
Yeah, you.
That was me. That was Noms having a Noms moment.
Yeah,
But,
so that's you being you. You're stupid.
Well, I mean, I have my moments, but I wouldn't say that's the majority of me.
I'm just teasing you.
I know. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to go watch George of the Jungle that was made in 1950 that inspired Tarzan in the 1990s.
Please
Wink,
go
wink.
drink some coffee.
Wink,
All
wink,
right.
nudge, nudge.
All right. We're going.
Okay, yep.
Evil.
What happened? Is it
Oh
not
no, it
froze?
yeah, it froze on me.
Uh-oh.
Want to reboot it, or what do you want to do?
No, it should. Here we go.
Okay,
Got it.
okay. Just be ready to pause.
Wanted everyone to forget the Peter Parker Spider-Man.
Yeah, okay, go back, actually. There's something I want to show you guys.
All
Okay,
right.
just use the arrow keys. Okay. Just pause when you... Okay, see what he's wearing right now? Pause. He's wearing flannel right now, right?
Yes.
Now, pause when he's talking to Doctor Strange. Just see exactly what I'm talking about.
Forget the Peter Parker Spider.
Pause.
Yeah, completely different outfit.
He's wearing suit there. So this is different from... What's happened is... What I think, guys, what happened is... This is days after, or a day after, they cast the spell. So they cast the spell. If you watch the spell scene, he's in the flannel. But this is after he looks like he's in his his suit. And what did he fight Dr. Octopus in? He went from a suit and tie to Iron Spider. So I'm thinking this is just after that. What actually alerts him that something's going wrong is when Dr. Octopus shows up.
I think that stuff happens after the Dr. Octopus thing, but that leads into a certain leaked photo from John Campia, so I won't discuss it here.
Yeah, well, we will talk about those, but I'll let everyone know when that's going to happen. So we won't...
Okay, all right. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So, I guess talk amongst yourselves while I'm away.
Knowing me and Angel, we're going to eat each other alive without clashing perspectives.
No. See, this is better. He was holding us back.
Anyway, but yeah, no. Wait. What do you mean that Dr. Octopus is going to show up before? Because that's what I said. Like Dr. Octopus shows up before this scene.
I think that possibly that's going to actually be after this scene.
Oh,
I think of remember one of those leaked photos from John Campia, not the one with the three dudes, but the one with the scene where they're sitting down with a certain actor from a Netflix show.
Yeah.
So he notice how, and then remember the trailer whenever Peter was also like arrested too, like the teaser trailer. I think this takes place after his little that leaked photo from John Campia, but before Dr. Octopus. That's my theory.
Okay. Well, I mean, I know that all the legal drama bullshit with Peter Parker's Spider-Man, everyone gets questioned about it. That's going to happen first because that's the immediate aftermath of Far From Home.
He would also need to go to court, right? And remember in the teaser trailer where he was like walking down and everybody like he was being mobbed by paparazzi and he was wearing like he would have to
That's
be
right. He
like
does have to go to court. That's what they show them all going to like a trial or some sort of hearing.
Yeah.
Was he in a suit in that?
Well, you have to in America. You have to dress nice for like court proceedings.
Okay.
So
either he's on his way to
this is
court or he's after court right here.
I think this is after court. I think the court didn't go his way. I think that's why he's meeting up with Doctor Strange.
Yeah. Okay. Right. All right.
If a rewrite didn't change this, because mind you, chat, they in Hollywood like to rewrite their scripts several times, especially with Disney. Be like, good lord.
And Tom Holland has even said as much. He even went as far as to say like he'd be wondering what they were going to do today in terms of filming, and John Watts would be like, "We're still working on it. We haven't figured out Act 3 yet," or something to that effect. He said, which is just fucking crazy when you think about the scale and attention this movie's trying to draw in. Like, not to mention the amount of characters it's trying to ape and cameo and star in and give proper fleshing out to.
Like, if people remember what the biggest criticism of Spider-Man 3 was, how there's too many villains.
Well, let me go back to Spider-Verse though, because I think I mean, even though I have my problems with some of the villains, I think you can do a lot of villains.
No.
Fine.
I mean, my point is, like, that was one of the biggest criticisms of Spider-Man 3 is, like, it was, like, too many villains and not enough focus on them. I'm like, how the heck are you going to bring back all these characters from past movies and give them proper, like, you know, focus and screen time and development? Like, that's going to be really tough. You're not Scott Pilgrim versus the world.
Well, here's what I'm trying to... This is where I think they might have... This is another reason why I think they're bringing all these characters, like Goblin, Dr. Octopus from Sam Raimi's work. They're going to treat them as in they don't need development, because that's the thing. I think there's two ways you can do lots of villains. One is that the villains already have development from like prior movies, which the MCU has done in the past, and two, if they're just not going to get any development, like with what Spider-Verse did. Like, Spider-Verse had a whole bunch of villains in it, but they were kind of just...
That's more, those are like foot soldiers, like stormtroopers.
Yeah.
That's not like actual, like...
Well, I mean, like
developed
Tombstone,
characters.
Scorpion, and whatnot. There were references to classic Spider-Man villains. I mean, they were classic Spider-Man villains. They were. But they're basically... Kingpin was the main guy, and and Liv, Dr. Octopus in that universe.
That's what I mean. Those two are they're the real villains. Those other guys are just foot soldiers. They're not
And that's my point. That's what I think Electro, Sandman, and Lizard are going to be in this, and I think the ones that might get development or will be treated as if they already have development, even though they have no fucking connection to Sam Raimi's movies. They're just going to be referencing it and treating them as like hollow imitations. Is anyone going to treat this movie as like some sort of weird fucking sequel to Spider-Man 3? I mean, you can't, because it already retcons the villain's deaths anyway, which is already insulting.
But they're gonna.
Yeah. You're talking like you know something I don't. Anyway.
Oh no, I'm just saying, come on. Of course they will. It's Disney.
Yeah, of course. But like, you can spend less time on more villains if the villains already have development, or if you treat them like they already do have development, which is what they're going to do with Goblin and with Dr. Octopus. That's my theory anyway. And like, one of my ideas for Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4 was like Harry could be in like, I said Kingpin should have been the main villain of Spider-Man 4, and Kingpin, it should have been like kind of like what Spider-Verse did, Kingpin and a whole bunch of henchmen, except like you'd have a villain like Harry in Spider-Man 4. He wouldn't, in my version, he wouldn't have died in Spider-Man 3. But you wouldn't have really needed to...
he's never coming back.
Yeah, I know, but like you wouldn't have had
No, I mean like if they're going to retcon death, his isn't going to be. They're going to keep him dead because of the issues with James Franco right now.
I heard something about that. Anyway, but let's not get off topic. What I'm trying to say is, like with James Franco, his Harry Osborn, let's say he was one of Kingpin's henchmen in Spider-Man 4. How much development would you really have to give Harry after he's had 3 movies? The answer is zilch, bupkis, barely any. Because everyone knows his character already. You don't have to spend so much time on him for people to connect him and to be invested. Whereas something like Sam, which apparently was the original plan to have Bruce Campbell as Mysterio in Spider-Man 4, they would need to flesh him out and spend some time on him. And of course, Kingpin would have been introduced in Spider-Man 4 as well, in my version. So you would have had to spend some time building up Kingpin and Mysterio and Sandman. But Harry could have been kind of left to the side a bit more. And, Sandman could have been given some development, not too much. Mysterio could have been given... I would have preferred they spent more time on Sandman than Mysterio. And of course, Kingpin is the head of the flock. So, yeah. What I'm trying to say, the point of this tangent is you can do a whole bunch of villains in one movie. There's 2 ways to do it. You can either treat them as henchmen and just not give them any development, which is fine, as long as they're not really important to the story, like with what Spider-Verse did. Or you can, like, they would have had to have had prior development in other movies, which is pretty much the staple for the MCU. Everyone's already got prior development. We don't need to spend a zillion years on Tony Stark's development in Infinity War because we've had fucking however many movies with him already. So Tony Stark's already a fleshed out character, and we're just seeing him in action pretty much, and seeing how he, makes choices and fights and comes up with solutions to problems, etc., etc. So yeah, there are ways to do it. Is Spider-Man No Way Home going to do it properly? I don't fucking think so.
I don't think so at all. No. Did Cool Man like fall in the toilet or something?
No, he's here. He's off mute.
Oh yeah, I've been waiting for y'all to finish.
Okay. Anyway, right. Let's keep going.
All right.
Here, man. We started again.
Yeah, see, he's got flannel on there.
So you could take it as those are two different edited scenes, or we could take it as Doctor Strange accidentally changed his outfit with his magic.
I doubt it, but
no,
anyway.
I'm just being funny. Come on.
Yeah. I know. Anyway, keep going. That's a cool shot of the and that's also on the highway with Doc Ock. So I'm guessing Goblin and Ock show up first, and I'm guessing again they're going to be the ones with the most screen time out of the.
Of course they are.
I think the other villains are going to be treated like the Spider-Verse henchmen, essentially.
I think it
but
makes
they don't
the
give
most.
them much. They're just.
I think it makes the most sense because of the Raimi. It's like go to the trailers, like in the YouTube comment sections, and just read the comments.
Yeah,
everybody is quoting the Raimi movies.
Yes.
Like
it's they know which is the fucking the more beloved. They know which movies are beloved and which is going to draw in the fucking fan attention. And obviously, it's the first two Spider-Mans that are the most beloved. So of course they're going to spend more time.
Like I like Andrew Garfield, but like let's be real, like. Think about it. Like, there's like the Raimi movies are insanely quotable. Even Spider-Man 3 is very quotable. Like, there's like everybody remembers a lot of lines.
It's probably the most quotable.
No, I'd say like all of them have their fair share of memes. Like, they're like kind of like the prequels in a way, where like just they are insanely quotable. There's so many quotes you could quote from. The Star Wars movies are like that too. I'd even say like a lot of the early MCU movies are very quotable. Especially anything that has, Robert Downey Jr. in it. He's just always memorable.
Yeah. Anyway, I really love how one thing I can say about this is Doc Ock and Goblin look really good in this, considering how old they are. They look fantastic. And
the technology has come a long way.
And this is the same freeway that, although I don't know why the hell Goblin would still be. I mean, if Goblin is insane as he was in Raimi canon, maybe that's why. But I was like, why is he attacking? Why is Dr. Octopus attacking too? Because
with Goblin, it makes the most sense. He's just insane. Of course, he's gonna kill people. That's what he's been doing. Like he's an
anarchist. He's
like so. I want to like the most in character person, the most who is acting like sane is the insane one. Because that's in line with who he is. But with Doc Ock, I'm not sure why he's attacking Peter first, unless we're trying to say that the arms have taken control, even though he controlled them. But he died too.
Yeah, they gotta again.
There's more to talk about that with the leak.
Yes.
Yeah. So like I said, guys.
But going by this trailer, it's weird.
Guys, pale imitations. They're imitating Sam Raimi's movies. They're not replicating it. They're sure as shit not making a sequel to it. And that's why I find this so hollow and insulting when I see it. Even though they look good, it's still really kind of infuriating.
Unless they are.
What?
Like, what if that this is Sony trying to test the waters to see if they could bring back like Amazing Spider-Man 3, the other Spider-Man 4, like.
Well, here's the thing. I'm thinking like possibly. I mean, again, if there's them testing the waters to make another Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie, that does interest me to some degree. I'm like, okay, that's an intriguing idea. I'm not saying it's going to be good. Because
I think Sony wants to corner in on the market because they know that the MCU is starting to fade. Yeah, I think Sony is trying to corner in on that.
I'm just wondering why the fuck they haven't already, and especially with their Morbius movie coming
out. Because it's Hollywood. Hollywood's stupid. Things that we said that these studios should have done 4 years ago, they're going to think about, I'll do it 8 years later.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. They're run by, again, like I think I said in my video, they are run by children in all but biology, meaning, I mean, I'm pretty sure people know what that means. It means like they're not biologically children, they're mentally.
They're man children. They're man babies.
Mentally children. They're just idiots. Stupid, naive, petty, narcissistic, fragile, pathetic. Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, so it's just a second comment. So like, but yeah, like if Sony wants to test the waters, I'm fine with that. I can, I mean, I'm fine with it as long as they don't do anything completely insulting. Because if they do to a certain character what fucking Ryan Johnson did to Luke Skywalker, then that's gonna kill everyone's interest. That's gonna fucking, then everyone's gonna hate him. But like, I don't know. Yeah, let's just keep going.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
Keep it paused for a second. I just want to remind chat to go into this movie with no hope. You could even say no way hope. Because do you guys know who's working on this movie?
Who?
Amy Pascal.
Isn't John Watts working on it?
He's directing it, I believe. Wait,
And
no,
Amy
the same director
Pascal
for the past.
Yeah, it's John Watts.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Amy.
So Amy Pascal, she is she's on this movie's list of people who are working on it. And if people don't remember what Amy Pascal is famous for, she was one of the producers for Ghostbusters 2016.
Oh well.
Doesn't that just
Yeah.
We are so unbelievably screwed.
Yeah, there's just no hope. So just
Yeah.
be like, guys, just be like me. Just give up all hope and just laugh your way to the rest of your life.
Again, I'm just hoping this movie is okay, like just not insulting. Like, just make your okay movie.
Just take your dreams
move
and
on.
just take your dreams and let them die. This is why you need to go in with the lowest expectations, so that way, if it actually is all right, then it exceeded your expectations. And if it meets your expectations, well, they were already at rock bottom anyway, so it can't hurt you any more than it already did.
Hey, can what was I going to say? Angel, Amy,
Yes.
Sonic the Hedgehog, Pascal. What does that mean?
What?
Look at this. Look at the chat. Amy, Sonic the Hedgehog, Pascal. Did she have something to do with Sonic the Hedgehog?
I know because of wasn't it Paramount that did Sonic the Hedgehog?
Right, but I don't know. Maybe the chat.
Paramount's not Sony, and I don't know. I never watched the Sonic the Hedgehog movie. My niece.
It's actually pretty fun. You should give it a try. It's a fun movie.
I don't care. My niece and nephews love it. That's fine. Whatever. I'm not interested. But it just doesn't interest me.
Okay.
I don't know if she has anything to do with it, but I know she works on a lot of Sony stuff. She's been with Sony for a while. Like, she's attached to a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't know. I just found it curious that he'd mention her with Sonic the Hedgehog. Whatever. Does anyone think that Doctor Strange 2 is going to suck, even though Sam Raimi's directing it?
Of course.
Let's get one thing straight. Sam Raimi is not perfect. He's fully capable of making mistakes, and he made a whole bunch of mistakes with the Spider-Man trilogy. Okay, that's one.
Here's another thing that guys need to remember. Sam Raimi is a good director, but he's not somebody that will fight a studio. That's Spider-Man 3.
That was going to be my second point. Like, he's
and that second point, they already announced that they're doing reshoots and redrafts for the Multiverse Madness. Mm-hmm. Oh, what do you know? Disney's up to their old tricks again.
Yeah, and Sam Raimi is going to have to make a movie that fits into the continuity of MCU Phase 4, which is a fucking trash fire at this point.
Well,
there is no continuity.
Well, yeah, and it's obviously being spun off from this movie.
Yeah.
Well, okay. It's also being spun off of WandaVision. Wanda is apparently confirmed that she's going to appear in that movie, from what I was hearing.
Well,
Yeah.
and we have to remember how they've been treating Doctor Strange in the last several years, because you remember the reason why he wasn't in WandaVision, because he was supposed to show up and help Wanda with her powers, but then Kevin Feige is like, no, we don't need a white man to come in and tell her what to do. He's a freaking sorcerer supreme. He knows magic better than her,
and he's a punching bag in these trailers.
Oh yeah.
This trailer fucking takes a giant steaming dump on Doctor Strange, and he says Doctor Strange is having so many reshoots. Yeah, you know why? Because they keep fucking rewriting Spider-Man: No Way Home as well. Like, it's Sam Raimi is essentially, he wants to make a Doctor Strange movie. I know he's fond of Doctor Strange. He even references Doctor Strange in Spider-Man 2. So yeah,
well, that's because Sam Raimi actually cares about the comics.
And I know, and he turned down this movie because he hadn't done a Doctor Strange movie. He'd done a Spider-Man movie. He's like, I'll do Doctor Strange. We'll leave this to John Watts because he's been doing the MCU Spider-Man movies. But granted, when he made those movies, like the one movie he had a lot of studio interference was Spider-Man 3, and obviously it's the least beloved of his trilogies, original trilogies. The other movies he was able to do, they were pretty much his movies from start to finish and connected within the continuity of his movies from start to finish. This time, he is being tossed into this vast, vast sea of fucking corporatized,
red
messy,
tape,
fucking mass-produced media fucking cinematic universe of movies with continuity that's all over the fucking... It's just a gigantic fucking mess, and he's gonna have to make a Doctor Strange movie that unfortunately has to blend with that. So no, it's not gonna be good. But
hey guys, I'll be back in a second. My sister's she's been in town and they're actually leaving for the airport, so I'm gonna go say goodbye to her. I'll be right back.
Go for it. But yeah, no, Doctor Strange, if and hell, let's be honest, when Doctor Strange comes out and isn't great, I don't think that's a reflection of Sam Raimi at all, and I don't think anyone's going to feel that way.
Yeah,
it's Marvel and Disney, and well, I don't think Sony's working on Multiverse of Madness, so yeah. It also doesn't help that this is Raimi's first movie in 9 years. His last movie was Oz the Great and Powerful with James Franco. How about that?
Oh, I like that movie.
Oh yeah, okay. But yeah, I guess he and James Franco stayed in touch after the Spider-Man movies. That's cool. I didn't know that was a Raimi movie. And you know another decent Raimi movie you guys should watch? It's a Western called The Quick and the Dead. I watched it recently. It's pretty good.
I've watched that too.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Has a strong female character in there.
Oh,
and,
it's Sharon Stone dressed like a cowboy.
Yeah.
Also, I think that was one of Russell Crowe's first American roles, I believe.
Yeah, that was definitely one of his his on the roles that put him on the map. This is before Gladiator came out, so yeah, Russell Crowe was still a relative unknown. He was the second to Sharon Stone. DiCaprio was in it, and he's like 17. He's so young in that movie. Yeah, I think he was like 15 in that movie actually, because he was like 40 a couple years ago. So he might have been like 15, 17. He was like a kid. Gene Hackman's in it. He's good. It's got a pretty wide cast of well-known actors. Yeah, he was
about 20 or so. I just looked it up. He was about 20 or so in that movie.
Yeah. But this is Doctor Strange. This is Sam Raimi's first movie in like 9 years. But he's been doing a lot of television since then, and one of his projects that I think everyone should watch, especially if you love the Evil Dead movies, is Ash vs. Evil Dead. It's a really, really fun series and perfect for Halloween lovers because it's like the campy horror Halloween vibe that Sam Raimi does so well. So I mean, he produced that show, and Bruce Campbell was the star, and it was wonderful. I loved it. It was really funny, and it was very enjoyable. Panda Man says, Amy Pascal thought Sonic was a dog in at least a dozen emails.
Oh, wow.
or I think he means interviews, but yeah.
Oh, no. It was probably emails because they had the Sony leak a few years back.
But yeah, and thanks, Connor, for the super chat. I appreciate it. We'll just wait for Angel to get back. Christ, we've already been going for 2 hours. I thought we would have gotten to the trailer before this, so yeah.
Well, I mean, it did take us over an hour to even start on the
Yeah, that
trailer.
was unintentional. I apologize for that, guys. But yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, but important thing I wanted to. Yeah, so I'm not gonna blame Sam Raimi for Doctor Strange when it comes out. I'm probably not even gonna see it when it comes out. Honestly, I think I might be done with the MCU after No Way Home. I don't imagine. Cool Man jumped off at Winter Soldier. I'm starting to think he was onto something. I think people should have jumped off after. I think Endgame was the perfect jumping off point.
I think Iron Man 3 was the perfect time to leave the MCU behind.
Don't talk about Iron Man 3 in my presence.
The last MCU movie, chronologically speaking, is Avengers, the first one.
I mean, it does leave things on a good note. It does.
Yeah, and did you notice how like all of the things it set up were like completely ignored after that? Like Bruce being in Avengers Tower, like the Avengers Tower itself. Like in Homecoming, they were like, "All right, we're selling it." What? Why?
No. Well, I mean, I don't think Homecoming. I think Homecoming was just following off Age of Ultron. Age of Ultron, they changed Avengers HQ to this weird facility out in fucking New Jersey or something, and I was like, "What?" Like Avengers Tower was way cooler. That's something I always hated because I actually like Age of Ultron a lot. I think it gets way too much flack, but. That's one thing that always pissed me off about Ultron. It's like, why in the fucking hell are you getting rid of Avengers Tower?
Well, I have a feeling like a lot of the stuff in Age of Ultron feels like it was, executive mandated, because so much of that feels like because I've only watched like the first half hour of that movie, but like I can tell like there are parts that feel distinctly Joss Whedon. Like the way the characters are talking, the banter with each other, the action, it feels Joss Whedon. And then you get to like certain story parts and it's like, oh, this doesn't feel like hello.
Yeah. I wanna get
I'm guessing you guys are talking about Age of Ultron.
Yeah. Cool Cole's comment. I love Kevin Feige is a total C word. Yes, he is.
Anomaly, you're Australian. Come on.
Kevin Feige is a total cunt.
There you go.
Yeah. Say the word.
He's a fucking shit cunt. One episode I might re-upload to AI Core is the Superwog one. That was fun.
Yes,
that was
please
fun
do. That was funny.
That was
That was really funny.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Marvel Spaceman. What are my thoughts on what? Daniel RPK saying that Sony developing Sandman and Rhino solo movies. I don't know who Daniel RPK is, but I think Sandman and Rhino solo movies, like the Morbius one, I think those are both terrible ideas. But who knows? It's easier to focus on like standalones than the cinematic universe. But I imagine they're trying to do that. They're making Morbius. They're going to do Sandman, Rhino, and then they're going to make a Sinister Six Spider-Man movie. If Toby's in it, maybe I'll consider.
Where the Sinister Six are all inexplicably good guys.
I wonder if they'll actually make like a Sinister Six movie and just decanonize Spider-Man 3, but have Tobey Maguire in it. What do you think about that? If they decanonize Spider-Man 3 and do that, what
I don't know. I don't think they will. Because Spider-Man 3 does have a nostalgia factor, though, and memes.
It does. But you could say it's like the kind of like Dragon Ball GT in a way. Like, it was canon for a bit, but then like...
No, see, it's still canon, but what they did was they said it's its own universe. It's an alternate timeline. Yeah, they just said there's this timeline, and then their Super is another timeline. But
GT I don't really count as canon anymore, though, because, like my policy on like authors having input on their IPs and... I know,
but if you want... Zero. If you want to get technical, though, even Super is technically not canon. Sure, he gives them notes, but he didn't actually write it. So, like, if you want to get technical, it all ends with Z.
Yeah. Didn't Toriyama... I think Toriyama's had a lot of input on the movies, and then they sort of take the movies and turn it into Super.
The movies have definitely have more involvement with him in it compares to everything else. Everything else, he just kind of gives them just some notes.
Yeah. Well, look, like Battle of Gods and Resurrection F are certainly canon. They're definitely.
They're very much Toriyama.
Yeah, Toriyama. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Broly is also canon. I'm pretty sure that was. Yeah, Toriyama had a big input on that too.
No.
What?
No.
Why not?
No, we
No,
reject it.
No, because it acknowledges Dragon Ball Minus, and Dragon Ball Minus is one of the most lore-breaking pieces of garbage that has ever been produced.
Okay, fair
Okay,
enough.
no.
But isn't that Death of the Author then? If that's
What we're jokingly saying is it doesn't matter if Toriyama's involved with that one. We just reject it on principle because we hate Minus.
Okay, well I'll blot out the fucking beginning. I can blot out the beginning of that movie and just go with the whole Paragus and Broly were whatchamacallit.
I feel like we're gonna
planet.
lose chat though if we start talking about Dragon Ball.
Let's get okay. Dragon Ball's its own bee's nest, but anyway. Just one more super chat before we keep going. My biggest problem with the MCU's iteration of Spider-Man is the level of incompetence, idiocy, and dependence on other films for this. That's another thing. Peter doesn't really get to shine. That's the thing. It's always he's always overshadowed by. He gets to shine the most in Homecoming. But that's still overshadowed by Tony Stark. He's a part of Civil War as kind of like just Tony's little student.
Yeah, I was actually talking with Cool Man about this, and they're like, it's kind of sad that Tom Holland is really not a pull in his own movies. Like he's not the big major focus. Like everybody comes for other things and really not him.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because I actually do think he's a good actor, and I think he's a good choice for a young Spider-Man as he grows up. But he's not the scripts just don't really make him shine. I think, and that's the sad thing. Who's actually seeing this movie for Tom Holland's conclusion?
Exactly. And his thing, Spider-Man: Far From Home had. It was actually Spider-Man: Far From Home. I think is the only one where like Tom Holland was kind of the focus, and it was even though it made a lot of money, it was still comparatively to the other Spider-Man movies. Like Tom Holland didn't really get to shine. He was still. It was about him essentially becoming Tony, and are you going to live up to Tony's legacy? And then Mysterio, even though Mysterio was likable, he didn't make much sense, and he was just kind of. Honestly, that movie was meh compared to what it should have been. It had Nick Fury in it, and stuff,
I mean, look at the teaser trailer reactions for No Way Home. People are not as they're not as geeking out about seeing that storyline being continued. It's when the money shot happens of the other stuff coming in, when you have the Willem Dafoe's laugh, when the big old money shot of Alfred Molina's standing at that's what people are all hyped about. That's what they're all talking about. And it's like, oh, that's unfortunate. Like Tom Holland's almost like a guest in his own movie.
Yeah, that's sad.
Well, and I feel like that's the only real reason that they're doing all of the nostalgia bait is because they know no one really cares about Tom Holland's Spider-Man. Like, not really. They'll talk about him, but no one really comes to these movies for this. So they mean,
other than the MCU, like the big old shills for the MCU who really will eat up anything MCU. Like, yeah, sure, they love Tom Holland. They love anything because they love anything MCU. They'll always be that crowd. They'll always be that crowd. But like hardcore Spider-Man fans, I don't see them coming for Tom Holland, and I think that's a shame because I actually think Tom Holland's a good actor.
He's a very good actor, and he's a very likable Peter Parker and a very likable... I mean, even though his Spider-Man isn't very faithful, he's still a likable character as Spider-Man or as an imitation of what Spider-Man is supposed to be.
I'll actually disagree on that. I find him to be immensely obnoxious and unlikable.
Okay.
I think he's at his best when it's not his own movies.
Yeah, when he gets to sort of... like when he was I thought he was really good in Infinity War. I liked him in Civil War.
Infinity War is actually when he was like probably my favorite of him. When I'm like, this is a shame because this is not his own movie. It's like in Civil War where I really adored Black Panther, and then when it came to Black Panther's movie, I'm like, he's such a lame character. Like, what happened to the really cool guy that we met in Civil War?
I mean, look, I like Spider-Man: Homecoming, and I do like Tom Holland in that movie, but I still agree with we're talking about obviously how he's overshadowed constantly, and again, even though Homecoming, I'd say he probably got to shine the brightest in out of all his movies, he was still quite overshadowed by Tony Stark and by the first Homecoming and Far From Home treated him like Tony's student, like he has to aspire to be Tony, and that's the whole purpose of his arc, but he didn't get to stand out as Spider-Man. He was introduced as a side character in another movie, whereas, like, you know, people care about Thor. And Thor gets to shine because Thor had his own movie. Captain America
is the biggest mistake. That's the biggest mistake, because of Spider-Man has always been Marvel's most popular character. And and this shows that Disney does not have faith in the Spider-Man brand.
Yeah. And they don't have any faith in the Spider-Man they created. But it's also not like, what was the best villain Tom Holland was across from? I mean, it was Vulture, and Vulture was an okay villain, but
at best.
Whereas I have some things I don't like about Vulture, but like, you go to Far From Home, and even though Jake Gyllenhaal was likable in the role, the whole plot line for Far From Home and Tom Holland. I always get that wrong. Tom Holland.
That would be an interesting version of Civil War. Tom Hardy pops out of the Spider-Man suit.
Yeah, like Tom Holland is just Far From Home was just it's probably the one where he had the least outside influence, and the movie was just so fucking meh. It was just, I mean, there are a lot of problems with it, but just on the whole, just the story was just meh. There was, you know, and that's because, again, Jake Gyllenhaal Mysterio was the villain. He was in for a movie, and he was out immediately. There was no development, there was nothing. And his plan is kind of bonkers, and his character's also kind of pathetic when you really look at who he is. Again, it was also still, that's despite the fact that Tony was dead, and they were trying to overshadow that movie with Tony Stark, like, you know, like he was Jesus Christ. Like the prophet had died, and, you know, Peter was, yeah, so, you know what I mean? Despite all that,
I think I get it. I think now that you said that, I think I get it. It's because Robert Downey Jr. has just codified Iron Man, that he's become such an icon that Disney and Marvel, I think, feel like that they're kind of in the shadow of Robert Downey Jr. the moment he leaves the MCU. And even though Spider-Man is the natural to take the spotlight because he's always been the biggest pop culture icon for Marvel, they don't have the faith that they can replace him. That's why they keep holding him back.
Yeah, so this problem with, like, again, they don't have faith in Tom Holland Spider-Man. They feel like they have to overshadow him with other Avengers, but particularly Tony Stark, because they're treating Tony as, like, Peter's mentor, and he's going to become Tony Stark to sort of, you know, it is true. Like, Tony does cast a big shadow in his death. I understand. That's one of my favorite parts about Far From Home is Peter sort of coming to terms with Tony's death, but at the same time, it just overshadows the fact that this is a Spider-Man movie and it should be about Peter. But on the flip side, what I was trying to say with Mysterio and Vulture is Disney know they can't make any villains that would make people give a crap. So what do? They take villains that people do care about from other people's works, and they just slap them into this movie.
It's because they know they'll never have another Thanos. Because of, let's face it, no one's ever going to outact Josh Brolin because Josh Brolin stole the show.
Well, it's not just that. Like, they built Thanos up for 10 years.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, they didn't create him. He was invented right in the very end of Phase 1. So technically, because of Joss Whedon, made most of that movie before the Disney buyout. So that's not even Disney's bragging right. Sure, the Disney helped develop him because after Phase 1 was all the Disney era, but originally, like the foundation of it, Avengers, was not their creation.
Yeah, no, agreed. Anyway, let's keep going. Cool, man.
All right.
Hopefully, it's not frozen.
Oh, just a second. I need to click over to the tab.
Also, I'm hungry. I'm very hungry.
Universe.
Okay, and now that black spider suit, apparently, I thought it was referencing the maybe it is the black Spider-Man suit from Spider-Man
It
3,
is.
but
I think it is just a reference to not just Spider-Man 3, but just the black symbiote suit in general, like that storyline. But it's not it. Apparently, from what I read in a lot of leaks, that's supposed to be his suit inside out for some reason, and it's also retrofitted with
with magic.
With magic,
yeah,
like
'cause
strange
he,
magic.
he uses strange magic, and I said this in my video. I'm pretty sure because Doctor Strange says he's sending Peter on a mission to send these people back. So I'm guessing he gave him some of his power to close like the rifts in the universe.
Yeah, and we're going to see a shot later in the trailer of him having like the magic on his hands. So
one of Strange's magic circles.
So I think this is just Strange magicking the spider suit.
Yeah,
like he's
it was Strange's magic that opened up the multiverse, so he's gonna need magic to close it. So that makes sense.
So I think he's using Peter like as a conduit or something to like channel his magic to like to stop it.
Can I just say, like, the fact that he appoints this monumental task to Peter instead of just doing it himself?
Well, if you read the leaks, there's actually a reason for it. Which is one of the few things I think they actually do. I'm like, okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be really interested to hear what that is.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about the leaks.
There's a lot of issues I have with like if this script is accurate, if it's an actual legit leak, but if it is accurate, then that stuff with like why Strange is recruiting him makes a little bit more sense. It's not amazing, but a little bit more.
I thought I thought the only reason was because it's like Peter essentially was the one who asked Strange for help, and he was the one who botched the spell, even though it was Strange's fault.
You didn't watch the video I linked you to, did you?
No, I was waiting for this.
Oh, okay. So, this will be. Oh, cool, man. He's gonna react to it for the first time.
Oh boy.
Okay, you guys.
Oh boy.
Angel's evil laugh is creeping me out. It's like, whoa, what am I in for? Anyway, all right. So, okay. So,
this will be entertaining.
I just thought, Peter fucked up the spell, so Peter has to clean up the mess, and I was like, Strange, come on, you gotta fucking.
Okay, so
do this
the stuff. I will say this with the trailers. I only say this with the trailers. The stuff with Strange is very different.
Okay, interesting. the trailer makes him out to look like a fucking idiot.
Yes, it does. So I'm wondering, is this leak legit, or was this part of the rewrites? I don't know. We'll find out next month.
Okay.
Or this is actually coming up. Shoot, we're almost in December. That's right. Yeah. This movie comes out a day before my birthday, by the way, chat.
Hey. Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay,
no, cool man. This is not like The Force Awakens. I've come to accept that it's going to suck, and I'm at peace. I'm at peace with myself now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's keep going.
Money shot.
Also, hang on. Is Doc? Look, Doc can throw cars and shit. I'm fine with that. Can he tear apart a concrete freeway?
Well, I don't know.
That's some fucking world building.
No. Hang on. If he can like use those things to like hold a sun, then it would be he could probably tear up a road.
I mean, no, but you're gonna say like they're on like a bridge and shit, Angel. Like.
No, but if it's the same ones that could hold up a freaking sun, I hold the power of the sun in my hands. Then a concrete's nothing.
they're meant to be very hot. Like they're meant to be very like strong tentacles for sure and heat resistant. But like,
anomaly, a sun, a star, like one of the most powerful things in the universe.
Okay.
I don't think it's meant to hold up the damn thing. I think it was kind of just in its own orbit inside the containment field.
Also, remember, there's the shot of Green Goblin throwing the pumpkin bomb on the bridge. So it may already be in the process of being destroyed when he pops out.
Yeah, maybe it was the rift in time that.
That's true. We also don't know the context of the scene. It could be a portal is opening like in the middle of the highway as well.
That I think would be quite feasible, but also Danger Squad. He tore up in a bank vault. This is child's play.
That's true. That is
Look,
true.
it does. Look, I'll just say it's questionable, but it doesn't. I'm not going to throw a fit about it. Anyway, let's keep going. I do think the tentacles look really good. There's my boy.
I will say, pause, cool man. Remember in the original trailer where Peter suited up and he said, "Hello, Peter," but this trailer seems to set up that he attacked Peter, seeing him as Spider-Man, and then he was surprised seeing his face.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure he suits up before Doc Ock emerges from the smoke. He's like, okay, things are
so
about to
that
get hairy.
means that means the teaser did another one of those. It's misleading you and lying.
Yeah.
No,
so
see,
that definitely.
Like when he, I'm pretty sure, but I always understood that. I always thought, oh no, because in the teaser trailer it shows him suit up after he sees Doc Ock. Yeah, no, he's definitely.
Yeah, so I think the teaser is misleading. So that definitely tells you there is definitely rewrites going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like this in slow mo actually. Yeah, look, this is fine. This is good action. I'm fine with this.
But you know what? I do have to say, like, go back to Rogue One, like whenever you saw like freaking Tarkin, yeah. And there was just a little bit that was off about Tarkin, like just the eyes were a little bit too glassy, and whenever he opened his mouth, just the teeth and the tongue just looked too video gamey. The rest of it looked fine. It was just a little bit about him that felt off. But I mean, for its time, that was still pretty incredible. But you knew it wasn't him. This though is incredible.
Yeah.
Like how they
great.
Like
great.
He looks like he walked right off of Spider-Man 2.
He does, yeah. No, they're doing a good job. I imagine some of this is de-aging though, but yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. The
but also Alfred
de-aging
Molina,
is like...
I've seen the way he looks now. I mean, I imagine he's like done himself up and stuff to be like in front of the cameras, but he looks good for a 68-year-old, 66-year-old.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like this, like the technology has really come a long way. And I'm sure it's also makeup as well. I bet, but they obviously did a lot of work to make him like look like himself back then. Like that's actually like, I will like to the people who did that, the makeup artists, to the CGI artists, you deserve props. I will not give it to the writers though. The writers suck.
Yeah. By the way, I like his hair here. It looks very mad scientist with those like. Well,
I imagine if you're pulled out of the ocean, your hair would be a mess.
Yeah.
Imagine if they actually did pull him out of the ocean.
But I like how he also he had time to change his outfit because he's got a turtleneck on and under like a jacket. Then he's got the coat. He's got like he's styling.
Yeah, he looks good.
You know, cool man. If you're about to travel between the dimensions, you got to look fly. So I'm sure he stopped somewhere on the way, just went to a little shop, bought a little outfit.
Yeah. He went by Nordstrom real quick to
Yeah, he almost died, and he's like, you know what? I could use a change of outfit.
Yeah. Anyway, you know what? You know my big mistake. I wasn't stylish enough.
Okay. All right, let's keep going there because we need to get through this.
Okay, Wait, all right. Okay, yeah, here's where we were.
Okay, pause. Okay, so again, I say that like you might have seen in my video, like I'm pretty sure I find it bullshit that nanotech spider suit.
Sorry, Wolf had a comment that made me laugh. He got that octo drip.
Good stuff. But yeah, no, like I find it bullshit that Tony Stark's nanotech Iron Spider suit would fall to a couple tentacles, especially when like I'm pretty sure taser web would have been enough to subdue Doc Ock.
Yeah, I agree with that, but at the same time, I wonder is that just not equipped to him right now? Maybe because
sure Iron Spider has everything his regular suit does. He's just got, which is why I wonder. Why he doesn't use Iron Spider constantly.
Well, again, do we know what version? Like, is it going to be the same version? Is it not? Like, we don't know the context. See, this is clearly him coming out of the courthouse. Like, also, like, because he's in his regular.
Oh yeah. Look, he's got the tie and the jacket.
We know that from the teaser.
So I think maybe this is kind of like Tony's like suitcase. you know, like a Iron Man suit. Like this is just like a one that Peter has with him for emergencies, and it doesn't have all the other stuff. Like that's my theory anyway.
Wait, but now correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't this the same suit that he had at the beginning of Far From Home?
Crap! I have to watch it again. I'm pretty sure he was showing off the Iron Spider at the beginning of Far From Home. Yeah, I don't think he fights with it though, because he is caught off guard in Far From Home because he's like taking on his trip, and he's on his school trip when he's overseas, and then things happen overseas and he gets called to action. And I gotta watch the movie again. It's been a
Anomaly.
while since I've watched it.
Something you said earlier when a cool man stepped out. Do you think that maybe I'm wrong about the order? What if he did talk to Strange before, and that's why he's not fighting to his fullest to hurt him, because he's like, we need to send these people back to where they came from?
It's possible he came from Strangers. Like he went from the courthouse to Strangers, and now he's coming back from Strangers, perhaps, and he's going to Queens, and this is where Doc Ock popped up.
That's another thing where I'm thinking, obviously, maybe there's context. Like maybe that's why Peter's not trying to hurt him.
Well, I mean, it's that, but also Spider-Man just doesn't, he doesn't like to hurt people at all. Like he wasn't trying to hurt Vulture in Homecoming, for instance. He was just trying to get him to stop. Anyway.
I know, but Vulture's someone from his universe. Like maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'll need to obviously see the movie to know the full context.
I think
if this scene is even in still the movie, I think
it will be. I think one thing we can be sure on is that the courthouse, his visit to Strange, and this all happened in the same day or relatively close to each other. It just depends on. I think the courthouse takes place first. It's just a question of if he comes from the courthouse or if he comes from Doctor Strange first before he comes to this point in the movie. Because I don't imagine he'll go to the courthouse after this. Anyway.
Probably not.
Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Mr. Man. Mr. Dr. Octonopus.
Oh, you ready to play more?
Yeah.
You're not Peter Parker.
Sorry, what was your name again?
Dr. Otto Octavius.
I hate this so much. This is like them giggling at it's like, haha, those other movies. Look at how.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's like them laughing at, he's got such a silly, doofy comic book name. But Otto Octavius, that's kind of a silly, cheesy name. But the Raimi movies already did that joke, but they did it way not cringy. They were like, guy named Otto Octavius winds up with 8 limbs. What are the odds? That was very tough. It was tongue
genius. We're looking for Rays. Get out.
It was very tongue in cheek, but it wasn't making fun of the comic books.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but when your name is Ned, you don't get to make fun of other people's names.
Wow. Shots fired.
Well, I mean, first of all, his name is Peter Parker. He's got a double alliterative name. He's acquaintances with somebody named Strange.
That's true. That's actually very true. Again, I said in my video, it could be because they're kids and they're just immature. But again, they didn't have.
But he didn't laugh at Strange.
Exactly. That's my only hang up. I was like, I'm willing to say that they're just kids being immature, but they didn't treat Doctor Strange this way because Doctor Strange, or at least Benedict Cumberbatch's Doctor Strange, is a product of the MCU. They don't laugh at themselves. They don't make a lot of them they try to prop themselves up over others, over other IPs, over other products. You know what I mean? What did Disney Star Wars do? They tore Luke Skywalker down to prompt up their own female heroine. Same deal with their villains, I'd imagine.
It's just such a dumb thing to laugh at because I'm like, you're a comic book movie. Everything in comic books are a little bit silly.
Yeah.
You're not clever being like, oh, your name's stupid. I'm like, what are you, 12?
Anyway.
Someone was pointing this out in the chat. There's Alfred Molina is married to Jennifer Lee. That's the director of Frozen and the writer.
Oh, wow.
I was just apparently they got married this year.
Oh, good for him.
Oh, it's like wow. Like I was just looking up. I'm
Alfred's
like,
still
no.
playing the field. What a fucking
Oh,
legend.
oh yeah, and she's younger than him. Like,
How much younger?
18 years. He's 68. She's 50. But I'm like,
Okay, that's yeah, they're both old, so that's fine.
yeah. So it's just like, man, you go, Alfred.
Alfred, the player.
Yeah.
He
Alfred Molina.
he saw that sweet Disney Frozen money, and he's like, yeah, baby.
I mean, let's be honest. I think friggin'. I'd date Alfred Molina. Look at him.
Wouldn't we all date Alfred?
We all
Molina?
date him. He's amazing. Anyway.
I knew it. You were secretly gay.
Yeah, I knew it, Noms.
I mean, I'm willing to make exceptions for friggin' Alfred Molina.
Alfred Molina is your gay exception.
You know, when I had a gay exception, it was Bayonetta. But all right.
Alfred
Alfred Molina.
Alfred.
Oh, what a hunk.
Yeah.
I mean, he is cool. He is a very cool guy. That's fair.
Yeah, he's cool. Let's keep going.
I can't wait. There's going to be memes of shipping you with Alfred Molina. I can't wait.
God,
for it.
nothing too freaky. I hope. Anyway.
No, seriously, what's your actual name?
Okay, fucking grow up, MCU.
Cringe.
Jesus. Okay,
So
that's
cringe.
the building. That's the building. If you want to go back, and you know what it kind of reminded me of? Go back. Stop. It kind of reminded me of. I mean, is that the Statue of Liberty? No.
Oh,
Yes. No.
Oh my gosh.
Because I was
Oh my
thinking
gosh,
of.
I forgot about this. This was listed in the leaks too. It might be real then, cool man.
Wait, I forgot. Which one is this?
They're a Statue of Liberty. They're going to put a Captain America shield on it.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what that is? Oh, it is. Fuck. Okay. Because what I was thinking of, what this actually reminded me of was the the first X-Men movie, like how the final confrontation is on was it Easter Island? No, Easter Island. Fuck the Liberty Island. That's it.
Yeah, they're like building a statue of Captain America is what it's supposed to be, kind of like the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering where the fuck's the Statue of Liberty.
Which that makes sense because there's that. See, there's a crane that's holding it up, and the whole fight's supposed to take place on that whole construction area. So that's what they're fighting on is like the construction site for Captain America's statue.
Jesus Christ. Chat's going crazy with these fucking Alfred Molina shippings. Anyway.
Yeah, and there's even and you can even I just looked closer. You can even see there's a poster of what it's supposed to look like, where you see the Statue of Liberty holding up the Captain America shield.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because I was wondering, I was like, is this meant to be a reference to Fox's first X-Men movie? Because like it kind of reminded me of like the Final Confrontation one.
No, it's just because they both take place in New York is the why.
Okay. Well, I mean, they both take place on a landmark island. But yeah. Okay.
Well, specifically New York. So
is that New York in the background though?
Spider-Man's from New York.
I know, but that doesn't necessarily mean this is taking place.
No.
Yes, the Statue of Liberty is in New York.
But wait, but I thought this was meant to be. I thought this was meant to be a new statue.
No.
Or they modifying?
No, they're building a new statue in New York. It's like a landmark, just like Statue of Liberty.
Okay,
so New York.
So they're just making a second Statue of Liberty in New York, or are
but
they
it's Captain
modifying?
America. It's a Captain America Statue of Liberty type of thing.
Oh, okay. So I thought all right.
Chat is like NOMZ. It's New York.
Okay. Well, I just thought I know Spider-Man takes place in New York. I just thought maybe this would be done in like Washington or something. They're gonna make a Captain America statue.
Why would it? Spider-Man's from New York. He's not gonna go somewhere else. He's also under arrest.
There was a movie called Spider-Man Far From Home just fucking 2 years ago.
No, it doesn't matter. He's under arrest. He's not gonna be allowed to travel across states.
Yeah, and also
you really think that's gonna stop Spider-Man? Look, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I was trying to piece it together with the whole. And I was like, why would they make a second Statue of Liberty in New York?
That's also obviously New York skyline.
Is it though? Because I'm Australian. I'm Australian. Since 9/11, I haven't been able to identify New York unless
anomaly.
Empire State Buildings in the background.
Anomaly.
What?
You're talking to two Americans. Why are you doubting us?
Because you're from Texas.
We're from America. We know the New York skyline.
Okay.
Also remember, Captain America is from New York too, so they would be building a statue.
Tony.
Oh, that's true.
Tony Stark.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I
Yeah,
guess Winter Soldier got me thinking about Washington or some shit. I don't know. Oh, and Homecoming for that matter. And it's your fucking capital, so why wouldn't you want your freaking one of your saviors to have a statue there? I don't know. Anyway.
It's Washington D.C. It's where the politicians are. Ew.
Oh, so it's where you glorify.
Well, no,
your
because of
horrible
no.
people.
It's because of the Statue of Liberty. Because it's supposed to be the city of immigrants, like the place where all the early people traveled and landed.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Look, again, I was just a little confused. I was like, are they building a second statue? Are they modifying the current statue? Is that even New York? Okay. We got it settled. All right. Continue.
There are others out there. We need to send them back.
All right. Yeah.
See,
Here
that's
it is.
something. Yeah, we need to send them back. Then it cuts to Strange's magic circle. You got Electro in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I actually do like. You know what I found weird? Pause. I found it weird that this was the fucking thumbnail Sony used to advertise the trailer. I was like, this is the shot. This is the thumbnail, and I was like, why this shot of all things? You can barely see
because it gets people hyped for the symbiote thing. That's a very popular storyline.
No, but they could have had Goblin on the fucking trailer thumbnail, or they could have had Peter. I don't know, Peter doing. I suppose he's doing something intriguing because in the teaser trailer, the thumb is just Doctor Strange pushing Peter out of his body.
Well, yeah, and
really
it looks like it's just waiting for someone to put a big arrow in the back. And then an arrow on the magic circle thing goes. New details.
That you missed 10 things that you missed for the new trailer.
10 things. 10 things only true Spider-Man fans knew about. No Way Home. I hate Lupus so much. It's like 10 things only true fucking Dragon Ball fans saw in the Broly movie.
Wait, no.
I was like, shut the fuck up. You guys aren't fucking fans of anything. Fuck you. Sorry, Angel, go.
15 things. I was going to say, it's actually going to be 15 things that MCU fans missed out on the trailer. Watch here now.
Yeah, I hate when they say like that only things only true fans, because it's essentially like challenging people. Like, you're saying I'm not a true fan, and that gets them to click. It's such a fucking cuntish clickbaity technique. I hate it when.
Well, and then it's always going to be like. It's always going to be like 10 things that you do know. Like, I already knew all that. And maybe like 2 of them. Yeah, maybe 2 of them. You're like, oh, I didn't know that detail.
And you know what that's designed to do? It's designed to reward people to be like, they say they challenge you, but then people realize, oh, I knew all this stuff. And it's like, oh, I guess, it makes them feel good about themselves. It targets the reward center of their brain. It's a trick people use to try and get attention and get subscribers and have people keep coming back, because then they're like, oh, what else am I a true fan of? And they'll click on another video. And but I hate it so much. It's such a slimy technique. Sorry. Yeah. Did I go off on a tangent? Sorry. Mystical Man, Miss Angel Rin. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
So, Scooby-Doo this crap.
Oh,
I hate that line so much.
It's so cringe. Why would he say that?
Why wouldn't he say Scooby-Doo this if he was going to say that? Because Strange isn't a prude. He's honestly kind of as crass as Tony was. I'm like, why?
Yes, he is crass as Sony. Yes.
Yeah, but it's just like, why wouldn't he say that? Like, why is he saying crap? Like, and look, he wouldn't care if it was a bunch of kids. It's not like he would censor himself like, oh no, I don't want the kids to hear a big mean word. I'm like, no, he'd just say, F you.
Cool call.
Let's do this.
That's 5th grade level writing. I was like, that's so weird. Like, it's like fucking, that's so weird. You give that line to Doctor Strange, who's meant to be, he's a pretty serious character, is he not? Like, he wouldn't, and he's a grown up. Like, why would
also, like, wouldn't that be something like one of them would say, like Michelle, Ned, or Peter? Like, wouldn't they be like, we got to Scooby-Doo this crap?
Yeah, I think Ned would probably be the most likely.
I was thinking, like, what if Ned was like, let's Scooby-Doo this crap, and then Doctor Strange just looks at him, and then he
gives him this face right here. Like, did you really just say that? That is cringe. Yeah. Bro, you just posted cringe. You're about to lose a subscriber.
Yeah, look what happened when Peter was like, we're using our made up names. I'm Spider-Man then, and Doctor Strange just like walks away from him. It's like,
yes.
Like he's all business.
Yeah, he's not the pop culture junkie. That's like supposed to be Spider-Man shtick.
I hear we're getting 7 villains in this film. Chris, I think it's 6 because they want to reference the Sinister Six. We counted it out.
Well,
It was Electro, Lizard.
For now, it's 5. We don't know if Venom is actually going to be in the lineup or not. He hasn't been in any of the trailers, but it would be a very feasible bet to put in 6 because the Sinister Six are so iconic in the comic books.
There's one person we forgot about. You get a brief shot of him, but it's like the Black Goblin suit flyer, which people are thinking is Hobgoblin.
No, it's not going to be James Franco. He's not coming back.
I'm not saying it's James Franco. I'm just saying like there's another Goblin in there. So maybe
why would there? Why? Then again, it could be.
But it wasn't. I know for a fact it wasn't.
No. What if it's what's his face from Amazing Spider-Man 2?
Oh, that one actor, Dane. What's his name?
I can't pronounce his name. The Harry Osborn from.
Yeah. I did hear a rumor, supposedly, that he was in talks. That he was in talks for the movie.
Jeez, they're really.
I don't know if it's
bottom of the barrel. If they want to get him.
That was months ago, so I don't know if it's legit. But
they got Electro.
Because if they're not going to bring back James Franco because he's in a lot of trouble right now. But he's a possibility. But yeah, like Cool Man said, if they're bringing in Electro from like the most unpopular Amazing Spider-Man, probably the most unpopular Spider-Man movie, then he's not off the table either.
Yeah. Lucas, I just wanted to say this chat. It's just Willem.
Sorry. Willem, not William.
Willem. Sorry, I wanted to put on the Braveheart voice and say Willem. Willem
Dafoe. What a cool name, by the way.
William Wallace.
Yeah, that's such a cool name.
Willem Dafoe. He's so cool.
Dafoe. He's your enemy.
Yeah, like what a perfect person to play a bad guy when you got foe in your last name.
Yeah, my name is literally the bad guy.
Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Yeah, please get us through this cringe fast as possible, Cool Man.
Yeah.
I want to move past this scene.
Your mess. I know a couple of magic words myself, starting with please.
Oh my god!
I was like, yes, point it out to him. It's his fucking fault, not Peter's. Thank you, Michelle.
No, I still want to slap her. I don't care.
Well, no,
maybe that's why they wanted her to be the one to point it out to Doctor Strange because he should have figured it out on his own.
No, why? No, this is stupid. Why should she have to point this out? That's retarded.
That's my point. I'm saying Doctor Strange should have figured it out for himself. He should.
Well, yeah, no, this should. No, I hate her character. No, she comes off as really unlikable. Like she's like coming off as really condescending. I want to slap her.
Okay. That's fair enough.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. Like they, even though I like Michelle for pointing this out, she shouldn't have been the one who needed to point this out. Like Doctor Strange should have figured it out.
But if we go to the leaks, though, you'll be like, "Wait a minute, why is this even in the trailer?" But okay.
Oh, okay. Let's. I'm so curious. I'm gonna have to like duck out for a tick before we read the leaks. But yeah. All right, let's keep going.
All right.
Please, Scooby-Doo this crap.
As if we didn't need to hear the line again.
This is the other thing I hate. They're making Doctor Strange, cuck to her. Why? He's Stephen Strange. He's like, you kidding me? This is like having Tony say this. Tony never would do that.
I'm willing to say he was being passive aggressive on that. But
He would never do that.
No, the fact that she demands that he use please like she's a 5-year-old child, and then he goes, please. Like, even if he doesn't sound like he wants to say it, but he's still saying it instead of just telling him to get going and don't question it.
Yeah, he should be like, shut up and just go. I don't care.
Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Like, even if she's right, it doesn't matter. Like, that's not Strange's character. He would not cut to a freaking teenage girl.
Yeah.
No.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, again, like, I'm not saying, like, I found it weird too, but it's just, I don't know, maybe I'm just more forgiving.
You
Yes.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, people think I'm the mean one. You guys are the meanies. I'm like the voice of reason a lot of the time.
Yeah, no, you're not.
No, you're not. We're the voice of reason. You're the one who doesn't want to go far enough.
No, you're the haters. I'm the guy who
Yeah,
And
you know what?
brings you in or tries to.
You know what? Sure. Yeah, sure. I am a hater, but you know what? I'm also coherent, and I don't even need to drink coffee to be coherent.
Ha! Got it.
I'm gonna ignore that.
He's like, I haven't drinking enough coffee to comprehend that.
But to be fair, though, I haven't drinking enough coffee. But at least I got to sleep in today.
All right,
At
guys.
least I got to sleep in though. Sleep made up for it.
Confirmation.
All right,
Anyway.
you gotta post the coffee emotes in the.
Yeah, man.
So-
But trust me, like
You know what to do,
even
chat.
though I'm a bit more forgiving than you guys, like if you watch my video, like I've ripped them a new one for what they do to Doctor Strange in this trailer. They
Oh,
make it
no,
look
it's-
like
it's insufferable.
absolute fucking shit. And I actually like Doctor Strange.
I love
yeah.
Doctor Strange. I think he's a
I love
really good
Benedict
character.
Cumberbatch.
Yeah, like, and I'm not going to lie. You know, having watched Doctor Strange, it's one of the few movies past Avengers that I found even remotely watchable.
Oh, I think they picked the perfect actor to play Stephen Strange. That's why
Oh, yeah.
I love it so much.
Anyway, let's I see a lot of coffee comments.
There you go.
happening.
Good
Anyway,
job.
All right, guys. Let's keep going. This Christmas,
You're flying out into the darkness
homie.
to fight ghosts.
Okay, pause. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Doctor Octopus is actually helping them in this, right?
I'm curious, definitely.
You know, but here's the thing. I at the same time, if he's not being controlled by the tentacles, which he doesn't look like he's being here, I don't see why he wouldn't want to help them fight, solve the
Oh,
multiverse problem.
that's something I bet fans really would love to see him help a Spider-Man instead of being like an enemy, because he is such a beloved character and he did go out on a heroic sacrifice. So
Yeah.
they're hoping that door is going to be open. And guys, just get ready to be disappointed. Just
Yeah,
Well, like I that's another reason why I think they wanted to turn him into a good guy in this, because he's such a beloved villain. So it's like, oh, if he's helping Spider-Man, like people will really like that he's being used as a force. But at the same time, I do think it makes a modicum of sense because
Oh no, it would
assuming-
make the most sense that he would help. It doesn't make any sense if he would continue fighting him, especially
Agreed.
knowing how he ends, how his story ends.
But he says
Unless-
you're going. But he
Unless
says you're going.
he's pulled
Yeah.
from before. If he was pulled from before that whole fight, which still wouldn't make any sense.
Hmm.
But that's neither here nor there.
Oh God,
Yeah.
that's this. Yeah, like here's the thing. Like for what they want in this, they're gonna have to just undo and change, and stretch so much logic to get him to this point.
Oh yeah,
But, like,
so much.
like,
of
he
this
would.
like
This would have to like. That's what I mean. Like again, these movies. This movie is not canon to the Raimi movies. This is just this is some post Raimi fan fiction crap that's just splattered all over the goddamn screens. And like, yeah, you'd have to take Doc Ock directly after his final confrontation with Peter in Spider-Man 2 to get him into this, mindset of that he wants to help, that he's not evil. And he dies immediately then. And it's like, oh, but he went to the multiverse as he drowned. It's like, no. It would actually make more sense if they were pretending these had no connection to the Raimi movies whatsoever. That's how it would actually make probably the most sense to me. But
Hey, cool,
trying to
man.
tie it in, which they will,
Yeah.
it's gonna
Cool,
be
man.
difficult.
I sent you a text. It's just a thing. Just don't worry about it.
yeah.
Okay, just making sure you got it. All right,
Yeah.
cool.
Mm.
Don't worry about it, chat. Don't worry about it. It'll come up.
Don't worry
later.
about it. Don't worry about it.
What the fuck?
Don't worry
Alright.
about it, chat.
Don't worry about
it.
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, so whatever the fuck that was. Yeah, Doc Ock refers to them as ghosts, which to me anyway, and this is my interpretation in the video I made, is he referencing them as individuals who have since passed away that have come back to life, or like, which kind of makes me think maybe they are going to do the pull them out of the universe as they die. Same with I don't know how would that work with
I
Goblin
think that
though,
they're
because
Oh,
Because he got stabbed.
I think that's exactly what they're doing nominally. Don't worry. I'll explain it later.
God, I'm terrified of this. But like,
It all
yeah,
has
he's
to
meant
do
to say
with what I
that they're-
texted Cool Man, and I can't wait to bring it up later.
Oh God, chat! You guys gotta hold my hand for this because I might feel sick. I already do feel sick. Anyway, let's keep going.
What do you mean?
They all die fighting Spider-Man. It's their fate.
Okay, how is it their fate when? Okay, look, Goblin's fighting Peter here, obviously, or Peter's trying to prevent Goblin. No, Goblin didn't. Okay, pause. Sorry, go back. Goblin didn't throw that at Peter. Peter is trying to stop that from hitting someone.
Yeah, probably trying to save somebody, but which is really funny because of this shows the inconsistencies of Goblin's like bombs have also migrated into the MCU. Because remember when he first threw it in the first Spider-Man, remember it vaporized those guys from his company, and then whenever he throws it again at Peter later, it just only kind of like hurts him a little bit. Like so, the pumpkin bombs have always been kind of a little bit inconsistent. I understand.
I mean, no, but like you understand, there are different kinds of bombs though, and just for the record, like when Goblin threw that bomb at Peter. Like, that was not meant to disintegrate him because he wanted to punish Peter. Misery. That's what you've chosen.
I just think it's funny knowing that like he is lucky that that's not a disintegration bomb that he was trying to
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. There's lethal ones, there's explosive ones, and there's like some of the pumpkin bombs turn into fucking flying razors. Wrong answer. Oh, great. God, the Raimi movies are so fucking quotable. It's you is out, Gummy, out of your mind.
Yeah,
which is
such a comic book line, right? Like,
which is why I'm actually the one thing I'm excited for is Willem Dafoe, because he's gonna have like the best lines. Like it's hard to give him a bad line. Like even when he's in a bad movie, he's like the best thing about it. Love it. Chat, I know a lot of you probably really hate the Netflix Death Note, and Cool Man actually, he doesn't hate it. Everybody, what is the one thing everyone, and I even know some of them will all say, Willem Dafoe was the best part of it.
Willem Dafoe is flawless as Ryuk.
Yeah, he was really good. Like, it doesn't matter what he's in. He's always the best thing when he's in it. Like, Willem Dafoe is just
he's really good.
He's so good.
Also, yeah, when he says they all die fighting Spider-Man, it's their fate. It's like, first off, how is it their fate? Like, Spider-Man doesn't kill people. Even if they all die in a fight with Spider-Man, like, I'm pretty sure there's a way to prevent that. And two, like, didn't Doctor Strange use the Time Stone to see a zillion fucking futures with different outcomes? So where is this? It's just fate coming from.
Now, to be fair, I will say, we don't know the full context. Maybe there's a reason why. And it could mean he's just saying that, like, they eventually die after fighting Spider-Man. Like, not that, like, Spider-Man kills them. It could... We don't know. We don't know the full context. It's just with what little we have, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So they better explain this better.
Well, yeah, because Lizard and Sandman didn't die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lizard and that too. Yeah, that too. They aren't going to bring back Topher. I mean, could you imagine if they brought back Topher Grace? They're not, but like I say something like they're going to use Venom because he's profitable and Topher Grace is not.
If they brought back Topher Grace, it better open with him in a church praying to God that he wants to kill all the Spider-Men in the multiverse.
Jesus, can you kill all the Spider-Men?
Anyway, all right,
if that's not there, then what's even the point?
Dude, how are you doing this, by the way, with the fast forward and the forward and backwards?
It's the comma and period buttons. You press them and you can move it frame by frame.
Oh, okay. The more you know.
Dance, Tom, dance.
Anyway, but like if you go back, because they all die fighting Spider-Man. Okay, no, it hasn't come up yet. Okay, pause. Okay, so unpause. I suppose
they all die fighting Spider-Man.
Yeah, that was the line.
Yeah. No, keep going.
It's their fate.
It's their fate.
Yeah. Which bullshit coming from Doctor Strange. Keep going.
Oh, just a second. It was at this moment he knew. He effed up.
I'm sorry, kid.
Yeah, me too.
Don't.
MacGuffin.
Okay.
MacGuffin time.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, but like,
How is he going through a look at that? How is he going through a portal?
Well, if this is like he
No,
modified...
that's no, hang on, that's Strange opened those portals to subdue him. Actually, so that's interesting. MacGuffin, what is that? Does anyone know what that object is? Chat, maybe.
No, I bet you though it's hey, cool man, remember?
yeah.
I bet you, this is why the leak made me think that maybe that leak is credible, because there's some things in this trailer. And remember, this leak that I showed Cool Man came out a month before this trailer. So that's why I'm like, ooh, this leak might be credible. I don't know if it's 100% real, but it might be credible.
Yeah.
Let me go to the chat for a second. Trick bombs. Link fan. Holy crap, I'm surprised I made it. It's good to have you, buddy. Sam Collins, Harry got blown up in Spider-Man 3 by Pumpkin Bomb, and I ended with Scarface. Yeah, but that wasn't a lethal Pumpkin Bomb. I mean, it was. I imagine it could have been lethal, but it wouldn't have killed him or Peter. It's the same one that Peter got hit with in the first.
Yeah,
Spider-Man movie.
but if that's the same one that scarred him and the same one that really beat up Peter, this one should probably really bang up Tom. So like, if Tom walks away with it with no problems, then I'm gonna call BS.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he got hit by a bullet train and was... I mean, he was hurt, but I mean, I still think that bullet train should have killed him.
Yeah.
You guys think first off, it's a train, and second of all, it's not a fucking New York subway train. It's a bullet train. That shit's going at fucking like
500 miles an hour.
Or like 200.
And I know Spider-Man is supposed to be like he is really powerful, like because of the mutation, but he's not Thor.
Yeah, he's not a demigod. Anyway. Connor, Link. It's the MacGuffin. It's the MacGuffin muffin.
Connor did send in a super chat,
and it's like it's a mystery box after all. What are stories but mystery boxes? Yeah, the new mystery box. Anyway,
that's actually clever. That's actually like, no, but what Strange did, that's clever. Like, look, the Peter's web hooked into Peter's own foot about how he used the portals.
That is very clever. That's cool.
Like,
I mean, that's the thing. How did Peter had the gall to think he could fucking outrun and thwart Doctor Strange? Doctor Strange could
the Sorcerer
fuck
Supreme. That's like, Peter, you're an idiot.
He can take on Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet single-handedly, not necessarily win, but take him on, then Spider-Man doesn't have a prayer. I don't know how much stock he has.
To be fair, Peter is kind of an idiot.
Well, he's impulsive and reckless.
Especially Tom Holland. Peter is a massive idiot.
He's impulsive and reckless. But anyway. All right, let's big phrase. Box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Okay, let's keep going.
Cool Man is just constantly whipping poor Tom Holland.
It's what he gets for turning on the Sorcerer Supreme.
Anyway, for real, let's keep going.
Stop punishing him. He's a kid.
Yeah, me too.
Don't.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, there is hey, Cool Man, remember the One More Day and the One Moment in Time and all those really bad comics and Civil War and the whole astral projection? Yeah. Remember the astral projection?
Yes.
This is definitely a reference to that, I think. The moment I saw it in the first teaser trailer, and I was like, why are you using any imagery from those bad comic books? Please stop.
Anyway. Yeah, Cool Man is strangely into that. And now, do you reckon they're doing this train scene as like a Spider-Man 2?
No. No, because there have been trains in like every movie. I think they just want the cool shot of like where he makes like all those magical things.
Yeah, like here. Yeah,
like I don't think it has anything to do with Spider-Man 2. I think it's just it's for a cool shot.
All right, fair enough.
There has to be another way.
Oh no, needs a name. You don't know, do you?
What?
Needs a name's comment. He says, please don't imply they adapt One More Day.
Oh,
Oh, baby, honey, sweet cakes.
you
This
sweet summer
movie-
child.
This movie, are you kidding me? This whole movie is adapting like subtly plot lines from One More Day. The whole remember in Civil War in the old comic books, Peter reveals his name to the world and that ruins his life. He's like, you know, because he's just old Peter Parker. And because he no longer was siding with Tony, he didn't have Tony to protect him. Then that's whenever Aunt May gets shot and all this other crap happened. And that's why One More Day happened. Well, yeah, replace Strange with Mephisto. It's the same thing. Who is he going to help erase everyone's memory? Replace Strange with Mephisto. He's literally taking little bits, story bits from One More Day, but adding in like Spider-Verse, like the multiverse stuff from the one comic, and other stuff. Like they are taking story beats from One More Day, guys. They are.
Okay,
that is why I said it's gonna suck.
Yeah.
One More Day is the worst comic book in Spider-Man. Is like my most hated. And they're doing it.
You've completely lost me, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, you can actually watch Linkara atop of the fourth wall in One More Day to know what's going on.
Linkara's not a good content creator, but his One More Day video is actually a really good one. Like why he breaks down why it's such a bad comic book. So I would just say just watch that one. It's not a long video. I think it's like 20-30 minutes long. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Ghost is upset. Yes, Ghost. Yes, it is going to be One More Day.
And you remember in One More Day, he does go to Doctor Strange to find ways to...
First, he goes to Doctor Strange for help. Doctor Strange can't help him, which makes no sense. And then Mephisto. But they're basically merging those plot lines into one, along with the multiverse stuff. They're doing what Ragnarok did, where they're trying to cram in like different plot lines into one story. For one comic book story, and it just does not work. Oh yeah, Batman v Superman is a better example where it was trying to cram in like the Dark Knight Returns, but it's also cramming in Doomsday, and it was trying to cram in and World's Finest and the Wonder Woman. And it's just like it's too much. You can't do that. You can't try to splinter in way too many storylines all into one. You want to do a storyline that does a better job at adapting different storylines into one coherent story. The original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie that did a really great job adapting just a couple of issues of the Ninja Turtle comics into one movie. It's good. Everyone should just go watch that one instead.
Yeah.
And it was independently made. It wasn't some corporate studio BS.
Also, Sam Rockwell is in the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies. He's one of the young Foot Clan dudes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot he was in that movie.
Yeah, I remember when we saw him in that movie because we were rewatching it. I was just like, no, wait a minute. Is that Sam Rockwell?
I do like Sam Rockwell. He's really cool. He's good in Iron Man too. He's like one of the best parts of that movie.
Yeah. He's probably like 20, 19 in that movie. He's young.
Oh yeah, that
was in the early 90s.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, let's keep going with the trailer. Look, he's got Spider-Man, Iron Spider wrapped up here. I'm just like, how? Also, what's that thing in the background? That tall thingamajig?
Probably just like a pole, like maybe
it's a street lamp. Okay, I was like, what is that? It looks like a landmark almost. Anyway, all right, yeah, keep going. Cool, man. You got this weird fetish, man. These tentacles are red now. That's kind of cool. I like the way they look.
Yeah, especially because I think the thing is like it got it absorbed the nanobots from the.
Oh, that's what it is. Oh shit, you're right. It does absorb. What the fuck?
Well, now it could be because of remember there was a very sophisticated AI that he put in its thing. It could be possible. I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm saying it's just it is stupid comic books. So I would believe that they would do some stupid.
Tentacles are fine here, and then he takes in the nano.
Yeah. Look at the wave in it. That's just what the nano machines look like.
I completely missed that when I watched it. I was like,
now guys,
I just thought his tentacles were red.
Guys, it could be this is a completely different scene. And what if it is that Peter gave him some nanotech? If he is fighting with Peter, if he's supposed to be on Peter's side.
No. Look, this is under the bridge. Look, this is under the bridge.
Hang on. Go back to when he was the stupid scene where they were making fun of his name. Because was his tentacles red or were they normal?
They were red. I'm pretty sure they were red.
Yeah, they're red.
Yeah,
they're red. So this takes place after that scene.
Yeah. And remember, like that was under the bridge.
You're not being.
So they're red here. So this shot must be like right after that. Like, look, he's under the bridge here, and then where is? And
there.
then, yeah.
So somehow I can't believe I'm quoting Rise of Skywalker. Somehow the tentacle arms absorb the nanobots.
I don't.
Nanomachines, son.
I don't even know where to begin with why that's really dumb, but okay, let's please. It's wow. Let's keep going, please. Get this crap off. I mean, I like the way they look, but okay, pause. Okay, this is important. He shoots electricity. Look who he hits.
Oh, why does he look like he's from like a late PS2 game?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he looks terrible in this. I had a guy call me out in the comment section. He was like,
okay,
"Oh, looks good. What are you talking about?"
He does look better than he did in Amazing Spider-Man 2. And I will say, fans have been saying for years they should just do the original Electro costume. So I do appreciate that when he uses his powers, it looks like the old Electro costume.
See, look who got hit.
It still doesn't look good. It still doesn't look good.
Pause, cool, man.
There are dangers
All right.
in the universe.
Yeah, just a second.
You're not gonna take this away from me.
Well,
Okay,
they could have also been like merging scenes.
Look, he hits Doc Ock, and Electro says, "You're not going to take this away from me." So maybe
Look, he's got the box, guys. He's got the
he's
box.
got the MacGuffin. Yeah. That's the thing, though. Like, was I forget the way Amazing Spider-Man 2 ended. Besides what happened to Gwen Stacy, what happened to Electro? Did he die? Electro died.
He died, didn't he? Chat, help me out. Am I remembering wrong? Because I could have sworn he died.
Yeah, does Electro die at the end of Amazing Spider-Man 2? Because what I'm thinking happened was, because you hear what Electro said. He said, "You're not going to take this away from me." So I'm guessing maybe he did come back to life. Maybe Doc Ock and Defoe.
Yeah. I'm right. He did die. He died.
Okay, so maybe Doc Ock does refer to them as ghosts.
Yeah. People,
even though he shouldn't have any idea who Electro is.
Yes. Okay, sorry. I've only seen Amazing Spider-Man 2 once, and I never want to see it again. But I forgot.
Twice.
He blew up. He died in an explosion.
Right.
And I like how he's not only back, but he's had enough time to gather, like, control his powers so that he looks normal again.
Mm-hmm.
But like the CGI here looks terrible.
Now, to be fair, it might look better in the movie, but in this trailer, it doesn't look very good.
Yeah, like why would you put such a close-up shot?
I don't know. Maybe they didn't think people would like focus on him because he's from the bad movie, and they're going to focus more on the things that they love.
Doc Ock just falls in the water and dies again.
Oh man.
What a hard knock life.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm thinking that they have the fucking nerve to not even treat this as just a fucking
Okay, yeah, see, Statue of Liberty.
separate canon. They're gonna try and be like, we fucking brought these cunts back to life.
That's the crown of Statue of Liberty. It's going to be they're like repurposing the Statue of Liberty. She's gonna have like the Captain America. It's going to be a Captain America Statue of Liberty.
Okay, all right, fine.
Yeah, you can see the upper part there.
Okay.
It's okay. All right.
Okay, and thanks. Hang on, I got some people in the chat. I want to say thanks. Nope. Gwen killed him. I must have forgot that detail. Hey, Ultron, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Yeah, he blows
Unknown
up.
Roach. I've seen a few new faces in chat too. Yeah. Unknown Roach. Yeah, no, but like, goddamn, like, I hate the idea of, they come back to life, but that does, even though it's batshit insane, it does explain why Electro wouldn't want them to close up the multiverse. But what the fuck is Sandman? Sandman isn't dead. I don't even think you can kill Sandman
unless they're saying that somehow like he died off screen after a Spider-Man 3.
Oh god! So you're gonna combine fan fiction with fucking with bastardized actual Raimi canon.
I don't know. It could be that they're like maybe there was like other elements that originally was going to happen, like say in a theoretical Spider-Man 4, and they were going to say that that's canon.
God damn it, I don't want to. Yeah, they're gonna say Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4 actually fucking happened because that's. It's even more fucking insulting. You scrap it and then you won't show it, and you just say it happened, and then try to use that BS to tie it into this movie. I don't know. But look, I've always liked the multiverse as a concept, but I've always fucking despised how much of it.
Wolf has another really great comment.
All right, I'll highlight it in a second, but
it's the Palpatine joke.
Somehow Sandman has been killed. Look, let me make this clear. I like the multiverse as a concept, but I hate how it can be fucking exploited to do bullshit like this. And just, it's the ultimate fucking retcon, reset the pieces on the board plot device. Can't fucking stand it. It can be executed. Well. This is not the way to do it.
A multiverse is a very hard thing to get right. So either there are ways to get it right. But this is probably taken people just want to see these characters, so who cares?
Yeah, no, if they wanted to treat the multiverse correctly, they would have actually made themselves a different Dr. Octopus, a different fucking Green Goblin, a different fucking a different Vulture, a different Mysterio.
Not necessarily. I still think you could do crossovers, but you would have to work really hard to justify it. I don't like the idea of saying nope, it's impossible completely. I think if you got a team of writers who really cared and really wanted to make this good, I think they could find a way.
It's possible, just not like this.
No, I'm not. This is not going to be good. It's not going to be. I'm saying it theoretically. I think you could have done it, not in this timeline, but in another one.
Yeah, but when they say we're just using the multiverse to combine universe, do a crossover. It's no, you're using the multiverse to steal villains from other movies instead of creating your own. That's what you're doing it to make money.
They're doing it because of fans, nostalgia is high for everything else. They're doing it because they ran out of ideas. They're doing it because of fans have been wanting it for years, and so they're fine, they're gonna
Grace is the ultimate anti-multiverse argument for Spider-Man No Way Home. If you're gonna take all these fucking characters from the multiverse with these separate canons, where the fuck's Topher Grace?
Because
he doesn't make money. He doesn't make money.
It's because fans don't like him.
Exactly. Doesn't make money. Oh, well, I guess the multiverse doesn't work for that, but we're going to take in Tom Hardy's Venom. It's but that's not, but Topher Grace existed. Where is he? Maybe some of us do want Topher Grace. Ever think of that? Sony and Disney, where's your multiverse now?
Who wants Topher Grace?
I'm just saying, hypothetically, just to spit in the face of their whole. But it's the multiverse. We can use whoever we want. It's no, you full of shit. Yeah,
but nobody. It's
not a storytelling. It's not for storytelling. It's a fucking. It's to market your fucking movie. That's all it's being used for. Anyway.
Now who's the hater?
And honestly, I honestly don't mind Topher Grace's Venom too much. Honestly,
well,
at least how I do think he was certainly rushed as all fuck, but
no, he was a bad choice from the start.
No, okay, yeah, he was miscast, but I still think he did, and Sam Raimi did actually do as good as they possibly could have. No, because again, like I said, they rushed it.
It was
cool, man. Friggin' take the words out of my mouth, will you? Because we've spoken about this. They did Venom reasonably well with what they had to work with.
They hit the beats. They hit the major beats. They had the basic writing of the character done pretty solidly. But the problem is that Topher Grace doesn't have the build or the voice or the look of Eddie Brock that sells him as a big sort of brutish guy.
Yeah. I said they should have used Ashton Kutcher. Would have been a better choice if they're going to use an actor from that 70s. Actually, fucking Topher Grace would have been a decent choice for Peter Parker. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's funny. Is that he would have been a better Peter Parker, but they cast him as Eddie Brock.
The opposite. The dumb, not dumb, but the broody
sleazebag.
He's such a dweeb at it too. He comes across as a total dweeb, despite being
That's why I say he should have been a good Peter Parker.
Well, yeah,
instead.
like imagine if you cast an actor like the Sam Raimi Flash as Eddie Brock, and you had all the same lines.
Oh yeah,
coming from him.
that kid. Yeah, he probably would have made more sense because he's got
He
the
would've,
better
yeah.
build.
Yeah, he would have. Hey.
Yeah,
I like how he has a cameo in Spider-Man 3 at Harry's funeral. That was cool. Anyway.
you ready to continue?
Let's continue. We go on all these tangents. Oh, my boy Defoe.
Oh no, Pariah Dark, you don't know.
Hopefully it means they won't. I mean, aren't they doing the Secret Wars show?
Oh, they are.
Oh yeah,
They are.
they already announced it. Yeah, they already announced
announced
Secret
it.
Wars.
Which is so stupid because they ruined the Skrulls already in Captain Marvel. You can't
Yeah.
do Secret Wars whenever you made the Skrulls into the good guys. The Skrulls are supposed to. This pisses me off as a comic book fan. Sorry.
Mm.
Yeah,
Secret Wars is actually where Peter originally gets the black Spider-Man suit. As far as I know. He gets it because Deadpool told him to use the wrong machine.
I liked the Secret Wars comics. This actually, I said I didn't care anymore, and then suddenly Secret Wars comes up, and I was like, I love that comic. Don't touch it.
Look at that suit. That suit looks good. The fucking costume department, makeup team, they did their fucking jobs.
Yeah, they did. He looks really good. I think it actually even looks a little bit better than in the Sam Raimi movies.
I think so too. I actually think so. Yeah, that looks clean. And it's a badass shot. You got the ashes flying through the embers.
And he's got the bomb. He's got the bomb in his hand.
And he's got the smoke behind. That's a good shot. I like it. And I like the way he speaks too. He sounds like they're trying to make him faithful to the original Green Goblin from Spider-Man 1.
In fact, let's go back a little bit just to hear his voice again, because I talked over Willem Dafoe, and that's my fault for talking over the greatness that is Willem Dafoe.
yeah.
Defoe privilege trumps token female privilege.
You're not gonna take this away from me.
Peter, you're struggling to have everything you want, while the world tries to make you choose.
Okay,
Sounds very.
Connor's correcting me. Yeah, you're right. I am thinking of Secret Invasion instead of Secret Wars. They're still going to ruin Secret Wars. I mixed them up. That's my bad. I'm being.
Wasn't Secret Invasion a Deadpool comic? 'Cause I think I read that one.
No, there was a Deadpool crossover, but
Secret Invasion. Secret Invasion. No, it's a different storyline. But
Okay.
no, they've already ruined the Skrulls. And I'm already mad that they ruined the Skrulls because I loved that comic with the Skrull. But yeah, Secret Wars is another really good comic as well. And yes, the black. They're gonna ruin it. They're gonna ruin it.
Alrighty, let's keep going.
Okay, yeah, let's look at that money shot.
Money shot.
The 12 things you missed in the new No Way Home trailer, and it's like Sandman, a big arrow to his
57 things only true fans knew about this shot.
Cool man. But the arrow is like pointing to his nostrils because it's like, did you miss the nostril hair sticking out here?
What the hell is a lizard? I figured lizard is Dr. Connors.
Yeah.
Why the fuck is Dr. Connors fighting? Makes no fucking sense.
Oh, I can't.
Well, you know something I don't.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
God.
And then Sandman's like, "Why am I here?"
That's guy's like, wait, what?
Yeah, okay. We could maybe say that Dr. Connors is still crazy. Why is Sandman fighting Peter Parker?
Mm-hmm. You can't kill Sandman. That's the thing.
Well, no. Like, don't not even the kill thing. Why is Sandman fighting Peter Parker anymore? Remember how his storyline ended?
Yeah, they buried the hatchet at the end of Spider-Man 3, and then he just whooshed away.
Yeah. Retcon.
Why is Sandman like suspicious?
This is all my fault. I can't
Save everyone.
He can't. Wait. Go back. Actually, back a tiny bit.
Okay, but okay, chat. Hang on, chat. For chat,
Whoa.
who are
Pause.
really curious, we're saying, why would you bring all the other villains in and not the other Spider-Man in? Look at how how some of them are not jumping for Tom. They're going past Tom is where they would end up landing, and there seems to be things missing. So okay, now in the Brazilian no. They edited it for the US trailer. In the Brazilian trailer, now they didn't catch this. In the Brazilian trailer, everybody on the internet would have seen this by now, I'm sure. You see, poor old little Lizard's head does a little bit of a 180, like as if something struck him. And my favorite,
you can find it in my video, by the way, guys. I reference it and show it.
But my favorite thing is I sent this to Coolman. Somebody actually did this really funny edit on Twitter where they took the scene from Incredibles where the teacher says, "You see, he moves right there," and then they show the clip where instead Sandman's head is thinking, and he's like, "Coincidence? I think not."
I think not. Yeah. Just a second. Let me grab that. Because I know I have a link to it. I know.
Oh, that should be in your server, actually. I believe it should be in the criticism channel, because if I said, you'll love this, it's a funny little thing.
Yeah. Okay, so I just
that way chat can see it.
Yeah, so I just posted it in the AI Core podcast discussion. So if you want to see that video.
Join the Discord, is what he's saying.
Oh, you know what, cool man?
I think not.
Cool, man. You know what? Why don't you also link it in the chat? That way, if people don't have a Discord, they can at least look up the video.
Oh, yeah. Just
Spider-Man tremble for the might of the Sinister 5? Yeah. Dr. Octopus didn't die. He was just missing in action. And there's actually a funny, there was actually a Vin Diesel. It's like, you don't need Toby and Andrew when you got fam. Driving.
So good. Oh, man.
It's like him jumping out of his car mid-air to tackle a lizard.
Oh, yeah. You don't need Toby and Andrew. Family trumps all. It reminds me of, there's a quote from Fairy Tale where Master Makarov is like, he's like, I think I said this on the last podcast, I don't know, but he's like, I pity you, young man, because you don't know the power of family. And I can just picture Vin Diesel like showing up in his Dodge Charger, like, someone say family, I'm here. Anyway.
But chat, if you're like, oh, what if they're not in this movie? Guys, there is no way. They're absolutely in this movie. This is the worst kept secret in the universe. They are in this. Toby and Andrew are absolutely in this movie. That's not even a spoiler. Like, this is obvious to like everybody.
Yeah.
Why would you bring in their villains and not their Spider-Man? Why would you have Doc Ock reference his Peter Parker and not bring in Toby? Why? Like, if they brought in the villains and not Toby and Andrew, they would be in big trouble because then the fans would kill them because that's who they want to see. They want to see Andrew and Toby again. That's what they want.
Okay, pause for a second. Go back. I just noticed something actually. Go back to when he says, I can't save everyone. Go back to that if you can.
Yeah.
Can you guys tell me if this is MJ or if this is Aunt May? Okay.
I think that's Aunt May.
Aunt May, yeah.
Yeah.
Because MJ's hair is a lot curlier.
Yeah. I thought Aunt May
or
was
should we say she's the not MJ? Let's get it right. She's Michelle.
Okay, fine. But like I'm pretty sure Aunt May was actually taller than Tom Holland. But anyway, I just think this is odd because okay, he's like, it's my fault. I can't save everyone. Remember when? Let me finish. Remember when Happy pulls up in the car and he sees like destruction? I'm thinking this is after the Green Goblin tossed that pumpkin bomb.
The reason I don't think this is Michelle is one, the hair is not right. Her hair is darker.
Yeah, it's way darker.
It's not curlier, and her hair is darker. This hair is a lighter shade, so I think that's Aunt May.
Could you imagine if this is actually Kirsten Dunst with red hair? We can't see it. Could you imagine?
Well,
cool.
I know.
Oh God, have I hit another leak on the head? Anyway, look.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. This is Aunt May. Anyways, Cool Man and I are just dying.
Okay. Look.
Doesn't his hair look a little bit more like it's styled like Andrew Garfield right here?
What? His hair? Tom Holland's hair?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, that's because
yeah.
That's because he's running around. Andrew Garfield often looks like he's just like run around and let the wind hit his hair, and that just styles itself that way.
Yeah. He's like, what? Wait, what did you do with your hair? Oh, the other Peter. He was like, hey, I got some gel. Let me let me do your hair.
All right, but like, look, no, but seriously, like, he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this has happened just after, like, because Happy and May get together in Far From Home, sort of. Happy pulls up in the car, sees like an explosive wreck, and I'm guessing this is where Peter and Goblin had their confrontation, where he throws the pumpkin bomb and he tries to stop it, but he can't, and someone gets caught in the explosion, which does fit with what he's saying here. So I'm guessing this is what happened there, but it's not MJ. Oh, it's not Michelle that's died. Maybe it was Ned, but Ned kind of accidentally lets Michelle fall out of the tower, and Peter has to jump to save her before someone from another movie is going to show up to save her, because it's referencing a tragic moment from another Spider-Man movie that they're going to try and be like, no, not this time. I learned from my mistakes.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, because Tom's about to grab, Tom Holland's fucking Spider-Man is about to grab MJ's. We're about to see it. He's about to grab MJ's.
Tom Holland's trying to get Zendaya, but then just out of nowhere, Tom Hardy just grabs her out of the air.
It's like, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. In the Bane voice. But like, he's about to grab...
Tom Hardy's arguing with Venom. He's just like, I just want to bite. He's like, no, you can't eat the teenager's head. I just want to bite. No, stop, Eddie, please, Eddie. I want to eat her.
I just want to bite. One bite, just one.
That's not bad. That's pretty spot on, actually. But yeah, Spider-Man, Tom Holland Spider-Man is about to catch Zendaya's Michelle, and then the trailer cuts away. It cuts to black because something's about to happen. It reminds me of a certain clock tower scene from The Amazing Spider-Man 2. And
maybe
we're about to see it. Anyway, let's keep going.
Maybe.
Let's keep going. We're almost there.
See, there's the Captain Shield. Yeah.
Look, Ned. They better have a good reason for fucking being there.
Yeah, why are you two idiots here? That's the other thing. Why would Strange need to recruit any of Peter's friends at all? It should just be Peter. He needs help. Like, these are just normal kids. Like,
yeah. Where are any of the other Avengers?
Well, again, Cool Man, there's a reason why it would just be Peter, but it's still, like, why wouldn't Strange like ask for backup? It'd just been like, hey, like come on, somebody. You couldn't Falcon couldn't, or sorry, Captain America, he couldn't help.
Yeah, what about Captain America and the White Wolf?
Yeah, but like they couldn't help. Like, come on.
What? Captain America? He's old.
Oh no! The Captain, like Falcon and the Winter Soldier, he becomes Captain America. Remember?
Oh no, I haven't seen Falcon. I mean,
well, he does. Endgame. Remember?
I know he gets the shield, but I didn't realize he started calling himself Captain America.
That's what they were setting up, because in one of the comics, Falcon does take on the mantle of Captain America. One of the other iterations, it's always Bucky.
I prefer the Bucky one, actually.
Yeah, me too.
I was never a big fan. I was never a big fan of Falcon. I don't know what it was.
No. See, I adore Falcon, and I actually don't like. I didn't like it in the comics, but I think I thought in the MCU, I'm like, no, they could probably pull it off because of a lot of people like this version of Sam. But no, that wasn't gonna happen. And the worst thing is they used a comic accurate costume of Falcon's version of Captain America, which everybody thought that costume was ugly. Like, the one time you didn't have to be comic accurate and you decided, now we're going to be comic accurate. Like, no, that costume's ugly.
Yeah.
Like, why did you put Sam in that? Anthony Mackie's a cute guy too.
Pariah, Dark, Daily Bugle, Spider-Man endangers 2 teenagers.
Probably.
He's a menace to the entire city.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. Spider-Man's gonna get everyone else killed out here.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, no, like, yeah, you're right. It could have. It wasn't another Avenger. Anyway, he's like.
Yeah, he could have
She's
called
falling.
him them. He could.
Oh wow!
He could have
This
called him
doesn't.
Hawkeye.
The way it's shot, it's like, yeah, this is totally isn't a rip off of the clock tower scene.
Well, okay, no, that's also a very famous comic book storyline, like the death of Gwen Stacy.
I know, but they're ripping off the the reason I knew who it what it was referencing is because of how they shot it. I was like, yeah, this looks like that scene from Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Well, also Spider-Man 1, remember? Because of whenever he tosses Mary Jane, that's a direct reference to the death of Gwen Stacy, except in this version, Peter was actually able to save Mary Jane, whereas in the comics, he could not save Gwen Stacy. Like, Gwen Stacy died.
Right. Okay.
In fact, that was minus the part where Mary Jane lives. That is a very, almost a shot for shot, like the same of the comic. It's actually really well done what Sam Raimi did.
You're talking about when Gwen Stacy, sorry, when MJ falls off the bridge, yeah? When
yes,
Goblin
like the
lets her
whole
go?
the whole thing.
It's a sadistic choice.
Yeah,
like the whole thing. That was like shot for shot, like the same. Like a lot of it was like. Now, granted, there were some liberties. Like again, first of all, Mary Jane doesn't die, and it was like, but it was like overall really well done. Like the Goblin, like it was perfect. Willem Dafoe is perfect for Green Goblin. Like, oh my goodness. Like you don't even know, like as a comic fan for me, where I'm just like, just to see this come to life and just to see how perfect he was and he nailed it.
Daily Bugle. Spider-Man tears up in the multiverse and teams up with 5 other villains. They are now terrorizing New York. Anyway,
We call them the Sinister Six. Sinister.
And now, if you let the trailer run to the end, you're going to see the setup for a multiverse of madness.
Oh no, I think they're setting up Toby and Andrew.
No, because it's like because this has to lead into the multiverse of madness. So I don't think they're going to end it on a. I mean, I think they'll end Peter on a high, but I don't think they'll end Doctor Strange on a high. I think he's going to get like sucked into something here.
And I can't stop him.
No. I mean this trailer, because of a lot of people when they watched this trailer, they thought that we were going to see like a money shot of like Andrew and Toby coming in whenever he says, "I can't stop them from coming through." Like, so I think that because this is what fans were expecting.
Yeah, but I think like. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure when he says like,
which I have to say,
like I'm pretty sure he means like the whole fucking multiverse is collapsing, and that's what's going to lead into multiverse madness because this storyline has to continue in that movie.
We don't know. Again, we're not sure. But I have to say, there is one thing I am impressed with Marvel Studios and Sony, and that is the restraint on holding back Toby and Andrew. Like, it is the worst kept secret, but they are really keeping it close. Like, they don't care if everybody's like, this is the worst kept secret ever. They're like, we're still going to try and keep it.
I can respect that they still want people to be thrilled in the cinemas with that reveal, but. Ugh.
Like I said, that's the only thing that I'm actually impressed with, like their restraint in that. Like, because you would think they'd go all the Force Awakens, like, look, guys, we got Han and Chewie. Look, the Millennium Falcon. Like, no, they're like they're actually.
Force Awakens did restrain Luke Skywalker, but then again, he was barely in the trailer, so
he wasn't in the. No, that was actually a bad thing. No, I mean in the trailer, like saying, "Look, OT fans, we got Han, we got Chewie, we got the Millennium Falcon, we got TIE fighters."
And look, they have the cast reacting to the trailer, just sort of cringe hype. Anyway, nothing against the cast. It's just like,
oh wow, we didn't know that was in the movie.
Yeah, and I was like, well, you guys are fucking in the movie. Come on.
Well, it's all scripted. We know it is. They're paid to do it.
Yeah, and like I said, nothing against the actors. It's kind of cringe that they made. All right. You guys, I gotta go. Not go, but like not going.
Yes, this is our channel now.
Well, I mean, you guys can take the reins for a bit. I just have to go bathroom, and I'll be back in a few seconds.
Well, actually, my dog will not stop nipping at my fingers. So I think he needs me to take him outside. So I gotta go too. Okay. Cool man. It's right. In the chat.
Yeah, it's me, guys.
Don't worry, guys. I'll come back and rescue you as quickly as I can. I'm kidding. Go nuts. Cool man. Do you think?
Yeah, it's the Millennium Falcon. All right, let's see what y'all are saying in the chat. From what I've heard about WandaVision, sounds like a House of M adaptation. It's very small scale though, and like really bad. WandaVision is so bad. It's literally like, and it was completely rewritten like over the course of production. So a lot of the stuff that people were like suspecting and stuff that was supposedly getting set up completely scrapped. And like I mentioned earlier, Doctor Strange was supposed to come in to help Wanda, and that was scrapped too because can't have that evil white male helping Wanda. It could be the Venomverse merging with the MCU. Well, I mean, we already saw that at the end of There Will Be Carnage. But, I wouldn't be surprised if they just throw in, we can't stop him from coming through. And it's like Tom Hardy's like, Venom comes in. He's like, oh, I have no idea where I am. Jameson, why did I just see Spider-Man on top of the Statue of Liberty? There's 3, actually.
All right, I'm back.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 3 of them.
I have returned, chat.
Hello.
All right, so what's going on?
I was just quoting what Darth Prime was saying, and he was like, why did I just see Spider-Man on top of the Statue of Liberty? And me, there's 3, actually.
There are. This is getting out of hand.
Now there are 3 of them.
Oh, chat, I'm dying because I sent the link to both. Last week, I sent the link to both Anomaly and Coolman in anticipation that Anomaly was actually going to listen to these leaks before we went into the stream, but he didn't. So he's going to experience this. I'm excited.
Yeah, I know. I watched that video and I talked to you about it.
Yeah, we talked a lot in DMs about it. Now, chat, I'm going to put in the biggest caveat. This doesn't mean that the leaks are 100% real. First of all, movies go through a lot of rewrites and redrafting and editing and this and that. Right? But that's normal. That's normal in Hollywood, but this one especially. But that's always been normal. And remember, whenever the leaks came out for The Rise of Skywalker, remember those leaks, only 60% of the leaks were accurate. There was a lot of stuff that was wrong because of, there's been reshoots and there's been stuff like this and that. So what you're about to see doesn't mean it's 100% going to be in the movie. So don't take it as this is 100% fact. Take it as plausible. Just take it as it plausibly could be this. That's just all you got to do is look at a leak. You always look at a leak as kind of like as a Schrödinger cat, kind of like, is it real or is it not? It could be, it couldn't be. Now, unlike some of the other leaks, the reason why I believe this leak is the most credible is because 1, this came out a month before this new trailer, and 2, what also came out before this trailer was the John Campea photos that leaked out, and the John Campea photos also references, maybe not references because I don't know if he knew about this leak, but it does confirm some things that happened in this leak. And another thing, before this leak came out that I showed to Coolman, I also showed him a GIF that came from a leaked video of Andrew Garfield on that same scaffolding that we all know that he's fighting those villains because we all know he's going to be in this movie. And again, this leak confirms all those other things. It kind of fits into place. Now, there are some things, however, in this trailer that do contradict what's in this leak. And a lot of it is with Doctor Strange, which makes me curious. What is the redraft? What is actually going to be in the movie? We don't know.
Yeah, I've got the video primed up and ready.
We just need NOMZ.
When he's taking his nuclear dump right now.
Oh.
Who knows how long that'll take him.
Oh, dear. Wait, are they even allowed to have that in Australia? I'm pretty sure they're very restrictive on things over there.
You're just taking a dump. Oi, you got a license for that poop.
I mean, we're smart enough not to have guns. Oh, snap. I'm kidding. What's up?
Dang,
what?
You got the whole club laughing, bro.
What happened? What?
You failed. Ratio.
What did I do? Ratio what?
Ratio.
You're confusing me. I just got back.
I just ratioed you.
But what? I'm so confused. All right, I'll take the L on that one, just so we can move on. All right, so Doc Ock, I fought Spider-Man. Why did I just see 2 more? Green Goblin. There's 3 actually.
All right, so you're
That's
going
a Spider-Verse. That's a Spider-Verse quote, isn't it?
Okay, did you guys hear?
Spider-Man.
Whoa,
Whoa, you cut out big time.
Did you guys hear me at all?
No.
You went dead silent for a good.
Yeah, I thought so because if the whole chat went dead silent and I could only hear myself, and I'm like, what the heck is going on?
The whole chat went dead. The chat's always silent.
Your internet must have blipped on you.
I guess so. That sucked.
Because that's what happens to me when my internet has blipped. Everything goes quiet and I can only hear myself.
I was so alone. I was very lonely. I missed my friends. I was like, oh
Oh no.
no. Where did we go?
Yeah, people are saying, what is it? You mean dumb enough not to have guns? I mean,
Yeah.
our death toll says otherwise, but all right.
No, guns are important.
Martial arts is my self-defense, so that's all good.
Yeah, but what's it gonna do when someone puts a bullet to your head?
Do you remember that scene from Indiana Jones where the guy pulls out a knife or sword and he's like swinging around? Indiana Jones pulls out a gun and just
true. But you do realize that barely anyone what the sentence is here for having a gun, for having a loaded gun. It's like 15 years for the firearm, and it's like an extra year for every bullet.
Yeah, and that's your country is dumb.
That's just for being cool with guns. What I'm trying to say is that, I mean, guns still exist on the streets, but they are scarce.
the emu Reich is very restrictive on anything that can kill emus. That was Pariah Dark's comment.
Yeah, the emus are all planning to take over. They stripped you of your rights.
Well, I mean, granted, that it was very short-sighted of us to get rid of the guns. Moments before the great emu invasion happened, but I mean, at least
What are you gonna do when the kangaroos create their uprising and overthrow the emus?
Oh God, freaking! We would have had to start breeding with the emus and form treaties and shit by that point.
Emus versus kangaroos. No matter who wins, we lose.
God,
it's the new Alien versus Predator.
I'll take fucking emu rule over kangaroo rule. God damn, it'll be a cold day in hell before I live in a country that ruled by kangaroos.
That's true.
The emus, I can tell, even though we shouldn't have let them invade. I'll tolerate the emus instead of the kangaroos. Anyway.
Okay. But so Anomaly, I made a caveat to chat, and I'll just make the same one to you. This doesn't necessarily mean that the leaks are accurate or 100% what's going to be the movie. They are plausible. What we see in the trailer, a lot of it kind of confirms it. What John Campea released kind of confirms it. And there is a leak even before even this leak that also kind of leads credence that this leak could be plausible. Now, of course, redrafts, rewrites, edits, all this always happens in movies all the time in Hollywood. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean, even if this is 100% accurate, this probably is not going to be the final product. And even if it is, this whole thing, it's very much a nutshell summary version of what you could expect to see in the movie. It glosses over a lot. We don't know the full context for everything. So just take it with the grainiest of grains of salt, chat. But just know, chat, I think it's credible. It doesn't mean it's real, but I do think it's credible. I think it might be real.
Just to remind the chat, Angel doesn't like Halo 4, so when she says you're just wrong.
Take
everything she says with a grain of salt.
You're just stupid. You thought Gandalf inspired Merlin. You thought George of the Jungle inspired Tarzan. You're a retard. So, anyways,
got him.
I'm thinking of a comeback, but yeah,
you got nothing.
I got no coffee. That's what I have.
Yeah, that's I don't need coffee. I don't need coffee. You are weak.
I mean, I had a 1 hour week today, plus YouTube. That's like 50-hour week for me.
I had to take care of a crying niece. who woke
my
up several times in the middle of the night.
My nephew used me as a trampoline last night. Couldn't even finish my Ackman vid.
Big whoopty frickin' do. I have 4 like little kids that were jumping all over me and hanging off all over me. This is just another Tuesday for me.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right. Let's get started with this.
All right.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to Everything Always. My name is Michael Broman, aka Allfires. Now, normally when we do a plot leak here at the channel of any kind, I tell you guys the same spoiler warning. Remember to take anything that doesn't come directly from Marvel Studios with a grain of salt, but that sometimes it's the anonymous 4chan plot leaks, the craziest ones, that end up becoming true. In the case of WandaVision, we were getting weekly episode descriptions literally every week for the back half of the season. Well, right when they released the Spider-Man official teaser, we saw a ton of details playing live out on screen that was reminiscent of a plot leak that was posted to 4chan a month or 2 before the actual release of that trailer, leading us to believe that the rest of the details in that very extensive and very detailed leak would be true. Now, unfortunately, that original post was removed from 4chan.
Can we pause for a second?
Able to retrieve it.
Yeah.
Okay, what's this thing he's showing us? It has like this weird get lost in a story. That's all. Is it just like an ad for the MCU that he's showing in the background?
Basically.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
It's probably like a Disney Plus ad or something.
Possibly, yeah. But I have a question. Everything Always, this guy's channel. Does he normally put out conspiracy theories and shit about upcoming movies?
I don't know. I found this
like
video because if he just, I don't know. This is the only video I've ever seen of this guy. I just found this video because if he actually reads out the leaks, like he reads it paragraph by paragraph which is why I actually was like the only video talking about the leaks I actually put on, because if he's the only person that actually reads them to you, he didn't just all this little stupid spiel of, oh, well, this is what we kind of heard from here, and this is what we kind of heard from here, and you can read this here and subscribe. I was like, no, like he actually like reads out the whole leak. That was the only reason. That's the only reason I linked it to Cool Man. I have no idea if he's a good channel or a bad channel. That's all right. I just found this video. That's all.
Okay. Look at Christopher Barker here quoting George of the Jungle. Oh, sorry, he's quoting Tarzan. My bad.
Watch out for the chat. Can you please kill him for me?
It's okay. I'm sure Tarzan will find a way to vine swing correctly one day.
Chat, kill him for me.
Anyway, keep going, Cool Man, with the video.
It from one of our videos that we did, actually find the source files for the text, which I'm going to provide in full as we read through it. And of course, now the spoiler warning comes back into play, but in a different way. It's not to take it with a grain of salt, but rather there was some stuff proven in this plot leak in the official teaser, which means there's probably truth in the rest of this. And if that's
now again, this video came out before the official trailer, and the official trailer also lends a lot of credence to this plot leak. Okay. Now, there's also things like with Strange. You're going to see an anomaly. A lot of the stuff with Strange is completely different in this leak from it is in the trailers, which makes me wonder, is this leak real, or is it a rewrite, or is the trailer stuff with stuff that was original stuff that was cut, and they only put it in the trailer to mislead the audience? I don't know. We'll find out December 17th.
Right.
No Way Home, you might want to back out now. Also, if you're into daily Marvel content, that's all I cover here at the channel. So hit the subscribe button, leave a comment down below. That'll
I've been to that bridge, by the way.
Tonight, stick around
Prague's
to the video. We'll get into
nice looking
again there. So enough with the spoiler warning and prologue. We're diving right
Okay, pause, Cool Man. So everyone in the chat is saying this guy is an infamous clickbaiter. That's probably true, but in this video, he does actually read out the entire leaks. So that has nothing to do with his clickbait. So if he's a terrible channel, then maybe this is the only video where he actually does do what he says he's going to do in the video. Because he actually, like, I watched this video chat from start to finish. All he does is just read the plot leaks. And he does a little bit of speculation here and there, but all he does is just read it. That's all he's doing.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Okay, and just what was I gonna say? Fucking jeez, I really need that coffee. It's dry. My head's
weak.
My head's turning into the vacuum of space. Look,
you need an intervention. Like this addiction has gone too far.
I mean, I only drink 4 coffees now because I have to be in bed by 10 p.m. every
4
night.
coffees a day?
That's light for me. When I was in uni, I was doing like
That's not
10.
healthy, man.
Like I said,
I was
cut back.
joking about you having an addiction, but like, no, you genuinely need to cut down the coffee.
I did. 4 is a cut down for me.
You need to do more than that. That's bad for your heart, man.
Yeah, that's like genuine. That's like genuinely bad. Like that much caffeine is not good for you.
Yeah, well, I saw what a little bit of sugar did to my nephew last night. He was a nightmare, and yeah, so I don't know. Maybe
even Ghost is like 4 coffees.
fucking when I was at university, I was fucking downing one an hour, no joke. So, and I was studying for like what? It was like 11-hour days, just doing uni work. So yeah, it was like 11 coffees per day, roughly. Every day would be different, but that'd be at least like 6 or 7 on a study day.
Like 2. I could understand maybe 2 cups of coffee a day. Like 4. Like good lord, chill out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, friggin' everyone's astounded by that. What? You guys really?
Yes. That's not normal. I don't even drink coffee.
You have a problem. I don't drink at all. What the fuck? How is your heart still working?
Yeah. Look, everyone here is concerned about you. We're here because we love you. We want
even
the best for you.
Wise Wolf, NOMZ, I am massively concerned for your health.
Uh-huh. Just a question. Hang on. Where's Ghost's comment? You are weak, NOMZ. How can I be weak if my heart can take like 11 coffees per day?
No. That doesn't mean you're strong. The fact that you're dependent on it is bad. The fact that you're dependent on that much coffee is bad. It doesn't mean you're strong. It means you're weak.
That's really bad for your heart. Yeah, you could have issues in the future. Hey, Ken, it's been a while. How you doing?
Hey, don't you change the subject.
Yeah. I'm conversing with my old friend Ken here, okay? Do not
Who's
interrupt.
showing concern. Ken loves you, NOMZ, and you don't respect that.
Back at you, Ken. And yeah, my heart's doing all right. Look, like I said, I cut back because I need coffee in the morning. I gotta understand. I wake up. My schedule at the moment is I wake up at 4:30. I do YouTube from 5 till 8:30. I go to work at 9. I go from 9 till 6 work, and then I come home and maybe I'll work a bit more. Maybe I'll unwind, watch the fairy tale or whatever, and then I'm in bed by 10. Rinse and repeat, 5 days a week. That's my schedule.
You don't
I
need 4 cups.
coffee for
no,
that.
no.
I get up at 4:30 for work every day, and I don't drink coffee at all.
Yeah. Well, that's because you're just fucking inhuman.
I'm a machine. I'm a machine.
No.
Mutant Man 229.
No, he's normal. He's normal. You don't need that much coffee in your life. Maybe 1 or 2 cups. That's normal. That is completely normal. You need to cut back, dude.
Yeah, I know, but like, I don't know, like, wait, you wake up for work at 4:30, right?
Yes.
All right. What time you go to bed?
Usually 9 to 10.
Yeah, that's when I go to bed too. It's like, yeah.
Yeah,
well, but that's precisely my point. Like, I drink. I don't have any more. Before when I was like uni or when I was before I took this job.
You genuinely have a coffee addiction.
I wasn't drinking. I was drinking coffee at whatever time of the day, whether it was 7 a.m. in the morning or whether it was like 11 o'clock at night. I just didn't give a shit. Now, because I have to be in bed by 10 every freaking night, I've cut back substantially in the evenings. I only have, I think, 1 coffee past 12 p.m. and that's at like 2 o'clock. And that's
NOMZ, you need to occasionally maybe substitute that coffee with like a lower caffeinated drink, like maybe.
Yeah, I do. It's called tea.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So like, but I mean like maybe 1 or 2 cups of coffee a day. Like that is not healthy for you to drink that much.
That's a highlight about this, not the great coffee intervention or something.
That's really bad for your heart, man. Like I care about you. Like drink some juice, like something. Like come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh. Hey, this is a super chat came in, and it's very. I actually have something to share about this. Yo, Anomaly, what's your opinion on dislikes being disabled? It's dumb. I want to know your take. Also, watch Miami Vice. It's a pretty good show. Thank you.
You need to watch. You need to watch an AI Core.
Yeah, well, that was what the. If you go to the archive channel, which I still haven't pinned in the comments because I'm a fool. I should have done that. I apologize. You can find it in the description, or you can find it in the channel section of there's like a channels tab on my channel that takes you to
the channel's literally called, like, you can look it up. It's literally called AI Core.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't miss it. Anyway, second episode was on that, and we talked about it in length. It's funny though, because I didn't tell you this, Angel. I told Cool Man. Yeah, thanks for recommending Miami Vice. I got a list of shit I got to check out.
Here,
I'll chuck it on the list. But no, let me finish.
No, I'm saying to Anthony, I'm gonna post a link. Here we go. Here's a link to the channel of AI Core. I just posted it just now in the chat.
Okay, I'll pin that then. Okay. For anyone who hasn't gone there yet, where's your?
It should be the most recent one. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Back to the whole. What was I going to say? Dislikes.
The dislikes.
Being disabled. Yeah. So I have to switch my accounts around when I post stuff on my gaming channel, when I post stuff on the podcast channel. Like I have to re-upload. The Kathleen Kennedy contract extension podcast, which was the last one we did. I'll probably do that after this one wraps up, and I'll re-upload this podcast a few days from now. But I have to switch around my accounts, and because of that, I show up differently in comment sections depending on what account I use. Right now, that said, I texted Cool Man because I was like, "What the hell's going on with the dislikes?" Because on my NOMZ account, when I go to comment sections or click on videos, when I'm on my NOMZ account, I can't see dislikes anymore. Like they actually fucking scrapped the dislikes for that account. But when I'm on Anomaly Inc., the dislikes are still there. So how weird is that?
It depends, because when I'm on mobile, I can still, my phone, I can see dislikes for every single video I've ever clicked on. It's still there.
And when you're on PC?
Well, let me look. I actually haven't checked my phone. I've only looked at my phone because I normally watch YouTube on my phone because I just do stuff and I just listen in the background.
Right.
Hang on. Let me make sure my volume's not up so I don't have a volume coming in.
Anthony, I'm glad you brought this up because I almost forgot to talk about it. Yeah. On one of my channels, I can't fucking view dislikes.
Yeah, I can still see dislikes.
On this channel, I can. Okay, well, that's good.
Huh.
Maybe they're just trialing it for a few channels. Trying to gauge what the reaction is, seeing if they get enough backlash, and then they'll reinforce it for everyone. But it doesn't matter how slowly they do it; they're still going to get the same amount of backlash.
But yeah, I can still see dislikes. I just went to AI Core and I could see dislikes on AI Core.
Yeah, I can still see them anywhere for me.
Yeah. Well, lucky you guys. I can't for some reason. I'm my second channel, but
it's very weird how they're implementing it. You think they would just flip the switch and do it for everyone?
No, they're too pussy to do that. But they're going to get the backlash no matter what. It's a very dumb, very cowardly decision on their part, and it's designed to protect the big corpos on this platform from getting dislike bombed and from getting backlash from people displeased with how they practice themselves.
Everyone make sure to go to YouTube Rewind and screenshot that and save it. So if eventually when YouTube turns it off on that one, we need to keep it for posterity.
Yeah. That. And they're claiming it's to protect small creators from getting backlash.
Which is bullcrap, because Cool Man is had so much issues on YouTube all the time. And they've screwed him over on so many videos all the time. Like when we did this video for Voltron, how many times did you have to keep re-uploading that, Cool Man? Was it 3?
Yeah, it was 3 times. There was this one scene in particular that kept getting
the Netflix bots were just going crazy on him, and it was just YouTube is terrible to small channels. They've never cared about small channels, so this is bullcrap.
Yeah, it is bullcrap. Crap, I lost my place. What was I going to say? But me and Cool Man discussed this in length. Yes, the dislike button can be abused, and yes, it can be abused on small creators who don't have. Can be creators can use their audiences as a weapon, and
Oh,
send people
absolutely.
over-
I remember Cool Man did a video, and I don't know, one person was really butthurt, and they went and told all their friends about it on Tumblr to just like dislike bomb it.
Yeah.
So, but granted, it was like 25 people, but Cool Man's a small channel, so 25 versus like the 5 people. So I just went and told one of my friends in another Discord server, I like said, "Hey, he's getting dislike bomb. Everybody just go like it." Like just to piss off the person who went and did a dislike bomb. But but it was like, but it doesn't matter. Like, who cares? Like, it's just one video, and it's not like Cool Man makes money off of it anyway. And it's not like it's affecting his mental health. Like, I'm pretty sure Cool Man is fine.
Yeah, I know, but like you're kind of. I mean, yes, but like the bigger point that needs to be stated is that those are the exceptions. These are like not even 0.1% of videos has this happen to them. The rest of the time, the dislike button is used to properly evaluate a video's quality or to assess if a video is reliable, if it's informative, if it's not spreading misinformation, if it's not promoting a slimy business practice, etc., etc., etc.
Well, like, what if somebody does like if they have a like how to build XYZ, like if someone wants to build like a desk or something like that, they'll go to YouTube to watch a video of how a guy builds it. And let's say it's a really terrible video, like it's a really bad advice on how to build it. Well, you're not going to know if the dislikes are hidden. All you're going to see is the likes. Because usually people don't usually, because people said, well, there's the comments. What if the guy turns off the comments?
What if
then you're not going to know?
What if someone makes a video praising the Ku Klux Klan and you can't see the dislikes on it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why the dislike button is important. And dislike bombing does happen, but those are very, very few exceptions. And yes, they do happen. Nothing's perfect. You just got to fucking deal with it. But
and
why are you on the internet anyway if you can't handle it?
If you don't have the mental health to cope with a couple of dislikes, you shouldn't be on the internet at all. I get it. Sometimes things can be disheartening. Like I'll have days where I'm just like, man, this is really just beating at me. Then you know what I do? I log off. I take a break. I get away from social media. Like, because if it's just like, if something's bad, just step away for a little bit. That's all you do. I don't need a stupid corporation to protect me or protect others. Like, who cares? Like, okay, granted, I stopped doing YouTube. I'd appear on videos with Cool Man, but this is just bad at all. Like, as somebody who goes to YouTube, to consume product, this is bad also for users who just want to. Well, that's what YouTube is. It's a product. It is. Yeah, it is.
Like, if I want to watch a video and I'm like, let's say it's a channel I don't subscribe to normally, and I'll be like, okay, is this video good? Is it bad? I will look at the likes.
And also, I lost my place again. I forget what I was going to say. Ken also says, there's also so much more scam videos now because dislikes that would usually real. It's a scam, can't be used as an indicator anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, that's very much correct. Thank you for pointing that out.
And YouTube is so stupid because now BitChute and Odyssey are like using this as advertisement. They say, hey guys, we still let you have a voice on here.
Yeah.
I would love to. BitChute actually seems like a decent enough platform to put videos on, but its UI is so fucking dog shit. Like, it looks like one of the most. They need to brighten that platform up. You put some color in there. It looks like such a bleak, depressing place to watch videos on. At least YouTube, I'll say this: its UIs are actually kind of colorful and nice to look at. But that's me. People may disagree with that.
I always put YouTube on dark mode, so I don't really care.
What is dark mode?
Are you serious?
Don't you know me by now? Yes. If I'm oblivious, what is it?
And you wanted to tell chat, well, Angel's wrong about Halo 4. You don't know anything.
I know more than you about Halo. Tell me about dark mode.
No. You don't know.
Tell me about dark mode.
Cool Man, he's just wrong.
Yeah.
Angel.
Thank you.
Tell me what dark mode is.
It's in the name, dark mode. It's just where instead of white, it's a dark screen, a black screen, so that way it doesn't hurt your eyes.
Oh, the more you know. All right.
Like, a lot of websites use it. Like, even fan fiction sites have a dark mode.
I might try that actually because it does hurt my eyes sometimes. Like right now, actually, it's kind of hurting my eyes.
Oh my gosh! Somebody in
Um,
chat are like, "Are you serious? Dark Moon is the way." Ghost is yelling at you again.
Ghost always yells at me. Fuck. Anyway, but yeah, like for example, like I got dislike bombed for my Mandalorian takes. I'm
Well,
still
yeah.
here. That didn't deter me. Although I admittedly kind of just, I'm not going to make any more Mandalorian videos. I might make one more because I've just kind of want to summarize my thoughts on the series. But I'm not going to, I lost the will to make Mandalorian videos after season 2 because season 2 was just so bad. And I'm not invested in Mandalorian anymore, and I don't really care about season 3, so I'm not going to cover season 3. But yeah, like I still finished covering season 2. Like the dislikes did not deter me, and it didn't make me suppress my opinions either. But
No,
like,
it just means
dislike
that
bombs-
it just means people disagree with you.
And while it's, I mean, well, granted, a lot of those didn't. That was a dislike bomb though. Like the majority of those people did not watch the video past 10 seconds.
No, they probably didn't. They're just angry because someone dared criticize Mandalorian.
Well, I mean, they
But
didn't though. Like I saw the analytics. I went. To
I know.
analytics.
I'm just saying it doesn't matter if they disagree with you because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, fine, they disagree with me. So what? Like, it's not going to change your opinion. It's not going to change. It's not going to change your arguments because your arguments were sound.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, like again, like I stand by what I said mostly. It didn't deter me from doing my arguments, and like while it was unfortunate, it's I was just like, okay, well, that's what happens. It's just part of the game, really. I didn't go to therapy because of it. It didn't damage my mental health.
That's what happens when you have an unpopular opinion. Even if the unpopular opinion is right, it doesn't matter. It's gonna get pushback. That's normal. That is the way things go whenever you push back against something popular.
Absolutely. But I mean, granted, I did post those like seconds after the episodes were released, so hype for them and the show was at an all-time high. So yeah. But probably not the best time to post them, especially if the take is unpopular. Because but at the same time, it is what it is, and dislikes should absolutely still be there. There's a reason for them anyway. And again, what happened to me was an exception. It wasn't. Again, 99.999% of the time, the dislikes are used correctly. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, Anthony. Let me go back to Anthony real quick. Where'd you go? Appreciate the super chat. Thanks for bringing up the topic because I did want to talk about it because I thought it was weird. My second channel was playing up with it, so they are trying to enforce it. They're just doing it little by little. Would be my guess.
And I definitely would say go back to AI Core and watch that whole stream that Coolman and NOMZ did on it.
Yeah.
It was also really funny because they got to watch YouTube Rewind and all of us were screaming at them for why would you make us suffer through this? And then we got the palate cleanser PewDiePie. So it was like, all was well.
Yeah, PewDiePie's Rewind was really funny. Light mode for everything.
No, you're a heathen.
I gotta try on dark mode for.
It is so much better on the eyes, especially say you're wanting to look at something on your phone late at night, and then the light mode is just lights up the entire room. Put it on dark mode, and it's much nicer on the eyes in a dark room.
Okay. Well, look, let's get through this because we're already at 4 hours. This is already going an hour longer than I intended.
Oh, geez, yeah, that's true. Okay, now again. Caveat, guys, even if let's say this leak isn't true, there's quite a few things that match up with the trailer. And then another thing is it doesn't matter if this leak is so much is different than the actual movie because that happens. Movies get rewritten all the time, or it could be a false leak. I just think it's interesting for conversation. Because Coolman and I had a really long conversation about this one video because then it brought up a lot of speculation of what could be true and what could be false, what could be rewritten, what could be edited, what could be the context. I think it's a very fascinating subject.
Yeah. Okay. Cool, man.
Yep.
You it is in your hands.
Job I do at Marvel Studios, but I'm bringing this out because I'm frustrated. Well, I have not seen the movie, but I have read the script, and it goes like this. Also, the trailer won't show Toby or Andrew, and it's full of fake scenes designed to throw you off. He was speaking about that original teaser.
Again, remember, this came out before the trailer. It won't show you Toby or Andrew. Ha.
Okay, can you put it up a little bit? Because his voice is kind of muffled.
Yeah.
and other industry insiders have said the same thing. It starts Act 1. The first scene takes place in an abandoned building somewhere in New York at night. A group of teenagers are exploring the abandoned building for a live stream. They talk about how the place is supposedly haunted. They eventually encounter a mysterious figure stumbling out of the darkness, clad in green armor, but injured. The teenagers are scared, but they attempt to mock the figure. But they run as soon as the figure starts walking towards them. The figure is none other than Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, wearing his armor from 2002's Spider-Man movie, but without the helmet. An extended version of the breaking news report.
Yes, because remember the helmet did come off in the fight.
Yeah, well, he took it off, and what? So what the hell? Wait a minute. First,
yeah.
So it starts off in the building where he was supposedly killed, but he's not dead anymore.
No. This isn't Tom Holland's universe.
What the fuck?
Keep going.
It'll make sense when you go through this.
No, it won't. But keep going anyway.
Yeah.
An extended version of the breaking news report from the ending of Far From Home plays over the Marvel Studios logo. And we see a montage of scenes broadcasting the same video we saw at the end of Far From Home when Mysterio exposes Peter as Spider-Man. And of course, J.K. Simmons' new version of J. Jonah Jameson. Spider-Man is holding his head in panic, just as he was at the end of Far From Home. He looks back at MJ and then back at the screen. We then see the reactions of various people. We see Flash Thompson drop a snack from his mouth as he's watching, surprised at the fact that Peter is Spider-Man. Ned is with his mother, just as shocked. Spider-Man swings away as people look at him, telling MJ to meet him back at Queens. We did see them swim away in the trailer, by the way. Aunt May frantically calls him about what's happening. Spidey tells her that he'll be home soon and that they should move away as he fears there might be a mob that will attack him at their home. Spider-Man arrives at the apartment building in Queens and they talk about what to do, calling Happy. Obviously, Aunt May, Ned, and MJ know that Peter is innocent. They also attempt to contact Nick Fury, but he doesn't answer, well, because he's in space, which we kind of know that too from the end of Far From Home. And there's a joke about Nick ghosting Peter back for not answering his call in Far From Home. Peter tells Aunt May that they may have time to figure things out since Peter Parker was just a normal teenager. So not many people will know where he lives anyway, but then they just as suddenly hear a bunch of people gathered outside yelling at them, including Brad Davis and a few other students from Peter's school who probably led the mob to his home.
Pause.
Happy attempts to...
Peter's just like, oh, no one will know me. I'm just average Peter Parker. Peter, you go to school. What an idiot.
That's dumb.
No one knows I exist.
I am interested to see like the fallout from Far From Home after his identity's correct. And I suppose I still think it's fucking ridiculous that they're actually gonna like. Here's the thing: when they had J. Jonah Jameson cameo in Spider-Man Far From Home, and it was J.K. Simmons, I'll admit I lit up. I was like, hey, cool. But like that was just a cameo. It wasn't. And yes, it was a reference to J.K. Simmons and a reference to the older movies because, I mean, again...
Well, to be fair, nobody can top him. Nobody can top him.
That too.
I think that's also why in Amazing Spider-Man, they didn't have a Norman Osborn because they knew they couldn't top Willem Dafoe. Now, granted, I don't know why they...
No, they did. They did. In Amazing Spider-Man 2, they did have...
No. I mean, like, his version of Green Goblin. Like, they had Norman Osborn. They didn't have Norman Osborn as Green Goblin.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, like again, so
because you can't top that. You can't.
And obviously, yeah. And now they're saying like there's a MCU version of the Raimi characters and cast members. One of those being Green Goblin, who gets into a fight. No, but wait, how is Goblin in a fight in an abandoned building?
No. They say it's Willem Dafoe in his 2002 Raimi outfit minus the helmet. They're saying this is Raimi's Green Goblin.
I know, but you're saying that this was in the MCU's universe, not like
yes,
he got teleported there.
As in, he's already being brought into their universe. As in, supposedly, if the trailers are lying to us, then that means Strange isn't the reason why the universe is broken. Now, that's what this leak is saying. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's real at all. But according to this leak, supposedly the trailers are lying to us about the reason that the spell is being cast.
Oh, okay. Yep, okay, we'll keep going.
To pick up Peter and May from their apartment, but the people in front of their apartment building are getting in his way. Peter sees Happy outside the window, gesturing for them to get back down. Peter quickly changes to his civilian outfit, goes back down with May and confronts the mob, pretending to not know what the hell is happening.
What?
Davis calls him out
Pretending,
and says that he
that's-
should know what's happening since his face was just broadcast all over the world. Happy comes out of his car and escorts them to the car. In the car, they discuss what to do. Happy suggests hiring a lawyer so that they can settle this legally, as there's really nothing else they can do at this point. May says she might know someone. She pulls out her phone and starts contacting a lawyer. We cut to a courthouse. Peter is on trial. The lawyer is none other than Matt Murdock, played by Charlie Cox.
Pause.
Okay, pause for a second. Pause. First off, like, just think about it. They got Jon Favreau in this. You got Tom Holland, Zendaya, Ned. Even though Ned's not a big star.
Now,
you have Charlie Cox.
Noms, have you seen the John Campea leaks?
I have, yes.
Okay, because one of those pictures is Charlie Cox sitting
Yes,
at a table with Happy, with May, with Peter,
yes,
and so
yes.
now I don't know if this leak is real. Chat, I'm not saying this leak is real. I am saying it could be. Now, I'm not saying that the YouTuber, because some people are like, well, this YouTuber is this and that and this and that. I don't trust this YouTuber. I don't know this YouTuber. I'm saying the leak could potentially maybe be accurate. Maybe not 100%. Maybe some of it is accurate because there are other things that I've seen in the trailers and a couple of other leaks that are making it lead credence to maybe it might be parts of it might be true. It could be also the leak is lying. Maybe the leak is also the guy throws it because it's not the first time that leakers because I followed many leaks for video games and stuff like that too. A common tactic that a lot of leakers will do so that way the company won't know their identity so they don't get fired is they'll also throw in false information and red herrings. So that way if their boss, like maybe a boss would have told you some big thing like, oh, I don't know, Sora's going to be in Smash Brothers. They would throw in other things like in a leak to throw off the scent that way their bosses won't think, okay, so that clearly wasn't Ned from Company 6 because of I told Ned XYZ and Ned told ABC.
Okay.
So that's sometimes what leakers will do. They will throw in false information to throw off the to protect their identity. So that's another thing that you also need to think about going into this as well.
Okay, and that's interesting. Like I never thought of it that way. Like leakers will intentionally use misinformation to protect their identity. Okay, but they want to spoil the big stuff. Obviously, that's why they.
They'll put in the big things, but they will also put in false things, and so that way, whenever the product comes out, then you could be like, well, okay, that leak was either debunked, that leak was wrong, or parts of that leak was real. I wonder if they were somebody who at one point maybe had some information, but maybe, I don't know, along the way things change. It's a very smart way for a leaker to protect themselves. Now, I don't know if this leaker is somebody, it could also be somebody completely BSing it, like Mike Zero. Oh yeah, I found this in the Lucasfilm parking lot.
Mike Zero, the guy who has like 10 fucking leaked stories a day.
Oh yeah, like I just happened to find this USB file in the parking lot of Lucasfilm. Yeah, for all I know, it could be that too. We don't know. It's just fun to talk about, chat. This is just for fun.
Yeah, but like to be like, let me play the flip side of this. Angel, this was made after the teaser, but before the official trailer.
Yes. In between this.
Okay, because people had actually
when I leaked this to Cool Man, it was I think, was it a week ago or was it 2 weeks ago, Cool Man?
It was a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, yeah, because it was not long after the trailer that I found this video, but this video came out a month before the trailer came out.
Okay, well look,
and I don't know. And this leak is actually even older than that because this guy said there was a 4chan leak, but then it got scrubbed, and he managed to. People did some data mining and they found this. So this leak is even older than the video.
Okay, let me play Captain Skeptic for a second. Because in the teaser, it is shown that Peter is being interrogated by the cops and that he's being interviewed by presumably a lawyer because someone slaps a folder on the table.
That doesn't mean that's his lawyer. That could just be a public prosecutor.
I know, but people speculated from that it could be Charlie Cox, aka Daredevil. So I'm thinking maybe these supposed leaks could have just been playing off that, but
it could have been. It could have been, but at the same time, we have
John Campea. Yeah. So maybe what I'm trying to say is like more to your point about the whole leaks having false information. Like I believe the part about Charlie Cox. I don't necessarily think it happens in this way though.
No, there's probably, even if let's say 100%,
they say they go
be,
see a lawyer. I'm thinking Peter gets taken in for questioning by the cops, and then Charlie Cox comes to go see him.
Now, again, that also could be maybe it was originally this way, and then the scene got rewritten because rewrites do often happen and reshoots.
Yeah.
Or again, it could just be this is just somebody writing straight up fan fiction, and they also somehow accidentally got some things right. Let's go back to because Cool Man. Remember when Smash 4 came out?
Yes.
And there was a leaker who was known as the Gamatsu leak, and he said like a lot of things. And then soon as Lucina got into Smash instead of Crom, people said, "Oh, the Gamatsu leak is fake," because of originally the Gamatsu leak, it got a lot of other Smash fighters correct. It's like almost all of them were correct. But soon as Lucina came in instead of Crom and Robin, people were like, "Oh, it's false." Except whenever we look back in hindsight, when Sakurai was interviewed, he actually said he originally did consider putting Crom in Smash, but then he decided that Crom would have been not as different as some of the others, and he wanted a little bit of variety. That's why he instead decided to go with Robin instead, because Robin can use magic and swords. And then he also put in Lucina because Lucina is a popular character. He can use her as an Echo fighter. And so originally Crom was going to be one of the people in the Gamatsu League. And another thing, Shulk then came out after that, which was also in the Gamatsu League. But by that point, people said the Gamatsu League is fake. And I was like, oh, or maybe the guy just happened to get information at the time when it was credible, when Crom was considered for Smash. But the guy didn't get the information later when Sakurai changed his mind. That's why leaks are so fascinating, because things can always change behind the scenes and you'll never know.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's true. But like, how much time would they really have to rewrite this movie, given when it's
out? Hollywood, and considering how much crunch they put on a lot of their employees, I would not be surprised. Like the Rise of Skywalker was doing reshoots a month before it came out.
That's a good point. Yeah. Okay. Right. Well. All right. Let's keep going with the leaks then. Cool Man
is one of Mysterio's accomplices. The court battle gets heated as the accomplice presents new evidence showing more convincing footage of Peter killing Mysterio that was not shown to the public, quote unquote. It's a video doctored with high text so that it looks like Peter shot Mysterio point blank. They also mentioned that the video has been examined for any signs of fakery and none was found. Matt attempts to speak back, but he was cut off by the judge and branded guilty. Matt tells Peter that he'll find a way to fix this because he knows Peter is innocent, but also subtly implies that he also knows he's Spider-Man. This is the last we see of Matt Murdock, at least in this film. We've already confirmed here at the channel in one of our exclusives. Charlie Cox played Matt Murdock, at least in one other cameo in the upcoming She-Hulk. Peter is arrested. He tells Aunt May that he has no choice but to serve his sentence and assures her he will be fine. Ned and MJ watch as police officers escort Peter out of the courtroom, past the crowd of people, and into a police car. We see a shot of Peter looking out the window of the police car, past the crowd yelling that Spider-Man is a murderer. Peter spends a day in prison, being bullied by other inmates, and he wouldn't fight back. In his cell, a tiny portal opens in front of him, and a piece of paper comes out. It's a paper that reads, 177A, Bleecker Street, hurry. Peter escapes through the barred window by breaking through the bars and crawling out. Ned and MJ are accompanying Aunt May so that she won't be lonely, and Peter crawls in through the window. May, Ned, and MJ are surprised and happy that Peter escaped, but also concerned that this would just ruin his reputation further. Peter tells him that Doctor Strange is calling for him and that he'll be going there. He recognized the portal. Ned and MJ ask to go with him. He disagrees at first, but eventually agrees after being convinced that they'll always face whatever's ahead together. Now, I want to take a minute and take a break from reading this.
Pause. Okay. So this is saying that Doctor Strange is calling Peter.
Yes. No, again.
But I'm pretty sure in the trailer, I mean, granted,
yes,
now
the trailer could be lying, or it could be that they did reshoot it and now they're changing the story. That is if this leak is real. Now that's all that also with the caveat, if this leak is real or if this leak is only got partially real. Like we don't know. We'll never know until the movie fully comes out.
Yeah. Okay, because Doctor Strange is like, oh, Peter, what a surprise. What can I do for you?
Yes. So again. Yeah. So again, I'm very curious because if this leak is actually more accurate, then at least Doctor Strange is not going to be as stupid as you will see later when Cool Man plays a little bit more of it. So I hope now this leak obviously has a lot of bad fan fiction writing in it, but at least some of the stuff with Doctor Strange doesn't sound as bad if it's real. I'm
Okay.
got chat. We still have to go with the caveat that this is a very Schrodinger's cat. Like, is the cat dead? Is the cat alive? We don't know if it's real or not. Like, I don't know.
And according to Tom Holland, recently the movie is still being rewritten, even a month before it's supposed to come out.
Yeah, so we don't know. Like, and movies get edited and change things in post all the time. So that even if this was real, there's stuff that's probably going to be changed anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Apparently, the ending has gone through a few rewrites. I think Tom Holland put his foot down and said, "No, this ending, we can't do this. Let's do something different."
Which is interesting because the way this movie ends is not the worst ending, but it's still not great.
Okay. Anyway, let's keep going, cool man.
To point out that when we see it in the official teaser, Spider-Man looks up at a Halloween decoration, decides to go ask Doctor Strange for help. But what we saw in the first 3 original images from Ned, Peter, and MJ going to what looks like the Sanctum Sanctorum, it's in a completely different state of ruin. Some people have pointed out that
cool,
one of
man.
the shadows in
Because Marvel Spaceman's most recent comment I want to highlight, because he's been very like a lot of like, this isn't real, this is real. Like, I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying it could be, it could not be. We don't know. And yes, and it says unless the trailers are misdirecting. Trailers misdirect all the time, like all the time, like that. Like, don't ever trust a trailer 100%. That's even a trope on TV tropes. Never trust a trailer. Like, there's always scenes that were originally in the movie that got cut. Never believe what you see in a trailer is always going to be in the final product. So that's why if you hate something, like in a trailer, always know that maybe it's going to be different in the movie. Maybe there's context you don't know. Maybe that scene's going to be edited out. Jokes also that'll be in trailers that will be cut from the movie as well. Like that you'll see a joke that's been overplayed in a trailer, and then it's not even in the movie at all. I remember there was in Iron Man 2 that one joke. Wasn't it where she kisses his helmet and then he throws it out?
That scene has changed.
Right.
Pepper's not in the plane in the
she's not in the plane. So trailers, it's not the first time Marvel's done that, as I just said with like Iron Man 2. Like, so don't believe 100% what you see in a trailer is going to be in a movie, and don't believe 100% what you see in a leak is real. It's just fun to talk about. Like, say, well, wouldn't this be kind of funny if this happened? Well, this sucks if this actually would happen. It's always on the caveat of if. Don't ever believe everything you see and read. Just don't. Like, just wait for the movie, and you'll know for certain who's telling you the truth.
Okay. All right, let's keep going, guys.
in the image looks like a backlight on Doctor Strange's part in his hair. So this is where he could have been pointing out that that official teaser had a ton of fake scenes to mislead us. Maybe he doesn't go to Doctor Strange in that condition at all. Maybe that was a completely fake part of the trailer. He wasn't asking for his help in that way. You could also understand why he's asking people to forget, because now he's serving a jail sentence and has already been found guilty in court. This would help erase that, not just the memory of everybody knowing him. It makes the ask make a lot more sense, and it also makes sense from Doctor Strange's point of view why he would have done that in the first place. They arrive at the sanctum. They look around the place and then look up to see Doctor Strange dramatically floating down the stairs. The author of this plot leak confirms this is the picture where Tom, Zendaya, and Jacob are all looking up. Strange explains that something dire is happening and that it's something far bigger than Peter's current issue. He leads them to a room with an orb in the middle with a vein-like trails leading all over the area. He explains that the flow of time has somehow been disturbed and that many realities are starting to bleed into each other. Obviously, those who watched Loki will know what's happening and why. That's the end scene with Kang and what happened when we watched.
So, in other words, what we're saying is that it's Loki's fault.
Obviously, those who watch Loki know why this is happening.
Yeah.
Strange tells Peter that two timelines.
Which means that this is Loki's fault instead of Strange's fault, which that's still stupid. Either way, the multiverse being destroyed is going to be a character I like's fault in a dumb way, because the Loki show was straight trash. It was like some of the worst TV ever. Oh, I hate it.
Spiderman asked why they call him particular and not someone else, similar to how he asked.
He's about to read this stuff too.
Yeah. So basically, they're saying the realities are all like Willem Dafoe being in the MCU universe, that's already happened because there's already a disturbance.
Yeah, so
happening.
basically it's...
And that's Loki's fault.
Yeah.
What
so
the fuck?
Yeah, now again, that's if this is real. That's if the trailer is lying. Unless this is all fake and the trailer is real, or it could be that this is real but it's changed and the trailer's now the true version. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, it would help Doctor Strange.
Yeah, it would. That's the thing.
At least.
It would at least not ruin Strange's character, going by some of the things that this leak. Again, that could also be wrong too. But
yeah.
But it sounds like, from what I've when I was talking with Cool Man, it sounds like Strange is mostly undamaged, and everything else is damaged. But and that part of me would like for this leak to be mostly real, because I really like Stephen Strange, and I'm like, do not ruin his character. But there are other things that are also really bad and very fanficky in here, which is like, oh, actually, please don't be real. That would be really stupid if you did that.
Okay, let's see here. With the realities already being disturbed. Okay, cool, man. Keep going. I really want to see why he picks Spider-Man of all people.
Oh yeah, it'll say that.
Two timelines
Kind
are
of
merging into their own, but with the orb that he apparently dug up from somewhere has the ability to slow down the merging process. And he notes that it's not quite like the Reality Stone. Spider-Man asks why he did call him in particular and not someone else, similar to how he asks Nick Fury why he chose him to deal with the elementals in Far From Home. Strange says that he is somehow at the center of the current problem he's dealing with. A problem
Okay,
that's causing
pause.
Even bigger.
Pause.
Oh,
Pause.
God.
Okay, so now this leak, that's all you get, because of it glosses over a lot of stuff if it's real. That's all you get, is that it's somehow connected to Peter. And my only guess is now this
it's a Spider-Man movie.
No. Hang on. Let me just speculate here. Now, we don't know why actually this is all connected to Peter somehow. It could be that maybe they better come up with an explanation for how the multiverse decides it's bending itself backwards because of this one character, rather than just we need Spider-Man properties. But that's Strange's explanation, is because of it's connected to Peter. That makes sense if it's connected to Peter. But according to this leak, there's no explanation for why it's connected to Peter. That's where I'm like, okay, why is this connected to Peter, though? I'm like, okay, good. That's why he would recruit him. It's connected to him. But why is it connected to him? I don't know.
Reasons.
It just, I don't know. And now, again, that's if this is real. But I'm still just like, that's stupid if you don't explain that.
I'm starting to think it is real because it's an MCU product, and the MCU doesn't like to explain shit like that.
I know.
Yeah.
It's
you can't even discount it because this is dumb. It's just like, well, it's an MCU movie.
It's an MCU post Phase 3 movie, so yeah.
Well, no, guys, it's not only an MCU movie; it's an MCU and Sony movie. Let's not forget that Sony's done a lot. Just because of Ghostbusters Afterlife was a good movie, doesn't mean that they haven't made a lot of bad stuff recently.
If we could get a Spider-Man 4 that's like Ghostbusters Afterlife in terms of what it does, I'll be happy. But until then, fuck Sony.
I wouldn't hold my breath.
Until then, fuck Sony, as my Venom video said. Which you guys should go watch, by the way. Anyway, keep going.
Bigger problem. Doctor Strange explains he cannot leave the sanctum as he has to keep reality stable, and that this is very difficult now with all the Infinity Stones having been destroyed, so he has to rely on pure magic. He tells Peter,
what the fuck?
No, hang on.
Let me. I actually did speculate in my first trailer breakdown that Doctor Strange would leave Peter to... Even though I think it's still weird that he sends Peter to go do this job for him without much explanation. I did speculate that Strange would be too overpowered for this movie to be in the thick of it.
Yes.
And I figured he would be going off to try and somehow try and deal with the collapsing reality that is the multiverse while Peter does some of the legwork on the side. I still think it's very weird and very just forced for him to grab Spider-Man in particular and to send Peter on this fucking, send Peter to go do his dirty work for him. But
in a strange way, it would kind of make sense if Strange is like, I have to be here. I can't leave the Sanctorum. It's kind of like I need to be in here because I have to rely on pure magic. I don't have the stones anymore. It would make sense. It would be a way to keep Strange out of the plot while in the plot. Like that is the I'm being as charitable as I possibly can because I want to throw up in my mouth defending anything with Marvel Studios right now. But that's like the only way you kind of really could keep Strange in a movie without making him an idiot, which the trailers are doing, which is like, I don't know about that. But this makes a little bit more sense than the trailers. If it's like, no, I actually can't do anything. Like, I have to stay here and try to keep the universe from collapsing in on itself and destroying all the multiverses as we know it. I'm trying. I need help. Somehow this is connected to you, so go for it. But what doesn't make sense is why is Peter doesn't have backup? Like, Strange absolutely would call backup for Peter. That's where it doesn't make any sense. But Marvel's always done this since the Avengers movie. Therefore, dumb reasons, they just don't have the other heroes get involved.
Anyway, I just don't think he needs to stay at the fucking Sanctum to do it. I'm pretty sure he can do it on the go.
No, if it's supposed to be like, this is where magic is at its purest and stuff like that, like, I need to be in one spot and I need to be focused on one thing because he doesn't have the Infinity Stone anymore.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good point, by the way. Pry Doc, if that's really the thing, why Doctor Strange stays behind, why does Wong go on vacation if they're meant to keep
again? I don't know. I don't know because I'm not sure how much of the trailer is a misdirection, how much of it is actually 100% correct, and I don't know if this is all 100% BS either. It could just be this is all somebody on 4chan's fanfic, and they happen to get some things right, like just by pure luck, because that's also happened before too in fake leaks. Because some people manage to correctly guess one thing, and then everyone's like, oh, this guy's credible. So then that person will keep making up other leaks that are completely false. Like, completely just not true. That's happened before. It's... I don't know. And maybe Wong is helping. Who knows? Or maybe he sent off Wong to go plug up something else in the multiverse.
No, he looks like he's taking a holiday.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, if the trailer is misleading and that whole stupid line where he's winking is all a fake scene to mislead. Like, let's pretend that was all just a lie. Let's pretend that. What would logically make sense if he needs help is if he is sending Wong to, like, okay, there's portals opening here, here, and here. I need you to go plug those up. The ones that are opening here in New York, well, Spider-Man's close by. I'll get him to help me with that.
Was it Shadowhunter? Disney nostalgia betting all three Spider-Man.
Yes, absolutely.
For sure. Ken Kanoki, why isn't Scarlet bitch helping? I heard people hate her. People hate her after WandaVision. What she turned into.
She's a psychopath now.
Because she went to be a villain, so that's why she's not helping. But they don't want to fully commit to it, even though she is finally becoming the villain that she was originally in the comic books.
Jim Cock comes to mind when it comes to lucky guesses. Oh yeah, yeah. I've heard he's had a couple of. He had a lot of spot on. He had several spot on Rise of Skywalker predictions. And
he did. Yeah. But those Kathleen Kennedy ones, not so much.
Yeah, I wish he'd get his act together on those. I'd like some good news that is actually real on that account. Anyway, let's keep going.
Yeah, all right.
From various other realities are just like theirs, yet ever so slightly different, and have been transported to their reality. The realities all have something in common. Spider-Man. Doctor Strange reveals that the villains are taken from various points of the timeline of Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield movies. Dr. Octopus, played by Alfred Molina, is taken from the Sam Raimi universe where he was floating underwater during the end of Spider-Man 2. Otto's consciousness
floating. He was sinking.
Yep.
He was dying, you fool.
Yep.
Oh, he was floating underwater during...
Yep.
This is
why I couldn't wait for your reaction. You were like, no, I haven't seen it. And I was just like, oh, cool, man. He's pure.
Okay. All right. I want to, okay. So go back to, press play.
Where he was floating underwater during the end of Spider-Man 2. Otto's consciousness is already dead, so it's replaced with the AI of the tentacles. Sandman is taken from before he...
They're going full-blown AI consciousness, are they?
Okay.
That's interesting.
This is also stupid because you're telling me the AI could just take control of his corpse?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they still need a functioning brain. Like they can
if they could just control a corpse, then he would just pop right back up and cause trouble in the Sam Raimi universe. He wouldn't just sink to the ground and die. This is so stupid. If it's real. This could just be, this is all false, but if it's real, that's so freaking stupid.
Yeah, I like it because I was like, at first I was like, oh, that's interesting. It's like, oh wait, why did he get back up in Spider-Man 2?
Yeah.
Not to mention, I'm pretty sure he can't swim with those things on. I'm pretty sure the water also fucks with the tentacles. Remember, like he tried.
I don't know.
They're heat resistant. They're not water resistant.
I don't think that's the reason why. I think because because first of all, he dragged the sun under, and there's probably a lot of pressure and gravity, and just he's just sinking to the bottom with his creation.
No, but like remember when he gets electrocuted and his tentacles are in the water and they're kind of like short circuiting a bit. Granted, he was electrified, but
those things are probably heavy as hell.
He's like, I like this comment. You what? How do you float? Yeah, how do you float? How does he float underwater? He was sinking. Anyway. Yes, floating underwater. It's like floating is the complete opposite of being underwater.
Yeah, you can't float underwater. You float above water.
Is taken from before he encountered the black suit Spider-Man at the sewers in Spider-Man 3. Electro is from after the events of the.
I guess go back a little bit, Cool Man, since we talked over some stuff.
Yeah, sorry. Go back to the 9-minute mark. Sorry if you don't mind.
Well, no, that was right where because that was.
Yeah, but I just want
AI just so we could have it.
Otto's consciousness is already dead, so it's replaced with the AI of the tentacles. Sandman is taken from before he encountered the black suit Spider-Man at the sewers in Spider-Man 3. Electro
how convenient.
Events of the.
Yeah.
So that would be that. Okay, yeah, I actually forgot about this part because I'm like, wait, he made amends. Okay, so now that's if this is real because this is not in this leak. I've also read other leaks that supposedly Sandman actually teams up with the Spider-Mans near the end and he turns on them. Oh yeah, that's also in this leak too, isn't it, Cool Man?
Yeah, that's later on.
That isn't Sandman's character though. Sandman is actually a nice dude.
No. He turns on the other villains.
Oh, I see. Okay, that would make some
sense. There's been quite a few leaks that I've read up. Now, again, I don't know how credible any of them are, but quite a few of them say that Sandman turns on the Sinister Five. He turns on them and he helps the Spider-Man.
So basically, all these villains are being taken from a point in time that completely undermines the other movies, and it's just so perfect to chuck into this movie and fulfill Disney's wishes.
Just wait for it.
How convenient!
Just wait. No. Just wait for it. Let's
take these villains away. Like, let's take these villains out from convenient points of time, just before each of them complete any of their fucking arcs. That's insulting as shit.
Oh, that's right. Somebody in chat, Marvel Spider-Man. Spider-Man, Marvel Spaceman. Wong is written out of No Way Home because of the post-credit scene in Shang-Chi. He was discussing about the beacon of the 10 rings and someone looking for them. I completely forgot about the post-credit scene in Shang-Chi. Thank you for reminding me. That movie is so forgettable.
No one cares about Shang-Chi.
But okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot about that.
But still, that him having that scene of going on a holiday or where the fuck he's going, does kind of undermine these leaks though in some way.
Okay, I don't know. Again, I don't know if this leak is because remember the Tross, the Rise of Skywalker leaks, only 60% of it was actually accurate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So even let's say this is even a credible leak, that doesn't mean it's 100% real, guys. So don't even even if let's say this guy is legit, he works for Marvel Studios, that doesn't mean it's 100% accurate. Like it could only be even 40% accurate for all we know. We don't know. So just don't believe it. It's just something to talk about because there are some things that do match up. And this leak did come out before both trailers, actually, originally. Now, this video itself only came out a month before the official trailer, which I think is fascinating. So if this guy is lucky and he's a just completely BSing it, then dang, is he a good guess on a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, you keep going.
So it's replaced with the AI of the tentacles. Sandman is taken from before he encountered the black suit Spider-Man at the sewers in Spider-Man 3. Electro is from after the events of The Amazing Spider-Man 2. He has learned to control his powers to the point...
Wait, after the events, but he blew up! How do you explain that?
He got better.
Wait, did a portal open underneath him right as it happened?
Oh, this is such bullshit.
Oh,
this is such a middle finger. This is middle fingering everybody.
I will say.
Oh my god, the lizard is taking from Oscorp Tower during the final fight of Amazing Spider-Man 1. But wait, but that's the same fucking timeline of continuity. Wait, that doesn't make any sense though. If
it's the multiverse, so that means it's pulling him from a different point in time in that universe. But that doesn't mean
no, it's pulling them from different universes. But you're telling me with the multiverse, it's also time traveling as well because these people are being taken.
Yes, I believe Marvel would be that insane that they would do that.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. So you know what? Why don't we fucking what's a good example of this? You know, does that mean they can bring in Genghis Khan from the Raimi universe as well? It's like,
sure.
he existed like 400 years ago.
Sure.
Sorry, 1400 years ago. Well,
sure.
A long time ago. You know, you can bring in Hitler as well. You can bring in because
they'll never bring in Hitler.
Well, I know, but like
they'll call him the Fuhrer and give him sunglasses.
Anyway,
he's not going to know that reference, Tim.
Right, but okay, but. You get my point, though, right? Like, it's not just using it as an excuse to take them different universes. It's just selectively ripping them out of multiple points in time, just so they can have everything in a perfect
anomaly. The reason I say that it is very plausible and possible. Oh, right, you haven't seen the Loki show.
I want to throw up right now.
The Loki show absolutely substantiates why that would be possible because of how stupid the Loki show is with the whole variants and stuff like that.
So that's why they did. So you're telling me? So Loki was just a fucking. One was just trying to set up Femloke or whoever the hell was.
It was more than that. It was more than that. It was the whole.
It was just trying to create some sort of BS for them to create a multiverse and just do whatever the fuck they wanted.
It was trying to set up the whole multiverse stuff so they can have an excuse to do all these stupid storylines and all the crazy storylines.
I don't care. I still call BS. And people say, but Loki's like, nobody gives a fuck about Loki. Loki is stupid to begin with.
No. See, that's the thing. Loki was one of the most popular Marvel shows. It was one of the most watched Marvel shows. Normies ate that show up, and it is one of the worst written garbage. I absolutely believe they would do that because of normies loved that. They didn't care. They just wanted to see all this crazy stuff happen. But go 5 years from now, none of them are going to remember it because it's not memorable. It's garbage. It's some of the worst tripe I've ever seen. And I don't know why anybody defends it, but they do. And it was popular, and I don't understand it. That's where I lose my mind. Ugh.
Anyway, let's keep going. Like, let's get this. Like, I've kind of reached my limit. I have a half a mind to just jump out of here now, honestly.
No, you got to go to the end, man.
Erodion just showed the fuck up. Dude, where you been? Fucking, I'm trying to highlight your chat. My mouse is fucked. Where you been? I've been in hell while you were visiting your friend. Hope it was nice. Anyway, let's keep going.
All right.
The time, he also wears a green and yellow outfit reminiscent of his classic suit. The Lizard is taken from Oscorp Tower during the final fight of The Amazing Spider-Man 1. Scorpion and the Vulture are from the MCU, and they have decided to team up with these other various versions. They are all working together.
Scorpion and Vulture are going to... Wait, Scorpion's in it?
Now, again, that's if this is real. We don't know if it's real. So don't believe that 100% Scorpion's in it. Don't 100% believe that Vulture's in it. Mm-hmm. Remember, we don't know. This could be a completely 100% fake leak. This is just for content for us to talk about.
Mm-hmm. Rodion's like I care, anomaly. Yeah, well, fuck you too. Anyway, let's keep going. He cares. I know he cares.
Side note, of course we do, because he was the first character revealed in the very intro of the movie. According to this plot leak, that's called foreshadowing. To make sure that Peter is up for the task, Strange teleports Peter's Iron Spider suit to the Sanctum and combines it with magic, turning it into the integrated suit. He tells Peter that it will allow him to use magic that will allow him to put the villains in stasis.
Now, pause.
In the Sanctum, so Strange can
Okay,
bring
this
them back.
okay.
Pause.
This actually gives
this gives it credibility, because if this was
it does.
months ago, before any of that stuff, like any of the trailers that this 4chan leak happened, that's where I'm like, ooh, this could be
Okay,
credible.
that's
Because
actually
if
pretty
it's a guy guessing, then my goodness, that is a lucky guess. Like, that is insanely lucky if this is all 100% BS. That's why I'm like, I think parts of it are 100% accurate. I think parts of it, I don't know how much of it is, and I don't know how much of it is like a guy is just faking it so that way to conceal his identity. But this is why I wanted you to see this, NOMZ, because I'm like, ooh, this is kind of juicy how this could be.
It says they're all working under Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, but we do not know this yet. It's like, why would Goblin be commanding? What the fuck?
Okay, pause.
I love
time
Green
out.
Goblin, but
no, time out. So according to this, we're gonna get to it later, normally, but according to this leak, Goblin appeared a while ago in the MCU.
What?
You're gonna get to it, and it's gonna be stupid, and it's not gonna make any sense.
Oh my god, I'm terrified.
Should we just tell him, cool man?
No, just let's get that. Let's get there. Let's get there. We're getting there. Press play.
Yeah.
Respective universes and timelines. Peter actually ends up capturing all 5 of them and bringing them back to the Sanctum, but during his fight with Doc Ock, he gets heavily injured. 3 of the other villains are imprisoned in the Sanctum. Oh, Spider-Man heavily injured during a fight? You don't say. Sorry, it's like classic Spider-Man comic stuff going on.
That's classic comic book stuff in general. What are you talking about?
In his reality, his daughter Penny is sick in that he's only been doing everything so he can save her. Peter recognizes the name and asks if her last name is Marco, to which Sandman says yes. Peter tells him that he knows a girl named Penny Marco in his school who was happy in the survivor of sickness, and that his father, Flint, died during a bank robbery in an attempt to get money to save her. Sandman reveals that his name is also Flint and sheds a tear. Peter asks what he's like in Sandman's world, and he tells him that he only fought him once inside an armored vehicle. Ned, MJ, Peter, and also May,
Okay, pause.
who also came to the Sanctum, spend the
Pause.
night there.
Yeah,
Suddenly there's an
second.
explosion.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay, so if this stuff with Sandman is real, then this kind of actually makes me like him a lot more than I did in Spider-Man 3. I know a lot of people liked him in Spider-Man 3, and it's not Sandman in general. It's just how they integrated into him that I wasn't a fan of. But I'm like, oh, this is actually kind of heartwarming. Like, to hear Sandman know that in one timeline, in this alternate universe, that his daughter, got to like live past her sickness. I'm like, that's actually good. That's actually a good moment.
In that, yeah.
It's like a fleck of gold in a pile of crap.
I don't like them trying to tie in Raimi canon with their dumpster fire. I really don't.
It's inevitable, anomaly. You just have to accept it.
No, I don't. I refuse.
No, it's just acceptance.
And that is why you fail.
It's the anomaly. You see, you're still in the denial stage of the stages of grief. You just got to come to acceptance. It's just gonna happen. It's just gonna suck.
I've skipped to the suicide fucking stage of grief. Like,
no, that's giving up.
Cornering on the fucking edge here.
That's giving up. Don't give up, Knobs. You have so much to live for.
Yes, I know. I have Multiverse of Madness to live for and Marvel Phase fucking 200.
No, just don't watch it.
So much to live for. Nah, but for real, like, I feel this. Reading this is making me feel ill.
Once inside an armored vehicle. Ned, MJ, Peter, and also May, who also came to the Sanctum, spend the night there. They suddenly hear an explosion where the villains are imprisoned. Peter rushes back to where the villains are and found most of them have escaped already except for Sandman, who looks at him and says he's sorry before disappearing. Strange was caught off guard and injured by the explosion, and he says that the event has worsened reality's state. Strange warns Peter not to go after them while injured, but Peter says he can't just sit by and let innocent people get hurt because it's his responsibility. Spider-Man dons the integrated suit again. Strange gets an idea. Sandman is trying his best not to hurt him, but the rest of the villains nearly kill him. Spider-Man ends up crashing into a rooftop, completely battered, more than he ever was before, where a figure clad in green and purple approaches. He takes off his hood, revealing him to be Norman Osborn of the Sam Raimi universe. The scene is an homage to that scene in Spider-Man 1 where Goblin talks to Toby's Spidey after dosing him with sleeping gas. Norman reveals that he was taken from the end of Spider-Man 1 just seconds before he was about to be impaled by his own glider. At first,
Pause!
Oh my god.
Pause!
Yeah.
So they're taken all before they all just before they all die.
I'm just trying to imagine Tobey Maguire just sitting there and suddenly a portal opens and he just goes through it and then the thing stabs the wall and he's just like, crap, what do I tell Harry? Because he doesn't even have a body to text back.
well, and what's even more absurd about that is that would mean that you can't have Spider-Man 2 and 3 happen the same way, because so much of what happens...
Again, cool man, again, they're doing timeline stuff as well, if this is real, because remember Loki, variants. They're doing variants.
Suicide is not the answer anomaly, even if you said Tim Curry was Indian. I mean, is he not?
No.
Anyway.
Footage of the 2002 movie.
That must pause, actually. Pause. So when they're doing an homage to, let's call it as, they're doing an ape of the fucking Spider-Man 1 rooftop scene between Goblin and Spider-Man, that would explain Goblin's voiceover in the trailer that we got. Granted, it's out of context, but just
he did say Peter, like he is talking to Peter Parker, but is he talking to Tom Holland?
Well, and here's the thing.
That's a good point, actually. I didn't think of that.
And I'm wondering if this is true, and Doc Ock, if Norman has been around for years, I wonder if they're not going to visibly de-age him, and they're going to keep his age the same as he is now, because they're going to say, oh, he's been in the MCU for, like, I don't know, 15 years or whatever.
Well, that's not what this movie, I think, is saying. But also, this also contradicts the movie itself, because remember, this leak starts with Loki is the reason for the multiverse going nuts. Well, the only reason the multiverse is going nuts is because of what's happening now. Unless they're saying because of the multiverse and the timelines and everything is going nuts, a portal conveniently drops Norman in a time period well before Peter Parker becomes Spider-Man.
Mm.
Tom Holland becomes Spider-Man, because if that's what this movie's saying, because we're going to get to it a little bit more later, but that is what this movie is, this leak with air quotes is saying. But then that means why only him? Why only him going back to a time period before Tom Holland became Spider-Man? Why didn't that happen to the other villains? It's only him. And the reason it's only him is going to be explained in this leak, but then that's still stupid, because again, why is it only him? These villains should be popping up in all sorts of different random time periods, going by the Loki logic of the variants and the timeline going wackadoodle, as well as the multiverse. So they're not even really fully committing to it. They're just kind of committing to it just so they can get these characters in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now again, if this leak is real, but again, part of it seems very credible. That's why it makes me go,
There is like one so far plausible. Well, I mean, the whole Black Spider-Man suit and stasising the villains. That's pretty spot on for the trailer. So
and the magic, the Strange giving it to him, that is way too spot on for it to be a coincidence, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but it just, to me, that feels like that's such a strange thing to get a good guess on, like on the money, like bam, bam, bam.
Agreed. Yeah. Okay. I've read the second paragraph, so I'm keen to get to that, because that sounds funny.
Suddenly teleported just as the glider crashes into the wall he was laying on. We also learned that he was actually sent into the past of the MCU so he had time to actually murder the MCU's own Norman Osborn, preventing Oscorp from existing in the MCU. Instead of turning Oscorp into a big name, he instead waited for the right time to strike.
Well,
Again!
pause. Why the fuck would he fucking do that?
Supposedly, okay, the leak is going to try to explain more, and I'm sure there's more context we're missing.
Just strike. What the fuck does he want to do? And why the hell hasn't he been fucking found out by now?
I don't know.
Without Oscorp, he doesn't have the ability to have any more pumpkin bombs or fucking glider. Or he doesn't have a glider without Oscorp. He doesn't have any of that shit.
I don't know. But again, this doesn't make any sense because if it's the whole Loki is the reason why the TV show is why this all opened up, why is only Norman the one who teleported through time? That now all of them teleported through their own different time periods, but they all showed up at the same time into Tom Holland's universe, at the same time.
Cool, man.
But only Norman didn't show up at the same time?
Yeah, cool, man. Doesn't this remind you of a certain animated Spiderman movie with a certain someone who goes back in time for plot reasons? That's
exactly what I was thinking about.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll keep going.
MCU didn't have a Spider-Man, but later found out about his existence because of the events of Homecoming and Far From Home. Norman prepares to kill him as he's learned his lesson not to let Spider-Man live so he wouldn't get in his way, but he's saved by none other than Andrew Garfield Spider-Man wearing his The Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit. At this point,
okay, pause. There is only there's like maybe a 1 or 2 or 3 golden flecks in this entire summary of this, if this is real. There is a lot of love to Andrew Garfield Spider-Man if this leak is real. So if this leak is real, that might be at the very least Andrew Garfield might finally get some respect. And it would be kind of like, I'm like, look, it's not much. The movie's definitely going to suck in my opinion. But if it's real, then I'm like, you know what? Good for Andrew because he actually is a really good actor and I think he deserves a fair shot.
This is so fucking stupid. And yeah, he loves Oscorp as well. Do you know how much he sacrificed? Why would he destroy Oscorp?
I mean, it's not his Oscorp. It's somebody else's.
He should take control of it, though, and reign supreme.
Maybe because he doesn't look like his Norman Osborn, and that's why he can't. I don't know. Because it's not like
he possibly exist as in another universe with another.
I don't know. Again, this is all summary, and this is all under the caveat if it's all 100% real.
Well, that's what I'm treating them as, at least for the time being. So he's about to kill Tom Holland, and then Garfield shows up from out of nowhere and saves him for reasons.
Well, what do you mean for reasons? Andrew would save somebody's life.
I mean, he would, but I'm saying reasons he shows up. He's there.
Well, you're saying that he shows up conveniently at just the right time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, okay. How would he even know where to go? And
Strange. This leak is saying that Strange summoned him and sent him there.
What the fuck? My brain is just in pieces right now. So
okay. We were all like, why
the fuck is this movie?
Okay, remember we were saying why wouldn't Strange just summon the other Avengers? This leak is saying that he summons other Spider-Man. Why wouldn't he summon the Avengers? He knows them.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
It's just as much as I love Toby and Andrew, this is just to shoehorn them in here.
Yeah. Pretty sure Captain Marvel could just fucking whamming her way through.
Okay, but if Toby doesn't come in, like his opening scene is he's him and Mary Jane are married and he comes home with dinner and it's a box of pizza and he's just like, pizza time. Then what's even the point?
Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Or actors' names to avoid confusion. Norman shouts at Andrew and attacks him, but he gets thrown back. Andrew grabs Tom and takes him back to the sanctum. Note that the script says something like cue the Amazing Spider-Man fanfare, which I assume is them playing the main theme of either the Amazing Spider-Man 1 or 2 as Andrew's own personal theme music. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the only scene we hear it, though. Now Act 2. Back at the sanctum, Ned, MJ, and May are
cute. There's that part of the pause. So they have a fucking on the script it says cue Amazing Spider-Man fanfare.
Yes. Scripts will say that, like say cue certain
Cue
themes.
fan
Cue.
service.
No.
Yeah.
Like actual movie scripts. They'll say like you'll pull up Star Wars and it'll say cue the Force theme, cue this theme, cue that theme. Like they're saying to transition into scene, we want the editors to make sure to put that in there. Put that song, put that one that John Williams arranged. John Williams at his computer, you know?
Yeah.
But like and Sony is like also like mostly like helping make this movie. So since they have the catalog of all their music, we're probably going to get music from the Amazing Spider-Man movies as well as Danny Elfman's music from the Raimi movies.
Right.
So I wouldn't be surprised if like you start hearing a lot of or rearrangements of their music, if not the original songs.
Okay. All right. Let's keep going, guys.
Spider-Man carry Tom to them. There's a gag where MJ admires how tall this version of Spider-Man is. Andrew unmasks himself and says that he came here to help, noting that weird things have been happening back in his world as well. He was taken to the MCU.
I imagine weird things have happened, considering he's like, hey, all of a sudden I'm reading the newspaper and it says Lizard randomly just disappeared like through this like hole in the wall. And then like there was an explosion and then just Electro just fell through it. And then he's like, what? I don't remember it happening that way.
Yeah. Funny how Gwen Stacy wasn't taken right before her death and they couldn't shove Emma Stone into this
because she's not a superhero character.
But she's a whammon, isn't she? What happened to her whammon privilege?
Because she's not black.
She's white and blonde. Everything Disney hates.
No, they hate the redheads. But she's still white, so
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Kirsten Dunst, run!
Of the Amazing Spider-Man 2. Doctor Strange says that he used a forgotten spell that's able to pull inhabitants of other universes into the MCU. And while the
forgotten spell, you mean forgotten until now? They could have used those fuckers in the fucking Endgame fight. Anyway,
yeah.
There's a lot of things that they could have used in many certain fights in many portions of the MCU. There's a lot of things that they kind of forgot about.
Forgotten spell.
I
love how they call it the forgotten spell, but he knows it. And
you know,
it's like, I forgot about it until now.
You know, Doctor Strange kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet.
The spell allows him to specifically choose who to bring over, hoping that 2 Spider-Men are enough to fight the villains. Again, earlier when they mentioned Strange had an idea, it was to go get Andrew Spider-Man to help Tom Holland. Again, they haven't noted in this bot leak at all yet why this is all centering around Spider-Man. Somewhere, the Sinister Six have formed a base. They are not called the Sinister Six during the movie, though. Sandman wants to go back to his universe, but the rest of the villains plan on killing the Spider-Man of this world instead and conquering it, saying that they no longer have any purpose back in their own worlds as they are already failed. Lizard notes
failed what?
Because they all lost. Because they lost. But I like this. They're like, oh, we all lost our fights. And let's just like, I didn't lose my fight.
So let's just take over the new world, eh?
I know. I'm just imagining the scene because they pulled everybody else like right before they failed. But Lizard's like, wait, no, you guys, you pulled me way before like when I actually lost my fight. So technically, I still haven't failed.
Also,
I want to go back to my world.
Yeah. Also, doesn't Lizard need more of that fucking serum
lizard juice
to stay? Lizard juice.
Do you
to stay
think
the
they
lizard?
care? Do you think they care?
Okay, but I love the idea that they're like, we'll come to this new world, and once we kill Spider-Man, we'll be able to just take over. And then it's like, but what about the Avengers?
Yeah, you guys are fucked.
Oh, that's so cute that you guys think that like, man, just like freaking like as much as I hate her, Captain Marvel would come down and they would just all be she would just Mary Sue them out of existence.
Well, yeah, and we've got Wanda who's not afraid to slaughter and take prisoner anyone who gets in her way.
I mean, for crying out loud, like they wouldn't last a second with the Guardians.
Yeah. All right. Let's keep going, guys.
And then there's also Strange. Strange would just clap them so hard. Yeah. And there's Thor. Thor would clap them hard. Hulk Hulk. Oh my! Like it's done.
Yeah. Anyway,
tells him that he was destined to, but perhaps it could have been different in this world. The plan on attacking Sanctum themselves, kill Strange and Spider-Man, steal the orb, and attempt to bring more versions of themselves into the MCU somehow. I like
Pause. Did you just hear the actual guy start cracking up? Like he's reading this, and even he's like laughing, like, "Oh, that sounds ridiculous." But he's like, "No, this is gonna be a great movie, guys. Let's all go see it." And I like, even the shill is like reading this, and it's like, "Oh my gosh, this wow."
versions
they
of
plan on
themselves
attacking
into
the
the-
Sanctum themselves, kill Strange and Spider-Man, steal the orb.
Good.
Oh yeah,
Good
yeah,
luck.
yeah. Lizard's like, I haven't failed, and Norman's like, yeah, you would have failed, buddy. It's like, what?
What? No, I don't
Yeah,
want
what? No.
An attempt to bring more versions of themselves to the MCU somehow. Scorpion and Vulture then join them.
Does Norman know that Lizard's plan is to turn them all, like, into... like,
Well, to be fair, Norman, I do want to turn you into
Wait, it says Vulture and Scorpion join them, but how the fuck did these guys even know who the hell Scorpion and Vulture are? Or what prisoners they are?
I don't know. I don't know if this is that again. That's if this is like not BSing and Vulture, and because Vulture and Scorpion haven't appeared in a single trailer, so it could just be that they added this in as a lie, like So
possibly. No one has the idea of using technology of the MCU's.
I mean, we're gonna get to it.
Oh, Norman to control the. Well, yeah, okay. Play
MCU somehow. I like that. That's pretty cool. Vulture and Scorpion then join them, picking up directly after their interaction in Homecoming's post-credit scene. Since they're not magic users, Norman has the idea of using the technology of the MCU's Norman to control the orb's power. However, this is found out by Doctor Strange himself, who uses an astral projection himself to infiltrate them. MJ and May talk with Andrew.
Okay, so hopefully, if Doctor Strange is using a projection, he doesn't like immediately die afterwards. Just saying.
Oh no! That's something also from the comic books. Like he's done a lot of astral projection stuff. Like that.
I know, but you know what I'm referencing.
Yes, I know what you're referencing. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Strange has got a little bit of a better handle on it.
Yeah, I imagine he would. Sorry, I'm stretching. Christ. All right, let's keep going. While my brain is functioning.
Questions. Ned and Tom stare at him at a distance. Ned says something like, "Dude, how is he you? You guys look nothing alike." Andrew approaches Tom and says he has a cool outfit and that he did well out there. Tom says that his suit was made by Tony Stark and that he's pretty sure he got his ass kicked. Tom asks Andrew if he knows Tony Stark, but Andrew doesn't recognize the name. The two bond when they start talking about their differences and similarities. It's things like the fact that Andrew doesn't know a Ned while Tom doesn't know a Harry. Tom quips that he's been to space, but Andrew says he technically beats him going to space by literally going to another dimension, but he does note that he's never been to space. Andrew says that MJ is a nice girl and that Tom is lucky to have her. Tom assumes that Andrew also has
got a shill.
But he only gets reminded of Gwen Stacy.
An MJ of his own, but he only gets reminded of Gwen Stacy.
I actually do buy this. Pause. Because and this brings me back to the whole when MJ falls out of the tower and Tom's about to catch her, and then Andrew shows up, which is reminiscent of the Gwen clock tower scene. At least how it's filmed. They talk about the differences in their girlfriends or whatever.
Again,
and he gets reminded of Gwen, and he says, "Don't." And
again,
it's one of those classic scenes where it's like Andrew's like,
we gotta keep.
Yeah. We'll get to it.
Strange interrupts them and says that they need to prepare as the villains are now coming after them. Strange says that he'll help in any way he can, but he won't be able to give Spider-Man any more of his magic. But Tom assures him they can just build new armor suits to better protect themselves. Happy is informed by Tom that they'll need the tech over at Strange's sanctum. Meanwhile, Spider-Man's reputation is further damaged after his escape from prison and his fight with the Sinister Six. Flash is the one being bullied at school this time for supporting Spider-Man. With Happy's help, Tom and Andrew build new suits for themselves. Tom gets a black and gold suit, while Andrew gets what's described as a high-tech suit and somewhat resembles black and gold classic Iron Spider suit. While Andrew gets a high-tech suit, it's Tom who is able to use magic. Tom and MJ share a moment together outside. MJ tells Tom about how she's worried they won't be together for a long time because of the amount of danger Tom now finds himself in. Tom assures her that they'll be together as long as possible and that he will never let anything happen to himself or her, and they share a kiss. We cut to an NYC at sunset and see a young woman being mugged by a thug played by Harry Holland. The thug is webbed up by Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. His suit closely resembles his classic suit from the Sam Raimi movies with raised webbing.
Okay, pause.
It is described as looking more...
Cut to a New York City.
Yes. Okay. So this is
sunset.
now
And then
this
Tobey
is
Maguire's
not the
introduced
this is
like
this
this?
is not the MCU. This is not the MCU. This is the Raimi universe.
Oh, so we see Toby still doing shit in his...
Yeah, it is in his homeworld, basically.
Oh.
Okay, let's go.
Sleek with a slightly smaller eye design. Toby asks the woman if she's okay. Toby then takes a break at the rooftop, takes off his mask, and gets a call by Kirsten Dunst's MJ through his cell phone. Cut to their living room where she is caring for their daughter named May Parker. And tells her that
Pause.
Okay.
This character, May Parker, is an actual character from the comics. Mary Jane and Peter got married. They had a daughter, and eventually she became basically a Spider-Man of her own. And she was a very popular character. People loved her. People adored her. They love Mayday. Everyone loves her. She's like one of like a very, very popular character, especially with Peter, Mary Jane fans. She's had her own comic. She became her own Spider Person. And then they did one more day and they retconned the marriage of Peter and Mary Jane and they erased her from existence. She is never people were really pissed because they're like, we loved this character and you literally erased her from existence. So this is the first time in a long while that people would actually, if this is real, now again, this is a little bit of a too good to be true moment to see not only the Sam Raimi characters like Happy, married, and they also brought back a comic character that we all loved from the classic story that was taken away from us. That's where I'm like, a part of me is like, that might be too good to be true. This feels like very... put this in here just to get somebody like me to be excited. Because it's like, I love. Wait, what if this is a lie? This could just be fanfic.
You see, this is exactly how I would have liked Spider-Man 4 to open up. Like this. Toby doing his thing in the Sam Raimi universe, saving a person, getting a call from his now wife, Mary Jane, him having a daughter, and, life's moved on, and now he got an elder... more mature Peter Parker being Spider-Man with family responsibilities, and he has to, deal with some kind of new villain and threat while managing his home life. Because isn't Spider-Man's hero all about managing responsibility with duty? You can't. You have a duty to other people if you have power that can be used for good. And we go from seeing him struggle as a student to seeing him struggle as a father and a husband. That's what I think would have been good to see if they progressed it. Anyway, but yeah, it is honestly kind of heartwarming to see. Assuming these leaks are correct, granted, I'd like to see it not as part of an MCU product, but just to see Toby's
I just like
character.
Mayday. Everyone loves Mayday so much. We love her character, and just stop hoping that Marvel will finally bring her back. Stop that. But a part of me is just like, I want that door to be open, and it's just like, and this stupid thing is teasing with a lot of people's this is why I'm like, this is probably just fanfic, because if that is such a fanfic thing to do, to bring back something that fans have been wanting forever, something that Marvel's denied us for since 2007 when they retconned her out of existence, and it's pissed us off ever since.
Yeah, no, well, I like the fact that he calls her May Parker as well after Aunt May. That's good.
Well, yeah, that's Mayday. Her nickname is May after Aunt May.
Yeah. I just want to answer J Anime Z. How you doing, buddy? It's been a while. Hey, NOMZ, it's been a long time. And when am I going to bring Revenge of the Prequels back? And you're awesome, brother.
You answered this earlier.
Yeah, I answered this earlier. You might want to watch the beginning of the podcast. It's pretty close towards the beginning. Basically, not for a while. I want to focus on doing other stuff for the channel. I actually got a vid coming out for the gaming channel next. It's responding to Actman's little cry fest about not getting a early release code for Halo Infinite's campaign. But Yeah, man. I just don't want. I don't want to restrict the channel to Star Wars only. So, no pun intended. So that's what's. But I explain it more in depth earlier in the podcast, and maybe I hope you go check it out. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it, and it's good to see you back. So yeah. Okay. I see a lot of returning faces this stream, which is good. Anyway, I love what is it? I am French. Ha ha. It's like Bruce Campbell. Romance. I am French. Bruce Campbell's amazing.
Croissants and baguettes.
Whoa.
Magnifique. He's like, shall we go? He's like, oui. He's like, I like you. Even you guys gotta admit, the fucking French restaurant scene was excellent in Spider-Man 3. Except for the part where Peter acts like a complete douche to MJ.
No, my favorite scene is still with James Franco. Just like, how's the pie? That's so good.
So good.
Jeez, it's like he was nutting off to the pie.
Oh, it was so stupid. It was so funny. I loved it.
It was cheesy as hell, but it was funny. And it was I like when he turns around and winks at Peter, and Peter looks like he's going to kill him.
I know.
And then it has the cliche.
So
it has
stupid.
the cliche truck drives past and he vanishes.
Oh, it was so stupid. I loved it.
I enjoyed it. It's cliche, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, cool, man.
We're ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
All right.
Pancake mix. They then start talking about Tobey's decision of retiring as Spider-Man, as other heroes are now appearing in the world. It doesn't say who these heroes are, and it's only revealed through Tobey's dialogue. It's not written anywhere in the script who they are either. Tobey arrives home, plays with his daughter, and then has to talk with Mary Jane about how he needs to be there more for his child. Tobey promises that he'll take it easy now. We also get to see a newspaper that seemingly implies the events of the canceled Spider-Man 4 movie actually happened, or at least a version of it. After Norman Osborn, which is the entrance.
What were you saying earlier, Anomaly, about F you, Sony, if that's what you do?
Yeah. Couldn't you have just made Spider-Man 4 Sony?
Well, no, because they chased away freaking Raimi by saying, yeah, let's make Peter an adulterer. And Sam Raimi was like, heck no, I'm not doing that. I'm out.
Yeah,
Peter would never do that.
We gotta do a podcast / I gotta make a video about that.
Because Peter would never do that. Even
I mean, Sam Raimi hated how Peter essentially turned into a jerk, though an oblivious jerk in Spider-Man 3. Like when I was watching, I was like, "There's no way Peter would be this dismissive of MJ's problem."
No, he would, because he cares. He's like he
adores the shit out of.
He's
her.
like, it would be like Anakin doing that to Padme. Like Peter and Anakin are like they worship the ground that their women walk on practically. Like it's much. Like that's not their character. Like they would never do that. And so just to even conceive an idea, yeah, let's have Peter cheat on Mary Jane after they're married. Like full on do that with Black Cat or something. I think it was in the script, which I'm like, no, Peter never would do that. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's not Peter Parker.
That's why Sam Raimi's like, no, I'm out. This is no, because I can't remember the exact story, but it was just like it was too much creative differences, and Sam Raimi's like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm done. And obviously, the rest of them were not going to be in it if Sam Raimi wasn't going to be there, and so it just fell through, and it had to be canceled. So yeah. Hello?
Affecting him. He monologues about how
Sorry, my mic was muted.
Oh.
Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
Is a chance for him to have something for himself, a chance to get something bigger than he had back in the Sam Raimi movies. The rest of the Sinister Six start wrecking the Sanctum, but it's seemingly empty. However, Tom lands a dropkick on Electro's head after blending in a dark spot above him. As the two Spider-Men fight with the Sinister Six inside, we get to see various Strange-related Easter eggs from the comics, as well as other Marvel lore. A rematch against Andrew and the Lizard happens, in which Andrew tells him how he failed in his plan to turn everyone into reptiles. Now he himself turned back into Kirk Connors. A copy of Strange does his part in the fighting as well, but ends up getting knocked out unconscious due to being weakened from trying to bind reality from breaking. The fight is a pretty big one,
Okay,
and
that
the two
has
Spider-Men
some-
injured, but they were able to subdue the Lizard,
Pause.
Scorpion, Vulture, and Doc Ock.
Yep.
Yeah, so when he says he's trying to stop reality from breaking, that's remember that little end scene that I said was a setup for Multiverse Madness, where like the sky was having like purple cracks in it, and he's like, I can't stop it. I'm guessing like that's the copy of Doctor Strange that they're talking about. No, that's Doctor Strange, and a copy of him is fighting because he's trying to multitask. Because he can't make copies of himself.
Now I can understand like that's like, and I'm being charitable as possible. Like I could give some charity, like okay, that probably is the best way for as a movie as dumb as this to like write Strange out like from being too involved is if he's like desperately trying to keep everything collapsing in on itself and it's just too much at once and he doesn't have his Infinity Stone anymore, so he can't have that anymore. So like okay. I could be forgiving about that, but there's a lot I can't be forgiving of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they get this. And that one Andrew scene, because it sounds like that would be a nice scene. If it's real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tom attempts to capture Norman, but he catches him off guard and stabs him with a blade through the shoulder. However, Sandman betrays Norman and attacks him. Sandman is then killed after Norman detonated what seemed to be like pumpkin bombs filled with fluid. Turns out, Norman has a contingency plan that can kill any of the villains should they ever betray him. Tom
And he would know
Norman
this
and
how?
attempts to attack
Because he's been in this universe for a long time is going to be their stupid caveat.
But here's the problem with that. These villains are from other universes.
Yes, I know.
Yes,
I know. But but Norman's smart. He's something of a scientist, Yeah, that's what they're going to say.
How did you know how to kill him? I'm something of a scientist,
I'm something of the scientist myself. I love that line so much. Okay, let's keep going.
him yet again, but Norman summons a new glider that he stole from an old project run by the MCU's own Norman. While the two Spider-Men put up a good fight against him, they are ultimately overwhelmed by the glider's weapons, destroying their new suits.
Whoa. Pause. You're telling me that fucking Stark Tech gets overwhelmed by Oscorp's fucking glider?
Well, it did say that he's over the years have been like stealing stuff to make better tech, I suppose. So I don't know.
They said it was an old glider, an old version of the glider, Angel. Not even a new version of the glider.
Yes,
fucking
but
Harry's
but he's also been around for a while, and apparently somewhere it did say that he was upgrading his stuff. They didn't. Now they didn't say how or why or what he was using to upgrade it.
Money?
But there was a theory that he was the reason that he actually wants to stay in this universe is because he wants to steal Stark tech, is what he wants.
Because it always has to come back to Tony Stark in one of these Spider-Man movies.
Now I don't know. No, guys, I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that's real. That's a popular speculation that I've read. Okay.
I'm starting to think that Tom Holland and Doctor Strange casting the spell that collapses the multiverse is gonna make more sense than this.
I don't know. No.
Maybe I was too harsh to the trailer. Maybe the trailer actually does look better.
No, because then Strange is a retard.
Honestly, I think I might prefer that to this. The way it's turning out.
No. I don't prefer Strange being ruined.
I think Doctor Strange has to die, so the rest of logic can live.
No, Anomaly, this is probably not even like all 100% real. Like, don't even worry about it. It's okay. This is just to laugh at. This is just to laugh at. We're gonna laugh at it. We're just here to laugh at it.
I'm not laughing. This is just painful.
There's no laughter. There's only pain.
It's only. Anomaly, you made us sit through YouTube Rewind.
Oh my god, my insides are on fire.
You made us sit through YouTube Rewind. Buck up, you baby.
This YouTube Rewind is a holiday.
No, it's not.
Compared to this.
No, it's not.
I'll watch YouTube Rewind on repeat
You know what? Go do it.
Compared to this, seriously.
Go do it. Go do it for 2 hours straight and come back and see if you're coherent. That is cringe.
I mean, I'd imagine 2 hours of YouTube Rewind will still be better than Spider-Man No Way Home.
No.
I hope I'm wrong. I
No.
hope I'm wrong.
No.
Oh my god.
Don't tempt the fates.
MJ.
We're almost done.
He strikes Norman in the head with a steel pipe, but it didn't hurt him. Norman slowly turns his attention to MJ. Tom screams at MJ to run, but Norman grabs her by the back of the neck and tosses her across the room, slamming into a wall rather brutally. Tom screams, but is knocked down by Norman with one punch. Norman goes into the room where Strange's physical body is. The two have dialogue together. Norman says that Strange has spent too much time on trying to maintain reality and that he's been severely weakened. Norman attempts to go for the kill, but Strange lets go of the orb and fights Norman, but not before doing a brief spell on the orb that makes it glow red briefly. Norman is no match against Strange, but Electro then appears and takes the orb while Strange is distracted. Strange attempts to cast a portal in front of
What's the purpose of the orb?
It seems to be that he's using it to help him, like, keep the universe from collapsing in on itself, if this leak is to be believed. It's not much is told about it, but apparently it's some sort of magical device, kind of like an Infinity Stone that can help him. Kind of convenient that he happens to have one.
Well, I mean, there was the MacGuffin, that little box that...
Yeah, and I'm wondering if the orb is actually the box, and it's just labeled something differently in a script. That's if this is real. That's if this is real. Okay, guys, this could all just be just 100% fan fiction. I'm just here to laugh at it, and I'm laughing even harder because Anomaly didn't watch this when I linked it to him because I thought he would. Oh man.
Electro as he attempts to escape, but Norman grabs Strange and throws him against a wall. Strange gets back up, but they have disappeared. Tom cradles MJ, who starts bleeding from the nose, mirroring the moment that Andrew lost Gwen in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Andrew takes off his mask in shock. MJ dies. Ned and May console Tom.
No, I don't buy that. They wouldn't kill MJ.
Oh no! Just watch.
Brought one last backup, even though it is.
Well, hang on, cool man. Pause.
Tom about.
Pause. You could go back again and pause. I don't care if it's all undone. Even if it's just, it's from, okay, Anomaly, it's like whenever Thanos punches Captain Marvel, even if it's like everything, the multiverse is fixed, it's undone, Michelle's alive, I don't care. I'll just go back and watch that scene where she dies on repeat. Because I hate her. I hate her as much as I hate Captain Marvel.
That leak, though, makes me say, no, this part sounds BS.
All right, no, stop.
I don't believe Disney would do that.
No. Just keep watching.
Okay. He's brought one last backup, even though it isn't much. Andrew tells Tom about how he lost Gwen Stacy. Tom then shares how he lost Tony Stark, his own version of Uncle Ben, and now MJ. They talk about how Spider-Man will always lead to suffering, but they must persevere. Andrew tells Tom about how much
again. This is such bullcrap. Andrew, out of all of them, Andrew feels like he's lost the most. Like, out of all the Spider-Man. Because he's lost Captain Stacy, he's lost Gwen, he's lost Uncle Ben. Like, I mean, actually, hang on. Does he Toby... Well, okay, yeah, because Uncle Ben and then Harry, he's lost them. But I would still say that Andrew's probably lost the most. I mean, Toby got beat like, oh heck, like life was just beating him. A new one in Spider-Man 2. But I feel like Andrew's Spider-Man has suffered the most. And just to see him be like, oh, I lost Tony. Oh, I lost MJ. Oh, I lost Uncle Ben. When has the MCU ever cared about Uncle Ben?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, it looks like, I've read through this, it looks like there's a massive skip in, like, the movie timeline just to get Toby from point A to point B. He's like,
well, they did say that there is a lot of jumping around that in this like leak though too. Like not everything, it's all just summary. So there's probably a lot that's cut out.
Always wished for a second chance at saving Gwen's life, no matter in which form. Tom considers quitting being Spider-Man and just living his life as a criminal in jail. But Andrew tells him that he's unique.
I'm just going to give up and go be a criminal in jail. That's not the highest point in your life you want to live, buddy.
Oh, if this is true, then it's on point for Tom Holland Spider-Man to be a pathetic loser.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know.
My girlfriend's dead. I'm going to go to jail now.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
Spider-Man might not always be a great time. It definitely brings happiness to others. Back in the Sam Raimi universe, Toby is telling a speech to his daughter about how he thinks she'll grow up to be someone wonderful, but then a portal opens behind him. Mary Jane comes into the room as well. The final fight is the Sinister Six against the 3 Spider-Men. I've decided to skip a lot of scenes as they're mostly just dialogue and character development. The fight ends with
the stuff that people care about.
Yeah.
Versions of the Sinister Six over, but you don't get to see them. But all 3 Spider-Men gang up on him. The 2 other Spider-Men attempt to hold back the Sinister Six, while Tom attempts to use the orb to bring everyone back to their respective timelines. But Norman's tinkering with it has damaged it because it's overloaded with energy, and using it risks destroying it. If the orb is destroyed, Strange will have...
Okay, now it keeps saying orb, but if you do remember, in the trailer, we do see whenever he's on the scaffolding and we see the Captain America shield, Tom Holland is carrying that box that Strange was holding. So if this leak is real, it could be that the orb was changed into that box thing. If it's real. There's a lot that probably is totally fake in here, guys. It's fine. I'm just here to laugh at Anomaly losing his mind.
I don't have anything left.
You say that, but don't worry.
My soul has left my body.
Oh, Anomaly, these corporations always find more to rip from you just when you think you don't care anymore. You'll say, I don't care anymore. And then you'll find out there's a part of you that still cares. I keep thinking I've hit rock bottom, and then I'll see some news. It was like with the X-Men thing. I thought I was apathetic to everything. And then they said they're bringing back X-Men, which was my childhood. And I felt a rage I haven't felt in a while. I was like, oh, wow, I guess a part of me still did care.
I'm going to eat a lot of ice cream and a lot of McDonald's after this.
You know what? Get that ice cream, but stay away from coffee right now, dude.
I just want to sleep because I don't feel like being awake at the moment.
Just go to jail. Do what Tom Holland does. Just give up and go to jail.
Go to jail. Alrighty. Okay. Well, that got me a bit of a boost. Wait, pause for a second. Where's he up to? So I kind of lost it. I
guess go back 10 seconds.
The 2 Spider-Men are holding back the villans while
the 3 Spider-Men because they skipped a lot. They skipped a lot and said Toby's here now. So they skipped a lot.
No, because Tom's trying to deal with the orb while the other 2 Spider-Men are.
Oh yeah. So
okay. All right. So let's
destroying it. If the orb is destroyed, Strange will have nothing to use until at least to try to fix the multiverse. Portals start appearing from the sky, buildings and cars, even people start falling from them. Tom successfully sends all the villains and the other 2 Spider-Men back to their respective timelines. Norman is put back at the last second before he's impaled by his glider. Luckily, the orb didn't break, but it's heavily cracked.
Oh, wait, where? Whoa! Hey, where am I? Peter, don't tell. Wait, where did Peter go? Oh, he's no, because it's a later.
Okay, so does he still, as he goes through the portal and suddenly he sees the glider and he still says, "Oh." Before getting
it's like, I'm back here.
And then Peter's like, why do you look like 20 years older all of a sudden?
That's dumb.
Yeah.
What the hell took his place? It doesn't make any. These fuckers can't do time travel to save their lives. Granted, time travel isn't easy, but it's not meant to be this fucking kerfuffled.
It's
wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
I was about to say that, but I didn't know enough about Doctor Who to know the exact quote.
Tom thinks about using the orb to bring MJ back to life.
Tom
the fuck?
Using the orb MJ back to life and get his secret identity back. Strange warns him not to do that, but Tom doesn't listen and does it anyway. The orb breaks, and then Tom looks around as something happens. Similar to when Thanos snapped his fingers, Strange asks, "What has he done?" And the screen fades to white. We cut to Tom waking up in his bed. He greets Aunt May good morning and heads to school. At school, he meets Ned. They see MJ walk past in the hallway, but she doesn't recognize them, and she also seems more popular than she was before. Tom recognizes her, becomes sad seeing her, but Ned doesn't, and he just says that she's out of their league. We see somber montage of a depressed Tom going about his day in school. There's also a class about alternate dimensions. Tom walks out of the classroom after class and bumps into a blonde girl. They say sorry to each other and
so
make
this is
eye
going.
contact, but we don't get to see the girl's face. Cut to black while we hear Tom ask the girl's name. Movie ends. There you have it, guys. That's the full
So he meets
description
Gwen
of the
Stacy.
film that nailed
And
a lot of the things we saw in the trailer.
teleports
Now,
into
while-
another alternate universe.
No.
What changed the reality?
It's basically he gets his wish where he wants things to go back to like people not knowing who Spider-Man was,
I
and he
see.
gets MJ back, but at a cost, because a lot of sometimes when it's like a monkey's paw or a genie's
Right.
wish. Like, be careful what you wish for. Remember, be careful what you wish for, Parker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this would be the first time that this version of Spider-Man has ever actually faced consequences for his actions. Ever.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is I think this might be Tom Holland's last Spider-Man movie.
It
I
is.
don't know.
As far as I know, it is going to be his last one.
So they're teasing Gwen Stacy, but it's like, what does it matter? This is going to be the last Tom Holland movie, unless they decide to sign him on for more movies. Then it's going to be the last one. Now, again, that's if this leak is real. Because Clint Chat, I don't know. I just thought it would be fun to just look this over, laugh at some things. I mean, we got a good meme out of it. We just say, just give up on life and go to jail.
Oh Lord! Alrighty, and then what? It just leaves the other Spider-Man in the MCU universe. In the MCU universe?
No. See, that's the interesting thing. You'll notice that leak didn't make no mention of Andrew or Toby dying.
Well, at least they're not dead. But
So I
swear
guessing.
to God, if they start
I'm
using
guessing-
those
I'm
two as the
guessing-
replacement Spider-Man in the MCU, I'm gonna hurl my fucking
Well,
guts
I'm
out.
guessing actually because since they sent all the villains back, because if the universe is collapsing in on itself, it wouldn't make sense to keep Andrew Toby. They would probably go back to their universes as well. Now they don't say what happens to them, but that would be the most then again, nothing about these movies makes sense. But that was the thing that would make the most sense would be sending them back home like the villains, like back to where they belong.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's actually a good Marvel Spaceman. Norman's stabbed by his glider. Godspeed, Spider-Man. Goes in the portal. Oh. Oh, that's right. That's so funny though. It's like Godspeed, Spider-Man, and then he goes through the portal, and then he comes out of the portal, and he's like, "Oh, I'm back here."
Oh, stab!
Just imagine that. They won't show it, obviously, because it's going to be too fucking hilarious. But
Oh no! If they do that, I'm pretty sure the theater will riot in laughter because of they'll be like, "Yeah, they did the thing!"
Well, Doctor Strange did say it's their fate to die in fighting Spider-Man. He ends up back where he was. But anyway, all right, guys.
But there's I don't know at all how real this is, but I do find it fascinating because there was the John Campea leaks. One was Charlie Cox. The other image was the three Spider-Man standing on the construction scaffolding.
Yep.
Like the exact same one. Also, beforehand, and I remember I sent you that exactly to Cool Man, and I think I showed it to you too, NOMZ, but you might not remember. But a while back, there was a video that was leaked, and you could find it. It's a GIF on Discord. Just guys, you just go and get Discord. Just type in Andrew or No Way Home, or just type in Web Blood.
Yep.
Like Web Blood. Like a leak will come up, and it's hard for that to be Photoshop, but it looks like Andrew's talking to somebody, and if you look at his mouth closely, he says, "Wait, you have web blood?" or something like that. Or so it's like web blood, and you realize, oh, he's talking to Tobey Maguire, because Tobey, remember, he's the only one with the organic spider webs. Which Cool Man and I have been saying for years, especially after Into the Spider-Verse came out, that we said if there was a live-action Spider-Man, it would be so funny if Tom Holland and Andrew Garfield met Tobey Maguire, because they would be like, wait, yours comes from you? Like, we always said that would be such a funny scene, because if they'd be like, that comes from you, and he'd be like, you guys make yours? How lame is that? Like, that would be a funny scene. And I'm like, and I'm mad that this is the timeline I might get that scene finally, is freaking phase 4.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Anyway, look, I'm just about Spidey'd the fuck out. I'm tired. I'm sure Cool Man's tired. I'm sure you're
Yeah.
tired. So
Yeah, I gotta put my dog to bed anyway.
I gotta put myself to Macca's. Do you guys call McDonald's Macca's in America?
No,
No.
we call it McDonald's.
Well, we call ours McDonald's, but we say Macca's for sure.
You bow to the emus. You don't have like real laws.
I don't know. We did what we had to survive, Angel. Anyway, no, but
You
yeah,
should
I'm
have
gonna
done
go-
what you do in Halo Reach. You gun them down as soon as you see those things.
Yeah.
Connor's trying to keep me here with another super chat. Actually, I wanna answer Ninja Goon's video chat because he's been here the whole time. Wasn't that video confirmed to be fake and was shown to be the process of making on YouTube?
Okay, it doesn't matter if this YouTuber is fake because if that's not his stuff. This was from a 4chan leak that happened months ago that he found. So this isn't even his own content. This isn't him Mike zeroing it. This is him taking somebody else's stuff. So even if parts of it have been debunked, you have to admit some other things do line up with parts of the trailers. And the fact that this 4chan leak came out well before either trailer, like months ago, guys, that is interesting. I'm not going to say it's accurate. I'm going to say it's interesting. Like, guys, like it's interesting. All right. It makes me curious. It makes me like, ooh, what is actually going to be in this movie? Like what's going to happen? How bad is this going to be? Like, how wacky is it going to be? I've resigned myself to the fact that this movie's going to be bad. The difference is it going to be Spider-Man 3 bad, where it's so bad it's entertaining? Or is it going to be Amazing Spider-Man 2 bad, where it's a miserable schlock?
What she said, but although I enjoy Spider-Man 3 more than the other two do because I'm enlightened. But
no,
anyway,
you're stupid.
Anyway, I forget where I was going with this whole
Connor's super chat.
No, well, yeah, I know. I was gonna get to comment, but yeah, we're so look, I'm treating this with a grain of salt, although the black Spider-Man suit and Doctor Strange's magic is and the whole like stasising the villains like he was kind of shown to be doing in the official trailer, that is alarming. I hope these leaks aren't true.
And again, like I said, some of the things did also line up with John Campia's leaks. So I'm not saying this guy is like whoever posted that on 4chan is a legit source. I'm just saying it's interesting how some things are being validated. Not all of it, because again, Tross, only 60% of that leak that came out was actually accurate, guys. So there's going to be a lot that's going to be false or it's going to be misleading. It doesn't matter. It just who cares? It's just fun to talk about. It doesn't mean it's real.
I could, Connor, thanks for the super chat, buddy. I could see the Mayday thing happening because there was a recent comic that actually teased her returning in the future. I posted it in the Discord.
Okay. I stopped reading Spider-Man comics for a reason because they've done so much stupid with Spider-Man in the Marvel comic books. I don't trust them anymore. Them teasing Mayday means nothing to me unless they actually retcon what they did in One More Day and say, we are sorry for what we did. We were wrong. We're going to reverse course. Peter and Mary Jane are going to go back to being married and Mayday is going to be born and we're going to show her and she's going to be her Spider woman girl. She okay. My brain is fried. This video killed it, but you just unless they actually see it, I don't care if they tease it. They don't deserve a damn of my pennies. Unless they actually do kill Michelle, then in which case they will get my penny, just so I can see that. I am a petty person.
Okay, so just real quick, I found this. It's an extended teaser that has a couple extra lines of the Doc Ock encounter in the No Way Home.
Oh.
Apparently it's a new TV spot.
Oh.
Okay, give me. All right, let's.
I literally I have it ready to go.
Okay. You got it, guys. You get one little bit.
Hello, Peter.
Do I know you?
You think your fancy new suit's gonna save you? Looks like we got competition.
That's it.
Well, so because he's got extra legs too. That's Because like don't octopuses have like 8 tentacles?
Yes.
Spiders
Yes,
have 8 legs.
yes.
That's cool. Think fancy news. Yeah, he still thinks that's Tobey Maguire
Toby.
under there.
Why are you like a foot shorter now?
Well, that's interesting. But you know, look, Alfred Molina's doing his job. Willem Dafoe's doing his job. Love them both, but fuck this movie.
The movie, obviously, the movie's going to be bad.
I'm definitely going to check it out, but it's kind of like, guys, like it's bile fascination. It's like, when you're driving on the road and you see a huge car wreck and everybody slows down because they're really curious and they want to see it. It's that. I want to see I want to see how bad this wreck is.
What was I going to say? Fucking Cool Man NOMZ needs to sleep. No, NOMZ needs to eat. Cool Man needs to sleep. It's midday for me, and it's
I'm honestly getting
you.
ready to sleep. We've been streaming for almost 6 hours now.
Yeah, this went way over time. I only expected to do 3 hours, not nearly double that.
Yeah, I'm tired now.
Look,
I'm mentally exhausted.
yeah. So,
Cool Man, tomorrow. Yes, we're on.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks for the invite, by the way, guys. I just wanted to answer Mr. Marvel Spaceman, because he's been a very vocal contributor to the chat tonight. I had nothing to do tonight, and being on this live stream, writing my thoughts about No Way Home and listening to y'all's commentary was so amazing.
Thank you, man. You had some good comments.
Man, we appreciate you and the rest of you as well. We're happy to be of service. Glad you guys got some entertainment. This will be up on the AI Core channel in the coming days. I got to upload the third AI Core first, which talks about Kathleen Kennedy's contract extension. It was meant to be up. It just slipped my mind. I'll do it. Don't worry. But
guys, seriously, go watch the YouTube dislike one. It was pretty funny, especially everybody just their spines cringing in 7 Ways Till Sunday watching the YouTube rewind. It was really
Also, it's funny because that on Anomaly Inc. that stream got approved by YouTube to be monetized. On the AI Core channel, it got demonetized when I submitted a review. Just shows how inconsistent they are. But yeah, guys, look, join the Discord if you haven't already.
But remember, they care about small channels.
They do, don't they? Even though, because it's a smaller channel, isn't it? Anyway, yeah, guys, join the Discord if you haven't already. Special thanks to the YouTube members, Patreon supporters. Special thanks to the guests, Coolman229, Dr. Octanopus, whatever the fuck his name is. Octanopus, whatever.
Dr.
Octanopus.
Yeah, him. And Christmas Bayonetta. Thank you both.
Yeah, in all her sexy glory.
Yeah.
When's Bayonetta 3 coming out?
Sometime next year. They didn't give a date. They only gave a release year. I'm so excited.
Okay, I'm more excited for Breath of the Wild 2, but everyone's getting something they want.
Listen,
right,
Anomaly. If Alfred Molina is your one gay thing, Bayonetta is mine. I need her.
Well, I mean, okay.
You're never gonna live that down, NOMZ.
I don't want to. Alfred Molina is fucking fantastic.
Remember, guys. Remember, what would we even call that ship? NOMZ Lena? Yeah, NOMZ Lena.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Who says I want to live it down? I'm only living that up.
Okay, get your fan fiction ready, fan fiction writers. It's on.
Anyway, look, guys. Hope you had fun. I enjoyed myself, even though my brain's about to die. And take care of yourselves. We'll be back next week, same time. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.